Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are continuing our trial coverage of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, day 5. So before we get started, we are going to play Alex Cox's interview with law enforcement. Excuse me. The day he shot Charles Vallow. So trial is starting a half hour earlier, Monday and Tuesday, if you remember correctly. But we couldn't stay off. We couldn't be away from you guys, so we wanted to do something beforehand. We didn't want to wait until 1:30. That would be 1:30 Eastern for us. So we thought we would do a little bit of do something before the trial actually started today. So this is Alex Cox. He had just shot Charles Vallow, and law enforcement pulled him in, questioned him, talked to him. So this is going to be his interview with that. So before we get started, let's see who is with us today. Mel Stiller, good morning to you. Baca, yes, Baca, I saw you earlier in Recovery Attic. We were over watching Karen Reed this morning. Shirley Roth, good morning to you. Oh, Sherry M., thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Therapist You Know and Brat, thank you guys. Mike with Quackers, Mike Morrow with Quackers. Butterfly Dana, Lily Wayne, Wendy Williams. Has anyone else watched so much Lori Daybell analysis this weekend that you almost got sick of it? almost being the key word. There was a lot of it. There was definitely a lot of it. MG, good to see you. Widespread Panic, thank you for joining us. Deidre Simmons, does the trial begin at 11? Well, as I just explained, we're doing just a little pre-trial something, or I don't know if we'll see this in court. I don't know if they'll actually play this or not. Probably not. So that's why we thought we'd play it for you guys. Again, this is Alex Cox's interview with law enforcement right after he shot and deleted Charles. Sinbad, good morning to you. Lacey, got your seat. Awesome. Who else is with us? Vice, Queen of Ruth Ann, good morning to you. Thank you guys for joining us. Fala, good to see you. Hope you're feeling well. And Pammy sent pictures of Black Betty to us over the weekend. Pammy on Black Betty. Hey, Michelle's Mixed Media Madness. Good to see you. Seeking Justice. Good morning to you. G. Stewie. Great. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Pug's Mama, you're here. Awesome. Sinead, thank you for joining us. Scotty's Footy, or Scott's RS Footy. Scott's RS Footy. I'll get it right. Hey, Mona. The one with his bandage on the back of his head? I think so. Mona. I haven't seen this, so I'm kind of interested to see this as well. Hey, Gordon. Happy new week to you. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Joni, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Haven't seen you in a while. All right, let's get to it. So this is going to be, I don't know how long after he shot. So this is at 9:30. He shot him at like 7:30. He called police at like 8:40 or something. It took him like 47 minutes to call. So somewhere around 8:30, cops show up. So this is about an hour after police were there. So live trial will start as I pinned it. Live trial starts at 1:30 for us. So in between, or before then, I should say, we're going to watch Alex Cox, and let's take a look, because I don't know if they're going to show this in the trial or not. So we figured, why not? All right, let's go check it out.
Yep, I think it's over here. Every time I'm here, something changes in this place. Do you need to use the restroom or anything?
I'm good right now.
Do you? Okay. I'll have you put your sunglasses here. Just next time. In fact, I'll have you sit over here.
Sure.
Let me see your hair again real quick.
Yeah.
I'll get some photos of that. It's starting. How does it feel right now?
A little sore, but not bad.
Okay. Any headaches you have at all right now? No?
A little bit.
Just a little bit? Okay. You're not feeling nauseous or anything?
A little, but not bad.
Okay. Do you want me to call paramedics? Check you out, or?
No, I think it's more adrenaline than anything.
Gotcha. Do you have any medical issues that might be underlying that?
Yeah, I'm slightly overweight.
Yeah. Okay. Well, join the club. Other than that, high blood pressure or anything, or you take medication that you need to have?
No. Just,
okay.
It was a little high in my last physical, but not.
Oh, okay.
Nothing major. No medication or anything like that.
Groovy. Okay.
I know.
Okay, Rob, if you don't mind hanging tight, do you need another water or are you good? Oh, you got one?
I got an extra.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
I'll be right back, Rob.
Yep. All right.
Got 500. Yep. He didn't want.
I sit a lot when I type, sitting in the car, driving around. So I want to stand.
All right, hold on. So let me just rewind this because I did see. Let's rewind it a little bit. There's a little bit.
It's starting. How does it feel right now?
Right, you can kind of see a little bit of blood. You see a little bit of blood there. So.
A little sore, but not bad.
Okay. Any headaches you have?
Yeah, so that's a better shot there. So, I mean, if he gets hit in the back of the head, he's going to have a knot, right? He's going to be woozy, probably concussion. I don't know. So anyway, but there you go. You can kind of see it. Hey, Capri Law. Thanks for joining. Drunky the Bear. Thank you for joining us. MG. Has it started showing yet? Has it started yet? Is this what they show in court? No, I don't think so. Well, we don't know. I don't know if they're going to show this in court or not. That's why I wanted to. And I also, hey, real happy. Yes, thank you. Court feed doesn't start until 1:30 today, Eastern. So we're just kind of filling in time, if you will. Just wanted to go on a little bit early. So anyway, so there's the cut, I guess. Do you see a little bit of blood? So anyway.
Have it all right now? No?
A little bit.
Just a little bit? Okay. You're not feeling nauseous or anything?
A little, but not bad.
Okay. Do you want me to call paramedics? Check you out, or?
No, I think it's more adrenaline than anything.
Gotcha. Do you have any medical issues that might be underlying that?
Yeah, I'm slightly overweight.
Yeah, okay, well, join the club. Other than that, high blood pressure or anything, or you take medication that you need to have?
No. Just
Okay.
It was a little high in my last physical, but not.
Oh, okay.
Nothing major, no medication or anything like that.
Groovy, okay.
I know.
Hey, Rob, if you don't mind hanging tight, do you need another water or are you good? Oh, you got one?
I got an extra.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
I'll be right back, Rob.
Yep, all right.
Got 500. Yep. You didn't want.
I sit a lot when I type, sitting in the car, driving around. It's like I want to stand a lot of times, but sometimes it's just too hard to write and stand.
Yeah, that's fine. No, we're right here. I'm all set, Rob.
Okay.
If you're good.
Yep, I'm good. The only thing is what he was using to clean his head. Other than that, this is all his property.
Okay.
I did call a night detective to have that
Photograph. You did?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
If you could have a call one for the interview room downstairs. Thank you.
bet. Are we still on top?
I think they were going to clear it, but I had my radio off. All right, Alexander. My name's Nate Moffat. I'm the detective of the police department.
All right.
I want to walk through what
Yes. happened
happened today. Let me just write a couple things down. 3744. So, are you still living out on
Yeah.
Cherie Street?
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you working right now?
I'm off this week.
Okay. Where do you work at? What do you do for them?
On drive a truck. Mostly hauling has waste.
Okay. What's the cell phone number for you? Okay. What about Soch? Okay, I have very little understanding or knowledge of what happened. Patrol kind of, Rob, or the officer that talked to you out there, it kind of turns into the phone game. So, you know what I mean? When they go, yeah, this is what he says, but they're kind of rambling through it real fast. And same with your sister. Your sister's name is Lori or Lauren?
Lori.
L-O-R-I. L-O-R-I? Okay. So, the big thing that I want to do is just make sure that we have all the details accurate and factual. Because kind of some of the information we got from Patrol didn't really match up what Lori told us compared to. So walk me through what happened today.
Well, I stayed the night at my sister's.
Okay.
We were planning to go do something fun day. We hadn't really decided. I was thinking maybe I was going to take her to the range. Okay. Or go do something. Okay. I don't know, take JJ to some water park or movies or whatever. I stayed there last night, and this morning Charles showed up, and I don't know what started it.
And Charles is your brother-in-law. He and Lori are married.
Yes.
Okay.
So he showed up. He was following her and yelling. And then I got between them. And then Tylee came out with her bat. And I had separated for a minute, and then my sister walked around me there in the living room. And then Charles was following Lori and yelling. And Tylee told him to get back. She took her bat like that and shoved him, and he took the bat away. And I said, "What are you doing?" And I got between them, and then he hit me. And I just went down, and when I got up, he was still yelling. And so I went into the bedroom where I was staying and grabbed my gun, and I came back. Okay. And told him to put the gun down, or the bat down. And he came at me and was saying, what are you going to do? Like that, and come to me with the bat. I said, put it down. He wouldn't. He came at me, so.
Okay. So when that argument first started between Lori and Charles, where in the house were they?
I don't know.
Okay. Where did you first?
I was in my bedroom.
Okay, so you were in your bedroom, and you heard the argument.
When they came right towards me.
Okay, so they were coming down the hallway towards the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so you hear the argument, you step out, what's the first thing that you see?
Charles chasing after Lori and yelling.
Okay. Had Tylee already gotten the bat? No. Did he already have the bat? Okay. No. So Charles is coming towards Lori.
He's coming towards Lori, and I shoved him back. Okay. And I said, "What are you doing?" Because he's coming at her aggressively. Okay. He's a big dude, so he's not gonna hurt my sister.
Okay. So he's coming at her. Yeah. And you shoved him back. Yeah. What happened right after that? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
He got back up and he comes right to me, doesn't look at me, and continues to yell at Lori. Okay. So he's maybe this far away.
Are you in the hallway of the house, or where
right close to the doorway of that bedroom?
Of the bedroom you were staying?
Yes.
Okay. So you're right near the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
So then, I don't remember why. He backed up, and then my sister came around behind me, and they ended up in the living room, and then while they're on the way to the living room, Tylee comes out of her bedroom, which is adjacent to the one I was staying in. Okay. With her bat. Okay. Yelling at Charles. Actually, she was behind Charles at first, and then she cut around in front of him in the living room.
Okay. So he then they went back towards the living room?
Yes.
After you shoved him, did he fall to the ground when you shoved him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so he falls to the ground. He gets back up. You're blocking between him and Lori.
Yes.
And he basically is talking past you, still yelling at Lori.
Yes, exactly.
What's he saying?
I don't remember.
Okay. So, as you're standing there between them, what happened right after that? Is that when Tylee came out with her bat?
No, he backed up.
Okay.
He yelled something and then he backed up. And then Lori went by me and around me in the hallway.
Mhm.
So he backed up, I had cleared the doorway. So then she came around and then Charles was behind her, pursuing her again aggressively.
Okay.
Tylee came out, yelled at him with the bat.
Okay. And are you guys in the living room then, or still in the hallway?
It starts in the hallway and then goes to the living room.
Okay.
So Tylee gets around him in the living room, he stops. Tylee goes around to the front of him, tells him to back off.
What I find it easiest to do in situations like this is to kind of draw like a rough floor plan.
Sure. So we'll make this the living room. All right, and then this is the hallway.
Okay.
And then this is the kitchen. So Tylee's bedroom is here, my bedroom is here, and then the living room is here.
Okay, we just put living room on there, so I know. And then you said that's kitchen,
Yep.
and then
So the doorway's here.
okay. Is this area of the house where all of this incident was focused
Yes.
at? Okay.
Yep. And then there's another bedroom here. This is JJ's bedroom.
Okay. So do you first get involved when they're down by your room?
They come all the way into she comes into the room and he comes right here and I stopped him right here.
Okay, so she came into your room.
Yep.
Okay, so she comes into your room. He's coming at her
Yeah.
aggressively, and
Yeah.
that's when you pushed him.
Yep.
So you push him down,
Yep.
and then he gets back up,
Yep. And then
and
he yells, and then he backs up,
okay,
and then Lori goes around him, and they're still going at it,
okay,
right? And then Tylee comes out when she hears what's going on. She has her bat.
okay. Is it a metal bat?
Yeah, it's
plastic
a little aluminum bat.
Okay,
So she comes at him, because she's tiny, so that's like her thing. You know, she doesn't have anything, but she wants to help defend her mom.
okay.
So she comes at him, and then when
And they've already moved back
Right,
towards the
so
living
they're
room.
going this way.
Okay,
So Lori's here, Tylee's here, Charles is here, I'm here, Tylee goes at him with the bat, then he takes the bat away from her, and I step towards him and he turned around and cracked me.
is that foot injury that's
Yes.
caused on your head? Okay,
Well, there was some shoving first and I got spun around.
Okay.
And then popped. So I go back here, grab my gun, I come back out, he's still yelling and threatening me,
okay,
and then, so I was standing here and he was there.
okay. So you're standing right there, he's right here.
He's there.
And you said, what happened when you came out with the gun?
I said, put that bat down. He's like, what are you going to do? So you're going to threaten me? I was like, no, I'm just going to defend myself. So you put that bat down. And he goes, what are you going to do like that? And he came at me.
Okay,
And he'd already hit me in the head.
okay. So he came at you at the bat. What
Yes.
was he doing with the bat when he came at you?
It was in his right hand like this.
Okay, so he's holding it low and he's coming at
Yeah.
you? Okay. So you gave him, how many times would you say you told him to, like, put the bat down?
Once?
Once? Okay. And then he started advancing towards you?
Yes.
How many shots did you fire?
I don't know. A couple.
Okay. Were Tylee and your sister?
I didn't see him, so I don't know where
Okay.
they were.
Where's JJ at during all this?
He's already out in the car.
Okay, so he's sitting out in the car.
I think.
Okay. But you, as far as you think or understand, you're not sure where they were.
Correct.
He's in the corner of the living
Yeah.
room.
They were no longer in the room
Okay.
when I come back out.
Okay. So they're out of the room, so
Yeah.
it's just you and him.
Yes.
And he basically comes at you with the bat.
Yeah.
You tell him to put it down.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And what'd you tell him?
I didn't say anything. He's coming at me, and I'm holding the gun.
Okay.
If you're going to attack someone with a gun, you got to be ready for the repercussions.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure, because
Yeah.
he basically, you had said earlier that he had the bat.
Yep.
And he asked, like, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And you had already told him to put the bat
Yeah.
down, and then he just came at you,
Yep.
and you shot him.
Yep.
Okay. And you're thinking a couple times?
That was more than one shot.
Okay. So more than one shot. What kind of gun was it?
45.
Okay. What make?
It's a Springfield XDM.
Okay, so it's an XDM 45.
Yeah.
What type of ammo were you carrying in it? Do you know?
Just standard.
Like full metal jacket?
Yeah.
Target shooting? Okay.
Yeah.
So you fire a couple times.
Yeah.
You don't know where they're at.
They're gone.
They're gone. What happened right after that?
Right after that, I went to the kitchen and rinsed my hands off because I had blood on the back of my head, and then I went back into the room and put the gun down and grabbed my phone, and then went back into the kitchen and called 911.
Okay. And then, did you see your sister and Tylee again? Did they come back in or not?
Not till they drove up.
Okay. Then they drove up here?
Yeah.
Okay.
When they drove up outside.
Gotcha. What's going on with Charles and Lori? I mean, does he live there?
No.
Okay. So where's he living now?
He lives in Houston.
Okay. For work, or are they separated, or?
Separated and for work.
Okay. So both. How long have
They
they been
split
separated?
up January.
Okay. So 6 months or so, 6-7 months.
Yeah. He's had some pretty erratic behavior since that split up.
Okay.
He came and threatened me and Tylee at my house. I don't remember, February or March or whatever.
Okay.
And there was a little confrontation from mostly between Tylee and Charles.
Were the police involved in that one?
No.
Okay.
No. I was just supervising to make sure that he didn't hurt her.
Okay. So, was he working out of state before January? Or?
He always has worked out of state.
Okay, so he always works out of state. What's he do for a living?
He does annuities.
Okay. So, what was he in town for today? Does he come into town often, or?
Occasionally to see JJ.
Okay. Is he JJ and Tylee's dad?
He's JJ's dad. Well, actually, he's Charles's nephew. He's his niece's kid.
JJ is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she was a meth addict, and they adopted JJ.
Okay. So they adopted JJ,
Yeah.
but Tylee is not?
Not his.
Okay.
So he would be a stepdad, I guess.
Okay, so stepdad. When's the last time he's been in town, or when's the last time you've seen him?
Last time I saw him was at my house in February, March.
Okay. Was he here last night? Did you guys have any interactions
No.
last night?
No.
Is there any history of domestic violence between Lori and Charles?
Not physically that I know of.
Okay. So, how old is Charles?
60, maybe? I don't know.
Okay. How old's your sister?
44 or 5.
Okay.
Is it sad that I don't know?
I have to do the math. So you don't worry about it.
It's hard enough remembering my own age.
Right. Each birthday, you're like, that didn't happen.
After 45, who cares?
Is there anything else that you could think of that I didn't ask about that I need to know right now?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. Did Lori ever say, like in the last couple of days, that Charles was coming to town?
Yeah, she said he was coming to pick up JJ.
Okay. So you guys were expecting him to show up today?
Yeah.
Okay. So you knew, okay. It wasn't like he just showed up unexpectedly?
No, it wasn't a surprise or anything like that.
But you don't know what they were arguing or fighting about?
His behavior was a surprise, but him showing up was not a surprise.
Okay. Let me just walk you through my understanding of it to make sure that I'm accurate. You were in your room.
Yeah.
Had you even gotten up and like been out of your room this morning?
Yeah, brushed my teeth.
Okay. So you're in your room. You hear...
I'm just on the phone, and then I just hear them coming around the hall quick.
Had you seen Charles before, or like that morning?
No.
Okay, so you hear them arguing.
Yeah.
And
First time I see him is at the doorway.
At your doorway.
And I shove him back.
So Lori comes into your room.
Yep.
You're in your room.
Yep.
You get up at the doorway and basically get between him and Lori.
Yep.
You push Charles back.
Yep.
He probably fell down to the ground or did fall to the ground.
He stumbled back.
Okay. So he stumbles back. He comes right back up, and he's talking past you, still yelling at Lori.
Yes.
But you don't know what he was yelling at.
I don't remember.
Okay. So at some point in time, Charles backs up. Lori comes out, and they both go around you and towards the living room.
Yes.
Tylee comes out of her room with a bat.
Yeah.
And basically They've made their way into the living room.
Yes.
So Tylee pokes her dad in the back.
In the front, in the
In the
chest.
front. Okay, so
Or stomach,
she's
yeah.
come around this way.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's come around.
So this is Tylee, and that's Charles.
Okay, so she pokes him in the bat,
Yeah.
or in the chest with the bat.
Yeah.
You know how many times about, or
Just once, and
just
then he
once?
grabbed the bat, took it
So he
away.
grabs the bat and takes it away. You come towards him.
Yeah.
And then what happened right after that?
He shoved me and spun me around,
Okay,
and then cracked me in the back of the head.
cracked you in the back of the head. He hit you one time.
Yeah.
Okay, so you go back to your room.
I stumbled forward, yeah, and then I went back in there.
Did you fall to the ground when you got hit with the bat?
No, my head bounced.
Okay, so you go back to your room,
Yeah.
get the gun,
Yeah.
come back to the living room.
Yeah.
Now, Tylee and Lori are gone.
Yeah.
And,
It's just me and Charles in the living room.
okay, and Charles, what's he doing again?
He's got the bat,
Okay,
and he's looking at me, and he's going, "What?" And I told him, I said, "Charles, put that bat down." And he goes, "What are you going to do about it?"
how were you holding the gun when that happened?
Holding it right
Okay, so
at
you
him.
pointed it at him?
Yeah.
You tell him, Charles, put the gun down,
Yeah,
or put the bat down.
Mm-hmm.
And what did he say?
He's like, "What are you going to do about it?"
Okay,
And then comes at me.
okay. And then you fire a couple times.
Yeah.
But you're not sure how many. You know it was more than one.
I'm pretty sure it was 2.
Two? Okay, 2 shots. Where were you aiming on his body?
Just center.
Okay, so you're pretty sure 2 shots center mass.
Yeah.
He falls to the ground. You don't see Lori or Tylee anymore.
Correct.
You go to the kitchen, grab a rag for your head,
Yeah. Toss some paper towels and wash my hands off.
and then go back to your room, put the gun down,
Yeah.
grab your phone,
Yeah.
come back to the kitchen and call in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they walked me through. I tried to do CPR.
Okay. Anything else that you can think of that I need to know, or that's important to this?
That's all there is.
Okay. Trying to think if there's anything else that I need to know. I'm going to get a tech out here to take some photographs of you if you're okay with that.
That's fine.
So if you want to hang tight for me, you need the restroom or anything?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, hang tight for me. I'll be right back. I'm going to go have somebody take some photographs of your head.
Yep.
I'll put this back in there. All right, I'll be right back.
Thanks.
All right, so how many lies did he catch him in? First of all, he says Charles is coming at him with his right hand. If you're right-handed, left-handed, you know Charles is left-handed, right? You're going to grab the bat with your dominant hand. I play baseball. I'm not grabbing the bat with my left hand standing like this. It's not my dominant hand. I'm going to grab it with my right hand. Second of all, okay, he says he shot Charles. Lori's outside. Lori said she was inside. But at least I know where the bedrooms are. I thought the bedrooms were. I guess the bedrooms are down towards the south of us, south end or the bottom of this floor plan. I thought they were to the left, but I guess because he says Tylee came out of her bedroom, which I guess is right next to the kitchen, right? Oh, can't hear me. Let me turn that down. I'll turn that down. Okay, sorry guys. All right. Hey Tanika. All right, volume's low. Okay, so I turned the other volume down. Let me see. Is that any better? Is that better, you guys? I turned the volume down. I can bring my gain up a little bit. Okay. Yep. Yeah, because I think the feed volume was too loud. All right. Is that better? Volume better? So basically I just said how much, okay, better, cool. How much, how many lies did we just catch him in? Okay, so I played baseball. I'm right-handed. If I'm coming at somebody and I mean it, I'm coming at him with my right hand. I'm not going to be swinging a bat with my non-dominant hand, right? So he says, we know Charles is left-handed. He says Charles is coming at him with his right hand. First of all, that's whatever. Then he says Lori was outside when he shot. Well, Lori says she was inside, but officers don't know that right now. Obviously, they don't know that. They're just trying to collect evidence. And then the other thing is I wasn't sure about where Tylee's bedroom was, but now looking at this floor plan, she's on the south side or the bottom of that floor plan. So she comes out of the bedroom, I guess, with this bat, and Charles grabs it from her. And now we know there was no fingerprints on that bat of Charles. So, but again, law enforcement is just trying to collect information at this point. So, Zach, nice. All right, young black economist. Let's see. I think we will see from ballistic evidence the shots were from same person fired in quite rapid succession. Also, I wonder if they swiped Lori and Alex's hands. They did not, according to the testimony we saw was that they did not swab their hands. Baca, the injuries on his right side. The injuries on his right side. If you rewind it back to the beginning, you see the injury. Joan, thank you. Appreciate that. Young black economist, you can tell who fired quite easily if they did even a tiny bit of investigation. Yeah, that's kind of what's coming out. That's what's coming out right now. All right, I'm going to go ahead and fast forward a little bit. And just so you guys know, live trial starts at 1:30 Eastern. This is just a little pre-game because I don't think they're going to show this in the trial. So I just want to get this in there. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit. And the other thing is laughing, right? I mean, he's laughing. He just literally shot this guy.
I'm just going to take some photographs of you. I've got to do some swabs of your hands too, and then of your injuries. Would you spell your last name for me?
COX.
And what's your first name?
Alexander.
And what's your birthday?
Well, I would say that's about the easiest last name to spell in a long time.
Come on, spelling.
And while she's getting set there, I'll just ask you some questions about it. So I see you got this on your, is that from today?
Yeah.
Okay. And you got something on the back of your head. Do you have any other injuries? You feel any bruising anywhere else?
I don't feel anything.
Okay. Maybe we'll take a look at his back.
Yeah, well.
Might have you take your shirt off and take a quick look and see if you get any marks or injuries back there.
Sure.
So I know you're hit in your head. Are you okay to stand up?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to have you stand up just right against this wall right here.
All right.
And then I can drain my bladder after this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And then
So face me first.
What's that?
So
Face
turn and
us.
face me first.
Oh.
Basically, I'm going to do a set of overall photographs, and then we'll do your injuries one by one, okay? And then I'll swab your hands, and it won't take that long. Just look right at me.
Now, were you, these are clothes you were wearing at the time of everything? Okay.
Okay, look right at me. Okay, turn and face that way with your whole body.
There you go.
Face the wall so your back's to me. Turn to your right. Okay, face me again. All right, and then if you
You know what's sad when you're posing for photographs and you don't have a good side?
put your hands like this. Okay, lower them just a little bit so you're tilted down more.
Okay.
So you're like this, tilt.
Oh, hands
okay.
tilted.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you can stand up
All
straight.
right.
There you go.
Turns out we can move the camera around.
Okay, and then palms up. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to swab your hands right now, just so that I'm not manipulating so much.
And then, yeah, as soon as she's all done here, I'll get you into, next we'll take some pictures of each of your injuries. We'll check your back out, and I'll let you go use the restroom, and I'll get you a new water. Or do you want soda or anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Water would be good after, but
Okay.
not before.
Face mask, do you?
What's that?
Do you have a face mask?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I am a full-service shop.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's either PPE or she's Chinese.
Maybe I'm feeling sick. No, I've been sick.
Knowing her, I'm gonna go with sick.
You never know. We all have a little piece of everything in us, right?
No, around here we come in contact with so many different people, and then everyone's got kids.
Yes.
And then next thing you know, one person's sick, and it could be the middle of the summer when there's nothing going around, and within a week, everyone's sick.
Yeah.
This is more just so I don't have my DNA on your
Very good.
swabs. I just don't need to have that mixed in there.
I miss the old days when I wasn't in the office. I was out in the field. Then I knew that I only had to deal with the people I was coming in contact with, not all this going on. Is that your house down there?
No, I live in St. Valley.
Oh, okay.
No, it's my sister's house.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's a pretty nice neighborhood. I've never been in that neighborhood ever before.
2950 West Ray.
It's a maze, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I had to sit forever to try to get a code to get inside.
I took Google Maps and I'm like, you're still not taking me where I need to go.
Everything south of Queen Creek is like that down there. When they built all those neighborhoods in the early 2000s, it was more aesthetically pleasing if it was circular and the roads didn't go straight.
Meandered and nobody could get in or out.
Yeah.
Without a Sherpa.
I grew up in the North Valley where everything's straight lines, but not down there. You can put that on.
Okay.
Done with that one. Relax it.
Okay, do it like this way.
How far out in St. Ann are you?
Combs and Ironwood.
Okay. Yeah.
They finally finished Combs and Riggs. It connects.
Oh, wow, about time.
15 years too late.
Yeah, yeah.
They shut down Rittenhouse for a month to do that exchange of Combs and Rittenhouse.
Uh-huh.
You know, where it's a stupid
Yeah.
one lane left turn.
Yeah, if you want to go up to the pork chop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they shut that down for a month to do this redo on this road.
Of course, the one area where most of the tourist traffic for over on there is the worst traffic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we shut that down. And
Federal Drake, Adam Young Robert, 7765.
that's Pinal County, right?
I think so.
Yeah, that would explain it.
Okay, I'm going to do a swab of the inside of your cheek. It's just to get your own DNA
Sure.
that way. Okay, so you'll just open your mouth. I'm going to take the swabs, rub it on the inside on both sides.
Sure.
Okay. All right. All right, and then finish with your photographs.
Sure.
So on the inside of this hand, there's no injury, right? That's
Right.
just dried blood?
Yeah, that's
So
Charles's.
that's new. Okay, so if you can just put your arm like this. Okay. Do you know what that one's from?
This?
This one?
When we scuffled.
Okay.
I'm assuming.
Okay, just put it back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this way. Is that just an old score?
Yeah.
Okay.
You hold that? Okay.
Isn't that his desk? Go back to the see something.
Okay, and no injuries on the top of your hands at all, right? Okay. Nothing else hurts on your arms?
Nope.
So the only other thing is the back of your
Yeah.
head? Okay. Does it hurt only on this side or on this side too?
No, just on the, just
where
right
that
there.
actually
Yeah.
is. Okay.
Yeah, it's just pebbles and I got those ugly red moles.
Okay. I just want to
Looks like
make
it's
sure
a
that
little-
wasn't another mark.
I don't know, I can't see the back of my head, so I'm sure it's not pretty.
No, actually, your haircut's pretty decent.
Except that,
Boy, so you still take it. Except for the lump there. Man, that was fancy.
Just a little. It helps when someone's taller, you try to get more level to where they're at.
Yeah.
Not everybody uses this.
I've never seen it used before.
I do it all the time.
No, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
step stool?
No.
Oh.
I have a viewer on my camera, so I can
Oh, nice.
hold the camera.
Yeah, yeah.
I was just saying, I've never seen this.
I've got the adjustable LCD on my Sony.
Okay.
They're really nice.
Yeah, it makes you be able to see different angles without having to...
Yeah, you can shoot crazy angles and still see what you're doing. You don't have to have your eye behind the camera. It's really nice.
It's not perfect for me, so.
Alright.
All right, I'm gonna have you sit just so I can do a couple more.
Okay.
That one is good. The other one's maybe I'll shake it a little bit because it's heavy to hold this.
Especially when you're holding up at an angle like that.
You'll be excited when they switch to the new mirrorless. Those things are light.
My wife has one of those.
I love that thing. I just got one 6 months ago.
You said the Sony?
Yeah, the A7 III.
I think she has the A6 something.
What? That's 600?
Yeah, I think that's it.
6,000. I think
It's more than... She doesn't let me use it.
Let me get your shirt too.
Sure.
I just know what it costs.
Yeah. I own this one at home, and this is an expensive car.
Well, you can also use it commercially too.
What's that one?
This one is the 700, or
Nikon.
750.
Oh, the D750. Oh, those are really nice.
So it's full frame.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
really nice.
Yeah, it's 32 meg. That's good resolution.
So I'll have you stand up. I think we want to check under your shirt.
Yeah,
Make
sure.
there's
Can I take my
nothing
shirt off?
there. Sure.
Yeah. Let's see. Spin
Normally
around.
a little red right here.
Yeah.
Okay, just normal. Okay.
And just take a photo.
Just want to show. I'm just
Yeah.
going to take
Sure.
a photo that there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Nope, I don't see anything.
Okay, and then face me.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if you later on
Yeah.
realize or feel you got a bruise
Sure.
forming, it may not be visible now. Let us know,
Yeah.
and we'll get a photograph of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, your neck's pretty red, but that's normal, right?
What's up?
I just want to make sure. So you're pretty.
Yeah,
red
that's
there.
more from driving and the sun's always
It's
on my
just the
neck.
sun,
Yeah.
okay.
You can't
Just
ever
wanna
get
make
enough
sure.
shade
No.
driving the truck.
All right, so
That's it?
all I need. Right?
Come on, let's go.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So interesting because I just rechecked. Hold on. All right, I checked Detective Dan Kuntz's testimony. He said, quote, Alex hands swabbed for residue? No, he had already acknowledged he was the shooter, and yet we saw him getting his hand swabbed, and they collected DNA. So, did Detective Kuntz lie on the stand? I mean, what? Joe, we have a lot to talk about if you're still listening. Well, what was that? Northwest, that wasn't a gun residue? What was that? They swabbed his hands. It was DNA swabbing. The gunshot residue is different. They swabbed for DNA on his hands? All I saw was she swabbed his hands. And then, of course, they did the DNA swab. Hands were DNA swab, not... Okay. All right. I stand corrected. Thank you, Northwest.
Use this one. And after you, I'll go get you some more water. And
Thank you.
and after you.
All right, we have time. I want to go back and see what was that swabbing for. What did they swab his hands for?
Everyone's sick.
Yeah.
This is more just so I don't have my DNA on your
Very good.
swabs. I just don't need to have that mixed in there.
I am a full service shop.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's either PPE or she's Chinese.
Okay, so she puts on the mask because she doesn't want to get her DNA mixed in with his DNA.
You never know. We all have a little piece of everything in us, right?
No, around here we come in contact with so many different people, and then everyone's got kids.
Yes.
And then you next thing you know, one person's sick, and it could be the middle of summer when there's nothing going around, and within a week, everyone's sick.
Yeah.
This is more just so I don't have my DNA on your
Very good.
swabs. I just don't need to have that mixed in there.
I miss the old days when I wasn't in the office. I was out in the field. Then I knew that I only had to deal with the people I was coming in contact with, not all this going on. Is that your house down there?
No, I live in St. Valley.
Oh, okay.
No, it's my sister's house.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's a pretty nice neighborhood. I've never been in that neighborhood ever before.
2950 West Ray.
It's a maze, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I had to sit forever to try to get a code to get inside.
I took Google Maps and I'm like, you're still not taking me where I need to go.
Let me take a look at his Mac.
Yeah.
To do that exchange that comes in meandered and nobody could get in or out.
Yeah, at least all those get inside.
I took Google Maps and I'm like, you're still not taking me where I need to go.
Everything south of Queen Creek is like that down there. When they built all those neighborhoods in the early 2000s, it was more aesthetically pleasing if it was circular and the roads didn't go straight.
Meandered and nobody could get in or out.
Yeah.
Without a Sherpa.
I grew up in the North Valley where everything's straight lines, but not down there.
All right, so there he is swabbing, or there she is swabbing his hands for DNA. Why didn't they just do gun residue at this point? So they do his hands for DNA, they do his mouth for DNA. All right. Thank you, Northwest, for pointing that out. I thought that was gun residue, but thank you for pointing that out. All right, I'm going to go back to where we left off.
How far out in St. Ann are you?
Cones and Ironwood.
Sorry about that. Thanks for your patience.
No worries.
All right, so
It's fun staring at nothing.
So, just want to kind of go back through a couple things real quick.
Yep.
Your sister had mentioned something kind of historically. I guess she said she just recently moved back. She went to Houston or somewhere, and then recently moved back about 3 weeks ago. She was saying something about Charles texting your other brother. Is it Andy?
Adam?
Adam? Do you know anything about that? Okay.
No.
So I'll kind of walk through an order.
Sure.
When the argument initially came your way, you said you were on the phone?
No.
Oh, okay, you were just in the room.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said you were on the phone.
No.
So you weren't on the phone with anybody?
No, my phone was in that room.
Okay, your phone was in the room, so were you?
Yeah.
And then they came your way?
Yeah.
And then you're not sure where Lori and Tylee were when you came back?
When I came back out, that's correct.
Okay. Where was your gun at in the room?
It was in my bag in a case at the foot of the bed. So the bed was here, and then the gun was here in a case.
Okay. Inside like a duffel bag or something?
Yeah, it was like a zip, a little orange bag.
Okay.
And then my case was in there.
Okay. Is it the hard plastic?
Yeah, the hard plastic with the foam and the extra clips and everything.
Okay. Is there a reason you spent the night there last night?
No, not really.
Okay.
Just hang out. We were going to hang out today.
Okay. Did your sister ever tell you she was concerned for her safety or well-being for Charles coming there?
No.
Okay.
But watching him interact with her, I was.
Okay. So, do you normally carry a gun with you?
Yeah.
Okay. But you didn't have it on your person during this?
No.
Okay. When we talked about Tylee basically having the bat, Charles taking the bat away from Tylee, you said there was a struggle after that.
Yeah.
What happened?
I grabbed her from behind.
Okay.
And then we went to the ground. And then we separated, and he hit me, and then that's when I left.
Okay. So you grabbed him from behind, and how come you grabbed him from behind?
Because he was in front of me, and he was going after Tylee with the bat.
What was he doing with the bat?
He just grabbed it from her, and then I jumped in. I don't know what he was doing with it.
So he was going after Tylee with the bat, and you grabbed him from behind, around the neck, or
over the shoulder like this.
Okay. You grabbed him from behind.
Yeah.
You pulled him back, and you guys both went to the ground.
We both went to the ground. Yeah.
Okay. Did you see him swing the bat at you?
No.
Okay. So you pulled him to the ground. You got back up.
I got back up. He hit me in the back of the head. I don't know if it was with the bat or not. I assumed it was.
Okay.
Because he had it.
Okay. So he hit you at the back of the head.
Yeah.
And you go to the room.
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know where Lori or Tylee are when you go back to the room.
Correct.
Okay. You come back from the room.
Yeah.
And you basically get you initial or marked kind of here on this corner.
Yeah.
That you're basically at the corner of the living room.
Well, this is a hallway here, so there's like a wall here that divides the kitchen.
Okay.
So I'm somewhere in this area.
Okay. And he's in the living room.
Yes.
And he still has the bat.
Yes.
Is he now focused at you, or is he focused at Lori?
He's focused at me, and he's yelling at me, and then he moves towards me.
What was he saying to you? Do you remember?
Not really.
Okay.
I just remember yelling.
Okay.
And then I was watching more body language, and when someone aggressively comes at you.
Okay. Are you? Do you have your CCW?
Yeah.
Okay. So you. So he's basically coming at you and he's yelling. You're watching his body language.
Yeah.
And you said you told him, and I didn't. When we're talking, I'm trying to not take notes and listen to what you're saying.
I'm trying to calm the situation.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop your bat, and he's fuck you and whatever, coming at me in.
Did you ever tell him to leave, or did you say drop the bat, or?
First, I just said drop the bat.
Okay. And then did you say anything else after that?
I didn't have time.
Okay. So he came after you with the bat.
Yep.
He's kind of holding it in his hand.
I got in his right hand.
Okay. You fire a couple times.
Yep.
And then you go to the kitchen.
Correct.
And then back to the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. When you went back to the bedroom, you washed your hands.
No, I washed my hands.
You washed your hands in the kitchen.
Yep.
You put your gun back in your room.
Yep.
Where'd you set it at?
Just on the floor.
Okay, so you set it on the floor. Get your phone.
Yep.
Call 911.
Yep.
And then, when did you realize Lori had gone? Did you call her?
No.
Okay. So, you call 911. Did you do CPR on him?
I did.
Okay.
I tried.
Okay. But you weren't on the. I must have mistaken you. I thought you said you were on the phone when.
Oh, yeah, no.
Did you hear them arguing about his phone?
I don't. All I heard was her say, "Don't touch me," and then him coming right after her.
Okay. You said that a couple months ago, Tylee was at your house, and he came over. What happened? Tell me a little bit more about that.
He was going insane trying to locate Lori because Lori wasn't talking to him.
Okay.
They had split up. So he was bugging everybody in the family, blowing up their emails, phones, just sending text messages, just anything he could do to try and get somebody to tell Lori to contact him. So he was just spazzing out. So Tylee and I were pulling up to my house, and he followed us, and then he sped up and blocked my driveway. And he got out and ran up to me real aggressively like he was going to do something, and he just stopped and talked. And then Tylee got out and yelled at him. And then that lasted, I don't know, 15 minutes in the front.
Okay.
A lot of screaming at Tylee at Charles, and Charles trying to leave and her not letting him because she wanted to get everything out that was bothering her.
Okay. So he didn't go after Tylee at that time?
Physically, he did not do anything.
Have you spent a lot of time around Charles?
Yeah.
Is he hot-headed?
Not normally.
Okay. So have you ever, besides the argument between him and Tylee, have you ever seen him like you saw him today?
No.
Okay.
No.
How would you describe him today?
Very aggressive.
Okay.
Physically aggressive. Going after Tylee, going after Lori, going after me.
Okay.
I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen him behave like that. I was shocked.
Okay. How long have they been together?
15 years, maybe?
Okay.
Oh, a good while.
And did they live here before?
Yeah, they lived here a couple times.
Okay.
They lived here. They lived in Austin. Then they moved. And they moved to Chandler. Then they moved to Hawaii. Then they moved back here. And then I think they split up. And then she went to live in Houston for 2 months, and I wasn't working out. So then she came back here and got a place.
Okay.
And then he had just come back out here.
And he got a place, or she came back out here and got a place. How long ago was that?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Within 2 months.
Okay, so the last couple months. But she never said anything about having you come over because she didn't feel safe with him or because he was showing up or anything like that? Okay. Is it normal for you?
She had expressed that he had threatened her in some email and text messages.
Okay.
Saying he was going to stop her or destroy her or something to that effect.
And when did she tell you that?
Well, I don't know. A couple weeks ago when she got the text.
Okay. So that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
it wasn't...
we talked about it, but it wasn't anything.
Gotcha.
So
you weren't under the impression that she had you there to make sure that he was, didn't cause an issue or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you had the gun, so you didn't bring a gun for that purpose.
I always carry it.
Okay.
I had my other gun in the truck, and my niece just gave me a gun. And I thought we'd maybe go to the shooting range, and because my niece gave me a 380.
Okay.
She didn't want it anymore.
Gotcha.
So I was going to take it for my sister because she's got tiny hands. I was going to let her shoot it.
Okay. Just recreational for sport, not because you felt you needed it for
No, targets.
self-protection or anything.
No, I never considered Charles to be violent or a threat before today.
Okay. And when you grabbed him when he was going after Tylee and your sister, you grabbed him around the shoulder, you yanked him to the ground, but you never saw him swing the bat at you at that time.
Correct.
Okay. When you got up, what happened right after you got up?
Well, we went to the ground and separated, and then I was getting up like this, and my head bounced.
Okay. So as you were getting up is when you felt the strike to the head. And then you got up, what did you do? Did you go?
I just went straight to the room.
Okay.
Because I said, hey, this needs to calm.
Wait a minute. He said they struggle, they fell down. As he's getting up, he gets hit in the back of the head and his head bounces on the floor? Did he just say that? All right, I got to rewind that. Thank you, OnlyFan, for gifting the one Trial TV Live membership. And Cody was gifted. All right, I think he said as he was getting up, they struggled, he was getting up, he got hit in the head and his head bounced. All right, I got to hear that again.
Down.
Up is when you got up after Tylee and your sister, you grabbed him around the shoulder, you yanked him to the ground, but you never saw him swing the bat at you at that time.
Correct.
Okay. When you got up, what happened right after you got up?
Well, we went to the ground and separated, and then I was getting up like this, and my head bounced.
Okay. So as you were getting up is when you felt the strike to the head. And then you got up, what did you do? Did you go?
I just went straight to the room.
Okay.
Because I said, hey, this needs to calm down.
Okay.
And that's what I was hoping would happen.
So when you got back with the gun, you were assuming that he was gonna.
I thought he would back down at that point.
Okay. And he didn't.
He did not.
Okay.
I mean, seriously, let's really think about that for a second. They're struggling. They fall to the ground. They separate. He's getting up off the ground. His face is close enough to the ground that Charles smacks him on the back of the head, bounces his head off of the floor. There's no damage on the front of his face, barely any damage to the back of his face or back of his head. I call BS, sir.
Anything else you could think of that I need to know that we haven't talked about?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. You don't need any medical attention for your head?
I'd like to get that cut cleaned up.
Okay. I think we're almost done. So if we're almost done, we'll probably get you and Lori and Tylee back to the house. You won't be able to go in. Because we're working on this as a scene.
Absolutely.
How did the injury on your arm happen?
I'm guessing somewhere in the tussle.
Okay. Were there any strikes thrown besides you getting hit in the back of the head?
No, just me shoving him.
Okay. And that was initial in the bedroom?
That was when exactly. Okay. That's when I got involved.
Okay. And then the only other time we got physical with anybody is when he was going after Lori and Tylee and you grabbed him around the neck.
Correct.
Dragged him back and you both fell to the ground.
That's correct.
Okay. No, we're just running a criminal history to make sure that you're not a prohibited possessor, so there's no felony convictions.
Correct. There was a confessed felony, aggravated assault.
Okay.
In Austin, Texas, in 2007.
Have your rights been restored? Or are you legally able to? So your rights are restored. You're
all done.
Able to possess a firearm.
I was never convicted.
Oh, okay.
I pled guilty, but they had deferred adjudication in Texas, so I completed probation, and then.
Gotcha.
That was that.
Okay, so it was an open-ended thing, so it's a misdemeanor now.
Well, whatever. It's just on there as a whatever. I don't know what the technical.
Okay, now I think he's talking about when he attacked Joe Ryan in 2007 with a stun gun. Alex waited for Joe Ryan, who is Tylee's dad, in a parking lot in a supervised visitation center in Austin, Texas. He tased him multiple times. After the attack, Alex was arrested and eventually convicted of aggravated assault. He served about 90 days in jail. So did he just lie? I got to replay that. I think he just lied again.
Record Texas 7.
So there's no felony conviction. Okay. And then the only other time we got physical with anybody is when he was going after Lori and Tylee and you grabbed him around the neck.
Correct.
Dragged him back and you both fell to the ground.
That's correct.
Okay. No, we're just running a criminal history to make sure that you're not a prohibited possessor, so there's no felony convictions. No.
Correct. There was a confessed felony, aggravated assault.
Okay.
In Austin, Texas in 2007.
Have your rights been restored, or are you legally able to?
Yeah.
So your rights are restored. You're
all done.
Able to possess a
I
firearm.
was never convicted.
Oh, okay.
I pled guilty, but they have deferred adjudication in Texas, so I completed probation, and then
Gotcha.
that was that.
Okay, so it was an open-ended thing, so it's a
Yes.
misdemeanor now.
Well, whatever. It's just on there as a whatever. I don't know what the technical record is.
Okay.
I know I went to court, and she said all your rights are restored, and gave me the paper, and I'll find it.
Gotcha.
After 4 years.
All right, hang tight. I'm gonna go see if they're done with Lori. We'll get you guys all together so we can get you out of here. Just make sure that the people that are monitoring don't have any other questions that I need to ask.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate your patience, man.
No problem.
Sorry, when they ran his name, wouldn't they be able to find that out though? I mean, that's really taking a chance that he's. I have after the attack, Alex was arrested and eventually convicted. He may have pled guilty or confessed, but he served it says he served about 90 days in jail. Oh my gosh, this guy's lies. All right, let me just fast forward, see if there's anything at the end here. All right, looks like there's a little bit.
Go by Alex or Alex?
Yeah, Alex.
Alex? All right, we're just going to walk over and we'll go where your sister is.
Sure.
Here's that. Oh, is that what you were wearing when all this went down? Okay, just make sure. There you go. Yeah, right, there's one back here. Okay.
All right, so that's it for that. So check it out. Wendy Williams said that there was a phone call from Alex's ex-wife. So we have time. We still have like a solid hour before court starts. So I found this too. Let's check this out, you guys. Because this is only a half an hour, so this will be perfect. Let's check this out.
Investigations Detective Coons.
All right, so this is Detective Coons. We heard from him on the stand, Dan Coons. Right, we heard from him on the stand. He was witness number 5 on day 2. So this is Alex's ex-wife calling in. So let's check this out.
Hi, Detective Coons. This is Debbie. I'm returning your call.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling back.
Sure.
So, I'm not really sure. Did you provide the Chandler Police Department with a tip on a specific homicide investigation?
I did.
Okay. I didn't want to, lead into what the information was or anything like that, or even assume that it was you, because sometimes people play games with us online. So,
Sure.
So, I've read the information that you provided, and I'm assuming you typed the information out?
I did.
Okay. What is it that you can actually talk to us about regarding all of this?
Well, I can only share the conversation. So I was married to Alex many years ago, and our marriage ended within a year. But we stayed in very close contact for several years. And I spoke to Alex last, right after he had served time in jail for the assault on Joseph Ryan. And when he was telling me about it, now Alex, I'm sure you know from your investigation, was a comedian. And he was always joking about things in a funny way or trying to be funny. And he did tell me he was still really, really mad at Joseph Ryan because of things with his sister Lori.
Okay.
Custody issues. And he had told me that Joseph Ryan had possibly sexually abused the kids, Colby, as well as Tylee. But when I would ask Alex a lot of questions about it and try to dig deeper, then it would turn into, well, we're just trying to get custody, and he would flip-flop around quite a bit on whether or not that abuse had actually taken place, whether they had any proof it had taken place, or if they were just playing games to try to help his sister get custody. Mm-hmm. But in that conversation, he told me that he wanted to bait Joseph Ryan into a fight so that he could kill him. And if I had really at that time thought he was serious, because he said it in a joking way, but it was still creepy and weird. Weird enough that I never spoke to Alex again. That was the last time I ever talked to him. I just thought, okay, jail has not been kind to him. He's off his rocker. I really don't want to have this guy in my life anymore.
Oh, okay.
So I just never spoke to him again. That was the last time. But he had told me he wanted to bait him into a fight so that he could kill him and claim self-defense.
Okay. And how long after how long after Alex had been released from serving his time that you guys had this talk?
I think it was probably 2-3 months.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure on the dates, but I know it was relatively soon after, just not immediately.
Okay. Did he ever go into any details of what he did to Joe or anything like that, or why he did that?
Yeah, he told me that he had tased him, and he told me that the reason he did it was because Joe was making it difficult for Lori to get custody of the kids. He also claimed that he did it as punishment for sexually abusing the kids. He said he thought Joseph deserved to die because of the sexual abuse. But really, Alex couldn't provide any. Well, I didn't feel, because I was like, well, are you sure? How do you know? Did you take the kids to a doctor? I was asking a lot of questions, and he just couldn't be straight with the answers. But those were his reasons that he stated to me that he had tased Joe.
Okay, and did he say that he had tried to kill Joe at that time, or was it something different?
He didn't say he was trying to kill him. He just wanted to hurt him.
Okay.
But he did tell me he wanted to kill him, but I took it more of, I want to kill that guy, just kind of conversational. I didn't think he would actually go do something like that.
Okay.
I was even shocked that he tased him. But I didn't even know about the tasing. I heard about it from Alex.
What do you mean you didn't know about the tasing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Alex had kind of fallen off the radar for we hadn't talked for about a year. And so I just thought he kind of fell off the radar. And then we talked, and he told me where he'd been the last year and what he had done.
Okay. When did you guys get married?
We got married in 92.
So then you got divorced in 93?
Yeah. Yeah, that, I don't know that this helps anything with the investigation, but as soon as I married him, I didn't know his family before we got married. We dated, whirlwind romance, got married, then I got to know the family, and there were so many crazy dynamics in that family and And I've gone back since all of this came out and read my journals from that period of time. And there was just a lot of crazy dynamics in that family back then. And it caused a lot of issues right away, and it actually made me scared and nervous.
How so?
And we thought about, because there was a lot of inappropriate sexual touching and things going on in the family, particularly between him and his sister.
So between Alex and Lori?
And Lori.
Okay. You kind of got me at a loss on this one. What do you consider inappropriate sexual touching?
Like, they were simulating sex acts, and which is not normal to me for a brother and a sister. For example, he would pick her up and she'd wrap her legs around his waist, and he would kind of bounce her up and down on himself.
Okay.
In front of me, and they would moan and simulate sex acts. And I have brothers, and I would never act like that with one of my brothers.
Okay.
And his mom and dad talked about their sex life in front of us constantly, and it just kind of seemed to be a game for them.
Oh, the mom and dad didn't really object to it then, huh?
No, not at all. All of this was going on in the family, in front of everybody. They had no shame.
Okay. So that obviously was kind of an alarm for you, I'm assuming, during your marriage.
Yeah.
And did it continue? Was it more than one time that you saw it?
Yeah, it was just about every time we were with them. Now, Alex and I only lived together married for about 4 or 5 months. And then I just knew that family was too weird, that I had made a big mistake, and so I got out.
Okay. So at the time, were you guys part of LDS?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, both of us had been baptized, but neither one of us were being active.
Okay.
And I was only baptized and active for a year of my life anyway. I wasn't really raised LDS.
Alrighty. How did Alex talk about Lori?
Well, he was a really, really protective big brother, but he also talked about her being hot, and he sexualized her quite a bit. But he was just also really, really protective. We lived in the same apartment complex for a while, and it just kind of seemed like Alex just chased after her a lot.
Did you ever suspect anything more going on other than their playfulness, I guess?
Well, I asked him because he did touch her breasts and things, but they were allowed to do that in their family. So to him, he didn't think it was weird. He thought I was weird for thinking it was weird. And so we talked about that stuff a lot, but I didn't think he was sleeping with her.
Okay.
I just thought he had the liberty to touch her.
Did you ever confront him on that?
Yeah, I did. And I confronted him on, what about when we have kids? Would you allow that between our kids? And he just didn't think that there was anything wrong with what was going on.
Okay.
So we thought about it.
So you mentioned that he was a protective big brother. Can you talk to me a little bit more about that?
Well, he just, she had been married. She got married really quickly. I think she ran off to Las Vegas, and this was right before I married Alex. I think she ran off to Las Vegas with she married a guy, and then came home, and Alex would just always talk about how he wanted to go kick his ass.
Was this Joe or was this somebody else?
No, this was someone else. She got married when she was like 18.
Oh, okay.
And they didn't approve of her choice, and she did run away and elope. And the minute she got back to California, their dad, Barry, made her divorce him. And so Alex was like really, really bothered by that. But if anybody kind of looked at her wrong or treated her how he thought was not right, then he was always talking about how he wanted to kick their ass.
Okay, and did you ever see him take steps to that?
No. I really thought he was all talk and no action on that.
Okay.
He always just talked really tough back then.
How old were they when you guys got married and you saw this behavior?
I was 22 and Alex was 24.
Okay. And I'm unfamiliar with how much older Alex was than Lori.
I'd say 3-4 years.
3 to 4 years. So, okay, so she was maybe 20, 21 at the time?
Yeah. Yep, okay. That sounds right.
Okay. And where was this at? What state?
Utah.
In Utah?
Mm-hmm. Lori and Alex both lived here in Utah. And then we just went to California a lot. And so a lot of the inappropriate behavior that I saw, I didn't see any of that in Utah. All of the inappropriate behavior I saw was in California at their mom and dad's house.
So anytime that you guys went to visit the parents, that's when you saw this behavior?
Yeah.
Okay. And otherwise, how was his behavior at the apartments other than, I guess, kind of touching her?
At the apartments, I didn't really see them interact too much. It seemed like here in Utah, she had her friends that she ran around with, and Alex and I were always together. And so I didn't see a whole lot of interaction. I just remember a lot of the conversations about him wanting to beat up the guys she was dating. And he was always kind of obsessed with where she was going and what she was doing, but we didn't do a lot with her.
Okay, and is that also during that time frame that he would refer to her as being hot, or would that be only when you were visiting the family?
No, that was during that time he would talk about how hot she was.
Okay, and to your knowledge, are they biological brother and sister?
They are, to my knowledge.
Okay. And you never talked to him after that last comment where he stated he was going to try to bait Joe into a fight?
Yeah, nope. That was the last time I talked to him.
Okay. And forgive me, would that have been in 2009?
Yeah.
Or would that have been a little later?
No, I think it was 2009 when I was doing the math.
Okay. But it
was right after he had just been in jail.
Okay. And you said like a couple months maybe after he got out.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you ever hear of Alex being violent to anybody other than the event with Joe?
No, I hadn't. Like I said, I really thought Alex was all talk and no action. And so I never thought that could happen.
Okay. Did Alex ever...
I was shocked by the tasing.
Well, I can imagine. If you've never seen that type of behavior, I can certainly imagine the shock that could come from that. Did Alex ever talk about religion with you or any ideology that he had?
Yeah, he did. While he and I were married, he got excommunicated from the Mormon Church. And then over the course of the years of our communicating after our divorce, I know that he said he got rebaptized, and then he got excommunicated again. And then I just don't think he ever bothered to try to get rebaptized, but he was always really, really convicted in the faith. He had very strong opinions, but where Alex is weak is he was just sexually promiscuous. And so then he just kept getting kicked out of the church because I think he was a sex addict.
So what makes you think he was sexually promiscuous?
Oh my goodness, because he told me. He would tell me. He couldn't control sex. He would find it wherever he could find it.
And is this after you were divorced?
And it was before also. I was just foolish and thought, oh, he's married now, so that's going to be over. But we were actually living when we first moved in together, we were living in Texas. And he had told me about his struggles with sex addiction before we got married.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't really understand what that was at 22. And so I thought, oh, okay, we get married and it's over. But when we were living in Texas, and he came, I had been wanting to move back to Utah because I didn't like living in Texas. And he wanted to stay, but then all of a sudden he came home from work one day and said, okay, we're moving. Pack up the car. Let's go. I didn't ask questions because I was excited to leave. So we packed up the car and we left, but it was really hurried. And we even left some things behind. So once we got back to Utah, I found out that actually he had slept with a 15-year-old girl while we were living in Texas. And her dad had found out, and so her dad was going to come find him.
Gotcha.
So that's why we left.
I'm going to take care of this problem on my own type of a deal.
Yeah. So Alex, that was why Alex came home and said, okay, we're leaving right now.
Okay.
And we were already married at that point, but that did play into our divorce. There was just too much promiscuity.
Sure.
Surrounding sex in our marriage early on.
So infidelity then, I'm assuming, was part of the issues?
I only know about the 15-year-old girl. Mm-hmm. I only know about that one. And then the other sex issues for us were really the situation with his sister.
Oh, the situation with his sister
just the touching and, okay. Yeah, the touching and the things that we've already talked about.
Okay.
It was just so blatant all the time when we were around her. And it was always Lori. He didn't act like that with his other sister, Summer, because Summer was really, really young. So, and he didn't act like that with his older sister, Stacy. He only acted like that with Lori.
Okay. Okay. So, since all of this stuff has obviously been hitting the media, have you been contacted by any other family members or anyone else and provided information with the intent that they wanted you to say this or anything like that?
No. No, I've actually really, really kept a low profile because I don't want to be in the news. I don't want my kids felt a responsibility to at least say what I heard in that last conversation. And it's taken me a while to even get to you because I left the tip on the Gilbert police, and I left a tip at Idaho, and I left a tip at the FBI, and didn't ever hear from anyone. And then it was just this last week I realized I should have left the tip with Chandler. But no, I haven't been contacted. No. No. I'm not even sure that people can find our marriage and divorce license because it was just so long ago.
Where was that?
So
what state?
We got married in Wyoming.
And was it pretty much a know-nothing deal for the divorce?
Yeah.
Okay. Since there's no kids in common?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. So I'm asking this next question because it's going to get asked one way or the other. So it's not to be judgmental or anything like that. But why come forward now this far down the road from when the investigation started?
Well, like I said, at first, I couldn't even believe it. When I saw it on the news, I thought, I can't believe this happened. And then after about a month of that, then I did start trying to reach out. I tried all of those agencies that I told you about.
Okay. When did you actually first hear about this?
December
of last year?
Yes.
Okay. And that was because of the search for the kids and or the death of Alex or what?
No, it was it was the search for the kids. I was watching the news one night.
Okay, and
it came on, and I was just floored.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just let you know that we record our conversations just because the prosecutors want that done. But I'm going to stop the recording now so I can actually ask for your personal information. Okay. So just kind of bear with me.
Can I tell you one thing though?
Yes.
Because I don't want to leave anything out.
Yes.
When I first found out, very first, I did reach out to Alex's sister, Summer, through Instagram and just said, because I heard Alex had died. And so I reached out to his sister, Summer, and I said, I'm just so sorry to hear about Alex. And her response was, don't believe what you're seeing in the news. And that was it. There was no other contact, but I just didn't want you to think that. When you asked me if I'd talked to anyone, I talked to Summer, but that was the only exchange, and that's all it was said.
And that was with Instagram?
Yeah, and that was probably actually in December when I first heard that Alex had passed away and that there was a problem. At that point, I just still couldn't believe that actually he could have done something like this.
Sure.
So I was sad he died.
It is one of those things that we tend to not see in people, and then we have an even harder time believing it when we hear of it.
Yeah, it took me a minute to believe this was actually happening, but I would say, and I'll be honest, I was scared of being in the news because my kids don't. And I thought, well, the police are going to find everything that they need. But I just couldn't get past what Alex had said. And while he may not have done that plan to Joseph, I don't know that he didn't do it to Charles. And I just couldn't live knowing he had said something like that to me and not pass it on.
And I appreciate the fact that you are reaching out to us to provide this information to us. So I'm going to ask you, if we have additional questions, is it okay to reach out to you?
Of course.
Okay. So I'm going to stop the recording now so I can get the additional information. Investigations Detective Coons.
All right. Sorry about that. So that was interesting, right? I had no idea any of that happened. Let me try. Let's see. So we have a little bit more time. I had no idea that Debbie, ex-wife Debbie, called in. Right? That's just crazy. Hold on a sec. Let me try and find this. See if I can find this. All right, so this is the 911 call made the day Alex passed away. So this was in December of 2019. Let's check this out. We're kind of going down a Alex Cox rabbit hole right now, but why not? He's the shooter.
December 12th, 2019.
December 12th, 2019. All right, check this out. So this is the day Alex passed away.
December 12th, 2019. 15 hours, 20 minutes, 19 seconds.
911, where is your emergency?
Hi, I need an ambulance to... Yes.
Why do you need an ambulance?
I have a older male, a middle-aged male.
He is breathing?
Yes, he's breathing, but very, very highly breathing.
Okay, let me transfer you or the medics. Do not hang up. Okay. Is it just due to a
Fire and medical, what is the address of your emergency?
Go with it.
Caller, are you on the line? Hello, is there anyone there?
Yes, this is. I'm here.
Okay, you're for...
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, what is the emergency?
I have a older male here named Alex. He just passed out here on my bathroom.
Okay, is he awake right now?
I think he's passed out.
Okay, you think he's unconscious?
Yes.
Okay. Is he breathing normally, like you can see his chest rising and falling? Hello?
I hope so.
I have the paramedics on the way, but I need you to try to help me with some information while they're driving there to help him. Okay?
Okay.
How old is he?
He seems to be in his 40s.
Okay. Do you know him?
No, it's my mother's boyfriend.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay. I have the paramedics on the way, so he's in the restroom right now?
Correct.
Gilbert, can we get you started?
I'm already en route.
All right, thank you. Okay, is he on his back or on his stomach? Where is he at?
He's on his side.
Okay. Can you lay him flat on his back on the ground?
I'll try. It's just there's feces there, and I'm trying to just keep cool right now.
You said he's what?
There's feces on the ground.
Okay. I know that's gross, but if we can just go ahead and get him flat on his back, I want to make sure he's breathing, because if he's not, we're going to do a few things.
Gotcha.
Did you say he's cool, like cold?
Alex. Alex. Alex, we gotta get you on your back.
Does he seem more awake or more asleep?
He's more passed out.
Okay, is he opening his eyes or moving at all?
He's breathing.
Okay, is he breathing normally, like his chest is rising and falling? He's not making any weird sounds?
Yeah, he's making a very exhale sound like...
Okay, if he's doing that, we need to start CPR, so I need you to get him flat on his back on the ground.
Okay, I'll do that.
Let me know when he's flat on his back, and we're going to give you instructions, okay?
Okay.
What is your first name? Okay.
I don't think I could do that, man.
I know this is difficult, but you're only helping him, okay? I know, the paramedics...
I don't think I could
what
do
is
that.
your
I have
name?
Anxiety and depression.
Okay, what's your name?
Anxiety and depression, I can't.
What is your name?
My name's Joseph.
Joseph? Okay, Joseph. The best thing for us to do for him right now is to... So if you'll just take... I know it's not ideal, but you're doing a really good job by helping him if you can do that, okay?
Oh. Yo, Alex. Alex. He's not breathing. No. No, he's too big.
Okay, just try to get him on his back so we can do chest compression.
My mother just got here.
Okay, give her the phone then.
So, did she say the mother just got there?
Yeah.
Come here. Come here.
And we're coming on Mineral right now.
Really
we're
bad.
almost there.
It's really bad. Come upstairs in the bathroom. We need to get him on his back.
Can you put your mom on the phone?
She's right here. You're on speaker.
Okay, ma'am, the paramedics are pulling up, but in the meantime, we need him to get flat on his back, and we need to give him chest compressions, okay?
Chest compression. Wait. But
does she know how to do CPR?
Yes. She knows how.
Okay.
How far are you?
We're pulling up out front right now, so they're grabbing their equipment and they're coming in. Are you on the first floor or the second?
We're on the second floor.
Second floor in the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay, and the door is unlocked?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, do you see the paramedics now?
Yes.
Okay, Joseph, you did a good job. I know that was really scary, but thank you for your help, okay?
Joseph,
Okay,
before you hang up, I need your last name.
Okay.
Joseph, let the paramedics do their business and tell me what your last name is.
Lopez.
Joseph, what's your last name?
Lopez.
Okay. And what's your date of birth, Joseph? Alex's last name.
I don't know.
You don't know his name?
No.
Okay. All right. Do you let the officer in?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm going to let you go. Bye-bye.
December 12th, 2019. 15 hours, 27 minutes, 27 seconds.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number?
All right, so that was pretty interesting, right? Oh, Super Bowl. Yeah, that was Joseph. I think he says Lopez was his last name, and that was Zulima's son. Zulima, who we thought was married to Alex, but Joseph says my mom's boyfriend. So let's see. All right, so I'm reading this from Idaho Falls from January 12th, 2021. A report features interviews and medical records that lay out what was discovered in Cox's sudden death in December 2019. This was months before discovery of Lori's children, but authorities were able to pinpoint the exact location of the children. Okay, So Zulema says Joseph, who is her son, advised me he was in his bedroom with the door closed and his headphones on when Zulema called him and asked him to go check on Alex. Dispatch advised the RP related person was advising his mother's boyfriend was passed out and unresponsive in the bathroom, choking on his own vomit. The report goes on to explain that Cox's wife mentioned he had not been feeling well over the past few days. Zulema advised she received a text message from a family friend telling her she needed to go home and check on Alexander. Zulema said that when she called her son to check on Alexander, that is when she called to have her son check. Alex was transported to Banner Gateway Medical Center in Gilbert, where he was pronounced passed away. The report also involves an autopsy report that states no obvious signs of trauma to his person or outstanding evidence discovered during the exam. The document is heavily redacted, interesting, but lists that Cox died as a cause of bilateral pulmonary thromboemboly. Sounds like embolism. Thromboemboly with atherosclerotic and hypertensive cardiovascular disease. Police also provided an explanation for a search warrant at the home that Cox was residing with Zulema, though all mentions of evidence gathered have been redacted. Alex's sister, Lori, and husband, Chad, are currently in jail on charges related to the discovery of children. So there you go. So that's what he officially died of, I guess. Basically, clogged blood clots wedged into the arteries of his lungs. So that's the artery, blah, blah, blah. Atherosclerotic and hypertensive cardiovascular disease and bilateral pulmonary thromboemboly. So blood clots in his lungs and in his arteries. Okay, dizzy. Emboli is pluralism of embolism. Stromboli. DMB Stromboli. I know. It kind of was close to the here. I'll drop here. This is here. You guys tell me you guys tell me how you pronounce this here. There you go. Bilateral pulmonary thromboemboli. So, and then atherosclerotic hypertensive cardiovascular disease. Check the microwave. We don't have a microwave, but yeah, that's our what do you call it? Our toaster oven. Therapist says, chat, careful in labeling people without evidence. Also try not to make blanket statements about any group. That's true. Thrombosis. So there you go. Bilateral pulmonary thromboemboly and atherosclerotic hypertensive cardiovascular disease. I try, Rachel. I try. I do my best. Here, I'm going to go let little man out. I'll be back in a second. All right, little dude man is out. Everybody just had tuna. It was Super Bowl's birthday on Friday, so everybody got tuna Friday and everybody got tuna today. She's all hung over on tuna. Trombone embolism. Trombone embolism. Hey, Emily. Yeah, we must have some RNs and doctors in the house. Atherosclerotic. Joanne just laid your beautiful Paisley to rest in the backyard. No, she was the most loving English bulldog rescue. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Joanne. That's terrible. So sorry to hear that. DMB, yes. Happy birthday to Super Ball. Spoiled kitties, yes. Yes, they are. Emily, high blood pressure, heart disease, and blood clots in the lung. Joe Ryan has passed away as well. They're all gone, man. I think, let's see. What did Joe die? Joe died suddenly in 2018 in what was ruled as a heart attack. There you go, Sinbad, retired nurse here. Only fan. After Joe Ryan died suddenly in 2018 from what was ruled as a heart attack, some have speculated whether foul play was involved. Lena Ray, I am a doctor because I have lots of patients. I know, Joanne. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's so sad. I hope he had a nice long life. And he was in a very much loved family, I am sure. Oh no, MEG, I had to lay my fur baby to rest today. Rest in peace, Blossom. You all helped me through this. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so sorry, Emmy. That's terrible. Well, I hope your Blossom had a nice long life as well. My goodness. All little fur babies passing away. It's so sad. All right. So live court should be starting in about a half an hour, you guys. Because that was for OnlyFan. I was trying to pull that out specifically for him. Plus, I just like messing with his mind. Or is it your mind? Northwest, the medical examiner saw the blood clots with his eyes and dissented them. The blood clots were in there, can argue what caused them. Aw, Angelique, thank you. We thoroughly enjoy that you're here with us. Because our chat makes it what it is. You guys are what makes it. Brett says, too many people with whom Lori had issues died unexpectedly, given the proven history of unaliving folks, to not be suspicious that there are more. Yeah. Wendy Williams, it would be neat to listen to Alex's ex-wife. It's like 28 minutes. We did, Wendy? That's what we just listened to? What are you doing? I got a cat behind me. Yes, Wendy, we listened to that. Thank you to your suggestion. That was Debbie. We played that, and we actually just finished that. So we did play it. We did listen to it, and thank you for suggesting that. That came from your suggestion. P. Lola's mom, Lori left no witnesses. I wonder if Chad would have been next. Maybe. Joanne Paisley was one of 6 English bulldogs that we adopted. She is now frolicking with her brothers and sisters. She had a wonderful greeting waiting for her on the other side of the Rainbow Bridge. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, his first one. His first wife? That was his second wife? We just listened to Debbie. Was there another one? No problem, Bice. Did I miss that? I'm so sorry. Yes, I guess you did. Sorry. We played it like if you go back like a half hour, 45 minutes, when did I start it? Looks like I started about 45 minutes ago. I started it about 45 minutes ago. Yes, Ashley, another half hour or so we will have live court. They may have a feed up already. They do not have a feed up. Yep, starts at 1:30, so we got about a half an hour. Well, actually, they start now, but there's a half hour delay. You know how that works. So I could say live. If I can type here. Live court starts at 1:30 Eastern. All right, I'm pinning it to the top, you guys. Live court starts at 1 Eastern. I'll even put it here. Live court starts at 1 Eastern. I'm sorry, 1:30. 1:30. Fallow's back. Yay! Wendy, just Debbie and Zulima. Oh, that one? All right, we'll play that tomorrow because I'm going to take just a quick little break. I'm going to grab some food for myself. So let me put you back here. Nope, don't want to do that. Put that there. All right, I'm going to grab some food. I'll be back. I'll leave the feed live. You know what? I'll put some music on. Let me do that. Put some music on for you guys, a little bit of music. And we will be back. I'll be back. I just need like maybe 15, 20 minutes to eat. So I'll be back in a little bit. All right, welcome back to Trial TV Live's coverage of Lori Daybell, Arizona versus Daybell, day 5. And let's get you back into court here. All right, I'm just going to do that. Okay. How's everybody doing? Wow, that court is really, really yellow. I hope they sort out the white balance. No audio there. All right. We're going for sepia tone today. TMB, I know, right? Their camera work has been all over the map. But hopefully they'll sort it out today. All right. So from what Nate was saying the other night, Nate Eaton, East Idaho News, he was saying they've already gone through 12 witnesses, and I think they only have 9 left. So they're already halfway through. So they're up to witness number 13 today. Let me just check our courtroom insider, Joe Schmo. If you guys don't know about Joe, definitely check him out. We do daily recaps with him every day. So let's see. Like Joe's. Oh, Joe says, so much for starting early. Apparently one of the jurors forgot about the early start and arrived about 15 minutes late. Dang it. So apparently they're starting late. One of the jurors forgot about an early start. All right, so it looks like we're going to get another 15-minute delay. So let's see, they're starting at 10:19, half-hour delay, so it's quarter after. All right, so we have 45 minutes. We can just sit around and chat. Let's see here. Let me just confirm that. Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis is saying there's a lot of public here today. Looks like it could be a full house. So estimated openings for Brandon Boudreau is June 2nd, and they're estimating that's a 3-week trial. So that's the next trial that Lori's going from this trial to the Brandon Boudreau trial. Oh, Mel, how is Super Ball doing? She's doing fine. She's chilling. She's right here. Super Ball's right over here. Sweet little Super Ball, right there. Looks like she's on the ground, but she's not. She's in her little cat cloud. Does she automatically pro save for that one too? I think so, unless she wants to change it. I guess unless she wants to change it, she can always change it, you know? All right, we're zooming in on the seal now. Oh, Dillinger Arms. Thank you for joining us. Good morning. Still here. Fantastic. Thank you for joining us. Oh, do not want to do that, Chris. I want to do this. That's what I want to pull up. Baca says she won't give up her speedy trial rights to change it. Yeah, no way. I think she'll represent herself for the Brandon Boudreau as well. JPC, I'm behind listening to the interview with Alex's ex-wife. Wow, yeah, JPC, that was mind-blowing. Debbie was the ex-wife. Excuse me, I had talked to Joe Schmo, and I had talked about that. You know, we do daily recaps after the trial here, and he was kind of saying that it's not confirmed, and he heard rumors or whatever that there was some impropriety, let's put it that way, going on in that household with Alex and Lori. And now Debbie, the ex-wife, not that she confirmed it, but she definitely laid some pretty heavy stuff down. And that was in 2020. That was from 2020. So So I think tomorrow, I'm going to try and find some more stuff for us to watch tomorrow. Like, I know Zulima and Melanie and Lori did an interview, or Melanie did an interview. We'll try and get some more stuff behind the scenes. Yeah, Super Kelly G. At what point do we start calling her serial? I think now. I think now is when we start to say that she is. And Super Kelly G, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you coming in. Run with Scissors, hello to you. They thought they were the Lannisters. Green-eyed Cat, hey friends, missed there was a new stream. Well, we didn't end this stream. We kept it running, but thank you for finding us. Appreciate it. JPC, I've been calling her a serial red rummer. I'm not gonna doubt that and or argue that. If anything, I would agree with that. She is. How many are in her past now? Mike W., is any of the state's case against lawyers seeking the DP? They are not. They are not. If she would have gotten it, it would have for sure been, oh, there she is. She's all smiles.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Daybell. CR 2021-001704. State's counsel's present, the defendant's present with advisory counsel. Is your paralegal or investigator going to join you today?
Yes, she's on her way as far as I know, Your Honor.
All right, have you received some motions that the state filed since we were last here on Thursday?
I just did this morning, actually.
Let's make sure you have them all. So last Friday I received from the state, what's the wrong one? It was an email sent from the state to my judicial assistant, copied on the email where the advisory councils, as well as I think your paralegal. Is your paralegal Anna Ramirez?
Yes.
Okay, so she was copied on that, and that had to do with the subpoena that was served on Bobby Vallow. Have you seen that?
I have not seen it. I did hear about it, but I did not see it.
So we have that to address. We have a motion limine regarding the questioning of police. Have you received that one?
I just received that one, yes.
State's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Have you seen that?
I just have those two, but not the first one that you mentioned.
Okay, how about motion limine regarding the testimony of a video observed by Alex Cox and Summer Shiflett?
I do not have that one.
All right. Do you have does advisory council have a copy of that one? No, Judge.
Here's a copy.
Okay. Are any of these issues something I need to deal with for this morning between 10 and noon?
Judge, the only thing is I would like to have, at the very least, those subpoenas that have been filed sealed, since they are in violation right now of victims' rights.
It is, in addition to the one on Robert Bobby Vallow, which other one?
The state sent an updated. We also, Brandon Boudreau is not a victim in this case, but he is a victim in the CR 2022, and his subpoena was also filed with the clerk's office.
All right, it's ordered sealing those two subpoenas. Are there the issue regarding the questioning of police or detectives about why there wasn't an arrest immediately or why it took a while for the case to be charged, is that something it's gonna come up this morning?
No.
Okay. Let's deal with, I want to give you a chance to make sure you read all these, and so that's something maybe we can deal with at about 1:15 today or later this afternoon. But do we have our jury? My staff is out there. I know one juror was running late. Do you want to have your next witness waiting in the back?
Sure.
Why don't we do that? Do you have everyone?
We're still missing one. I'm about to call him right now.
Okay, still missing a juror. So I think we're going to have to wait a few minutes to see if this juror's going to. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Standing around.
Seems like they did away with the audio hiss, which is great, but the white balance still could use a little touch. I don't think the courthouse is that yellow, but I do appreciate that they got rid of the audio hiss. That I do appreciate. So Luna Naxumbra. Naxumbra? I got to say your name right. Luna Naxumbra. Yeah, that's a cool handle. All right, so jurors running late. We know that. And just checking Courtroom Insider. Anything going on here? Let me check with Gigi. So I guess Colby is there. Let's see. Colby is in the courtroom. Let's see what Joe's saying. Joe Schmoth from JS_media. You guys go check him out. Let's see. JS Media 88. So, all right, I'm not going to say anything because Joe's dropping stuff that's a half hour ahead of us, so I'm not going to say what he's saying because I don't want to do spoilers. So we'll leave it at that. I only check in on him and Gigi just to see if there's anything spectacular happening. And other than, yes, a juror was running late, so they're going to be a little bit. Okay. All right, Rachel. Summary time. So, to recap, they're hearing motions. The state got an email from advisory council, or the state emailed advisory council and paralegal to subpoena Bobby Vallow. Lori hasn't seen that yet. There's a motion in limine questioning law enforcement. There's a motion to preclude defense witnesses. There's another motion in limine for the video seen by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett. Now that I want to know if that's the one that Lori was talking about, where Charles was aggressive and or violent and or abusive or something to Tylee, because she said the evidence will show, Lori Twos, the evidence will show. Then there was another motion questioning why it took law enforcement so long to make the case and not arrest Alex sooner. So there you go, Rachel. Summary done. Did that satisfy you? ACE, oh, this is the best channel. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for coming in and telling us that. We love that. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I say to you, chat and mods, you guys are what makes it what it is. Our channel would not be what we are unless it was you guys. So thank you. Thank you for being with us. Short and sweet. Yes. Let's see. Deidre, hold on. Deidre says, Colby saying he can't believe these people he knows and how in this his life just breaks your heart. I know. That poor guy. I feel so... To recap, nothing happened. Mel Stiller, the evidence will show that Lori lies like a huge Persian rug. DEWS on Twitter or X, if you guys are there, we post whatever we're going to show. You know, we always, if you're ever on X or Twitter, Facebook, Blue Sky, check us out because we're always posting. If you're always wondering when we're going to be live and whatever. So I have a new hashtag going, twos. The evidence will show. So hashtag twos. There. Hashtag TEWS. The evidence will show. Twos. Rachel, you were only kidding because nothing happened. Pronounced it like Luna. Tuna, got that one. Noxumbra. Yeah, Noxumbra. What was I saying? I'm sure I butchered it, but yes, Noxumbra. Luna Noxumbra. Love it. That's awesome. That took a long time to write. I'm sure. Hashtag twos. Yes, hashtag twos. Hashtag Law Nerd Summer. It really is going to be a crazy, crazy summer. It's already the spring. It's like, what is going on with this camera operator? What are you doing? Are you, I love the camera operator. They're just zooming in on that seal. Tuna Cox, got it. Oh, excellent. Thank you. And I like your sloth. That's a sloth, I'm assuming, on your picture. Brat twos that Lori has translated into the Great Unaliver. Right. Oh, is Curviel with us? Did I miss you coming in, Curviel? Super Kelly G, I could live the rest of my life never hearing that phrase again. Curviel, I missed you coming in. I don't see you. DMB second us. To recap, one juror needs an alarm clock. That's great. Oh no! Oh, Lux. Luna, you got botted. Sorry. Sherry asked, Squeegee, do you know if anyone on Monica's trial came out to talk besides Fabio's sister? Any jurors? Not yet. Don't know yet. Jill and Brian, if I don't spring clean soon, we will have some injuries due to cobwebs. Nice. Hey, Peter Ware, it's a high school intern. I know. Oh Lord, they do their best. They do their best. You know. I'm not gonna come down on the tech too hard. Oh.
My staff said that he's coming through security right now. He may have forgotten we were trying to start at 10. Well, let's take this couple minutes while he's on his way up. I had asked the advisory council and the state regarding our second trial if they'd be willing to forego the first day or the Wednesday of their annual conferences for the second trial. Is that something that we can sort of hammer down the schedule on for the next trial?
So the judge was talking about the 28th of May, correct?
No, June. June.
Sorry.
The judicial conference is June 25, 26, 27. So I'm talking about June 25th, half trial.
I'm fine with that.
It's fine with us also, Judge.
Okay, so. And if I don't know what happened last time, but I think advisory council took the remote questionnaires that the jurors answered. Did you take them to the jail and go over them in advance, or you didn't? You did? That's a yes?
Yeah, sorry,
okay.
Yes.
So the remote questionnaire would be similar to the one we did for this trial. It would go out the week of probably May 19th. And we can set the cutoff date, maybe the 23rd, to give the parties a chance to go over it, and then we would meet to go over those remote answers on May 29th, the afternoon, 1:30 on. And then we would bring in the walk-in jurors and in-person follow-up voir dire for May 30th, and anticipate opening statements and starting the evidence on Monday, June 2nd. I'd like to go June 2nd through Friday the 6th. I'd like to go June 9th and maybe part of Friday morning into the noon hour, the 13th. So 2 full weeks there. The next week will be dark. Then 3 days, June 23rd through 25th. And and then June 30th through June 3rd. That's over 3 full weeks of trial. I think depending on how much longer this trial lasts, we'll be able to tell if that will be enough time or not. So I'm just putting that out there for planning purposes for everyone. Is our juror here yet? Yeah.
I know for March 20th, you said the afternoon. Could I recommend the morning just because we have 3, if you're going to...
Which date?
For the pre-screening on March 20...
Not March, May.
May 29th, sorry. Could we go in the morning? If we have 300, I know we took most of the morning for this trial to go through 200 or 160. I just am concerned if we only do it in the afternoon of the 29th.
Here's my issue is I was scheduled to be out of state, and I'm actually going to fly back early that morning to get this done. So we can start at 12:30 or something like that, but I don't think I can get back early enough. There may be additional publicity issues as a result of this trial, but I still think 300 jurors would be enough. Does the state want to weigh in on that?
I think that's enough, Your Honor. I think we'll follow the same method of just striking anyone that has any concept.
All right. Does the defendant want to weigh in on any of that?
I agree.
Okay. Is our juror here? All right. Our juror's here, so let's get started. We'll bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury.
All right. Please be seated. The jury is now present. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. Dr. Derek Baumgartner.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right in front here and be sworn in.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to have a walk around the court reporter. Have a seat to my left.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Derek Baumgartner. I am a medical examiner at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office.
What do you do there?
So I perform autopsies. I determine cause and manner of death for individuals who die under our jurisdiction in Maricopa County, run toxicology reports, and like today, testify in court occasionally.
Can you tell us about your education to become a medical examiner?
Sure. I completed a Bachelor of Arts degree in American History at the University of Arizona in 2005. In 2013, I got my Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of Illinois in Chicago. From 2013 to 2017, I did an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Loyola University Medical Center. And then I did a forensic pathology fellowship in Denver from 2017 to 2018.
And when did you start working here at the Maricopa County Medical Center?
I started in July of 2018.
Are you board certified in any areas?
Yes.
Can you tell us what areas those?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
Let's start with, what does board certification mean?
So board certification happens after completion of residency or fellowship. It consists of, in terms of anatomic and clinical pathology, a 16-hour multiple choice exam split over 2 days, and then in forensic pathology it's an 8-hour exam on one day.
And can you tell us what forensic and anatomical pathology are?
Sure. Anatomic pathology basically studies tissues, biopsies, surgical specimens, sometimes whole bodies, to diagnose disease processes. Clinical pathology is more of a laboratory thing, so think of blood or tissues or other bodily fluids that are tested in a laboratory setting. Also deals with lab management and regulation compliance. And then forensic pathology is basically studying what the cause and manner of death is for a person.
Do you have any ongoing training as a medical examiner?
Yes.
Is that something you do annually?
Yes.
So you told us that you perform autopsies. Can you tell us what that is? What is an autopsy?
So an autopsy is an examination of the external and internal aspects of the body to essentially find out why a person died.
And do you write a report after you complete your autopsy?
I do.
Does each autopsy of the Maricopa County medical examiners have a case number associated with it?
Yes.
And are there also photographs that are taken in conjunction with first the visual observations as well as any relevant internal injuries that you know during the autopsy?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to talk to you about July 13th of 2019. Did you perform an autopsy on a Leland Charles Anthony Vallow at about 8 in the morning?
I did.
And was that associated with the OME case number 19-05897?
It was.
You told us that were photographs taken sort of throughout the process of your autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And if I can have my paralegal bring up to the witness 152 through 179 that have previously been shown to defendant. Doctor, do you recognize those exhibits 152 through 179?
I do.
And are they all photographs of different aspects of the autopsy that you performed on Leland Charles Anthony Vallow?
They are.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 152 through 179.
Any objection?
No objections.
152 through 179 are admitted, may be published.
Thank you. So, when you first are assigned a case, do you begin with some type of visual inspection overall of the individual?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 152 here. In every autopsy is a photo like this taken.
Yes.
Why is that?
For identification purposes.
And is that the OME number we are talking about that is associated and that we see in all these photographs?
Yes.
When you were first beginning this autopsy, do you take measurements of the height and weight of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In this case, did you note those in your report?
I did.
Do you recall that information off the top of your head right now?
I do.
What was his height and weight?
Height was 71.5 inches. Weight was 207 pounds.
So just under 6 feet tall?
Yes.
As you were doing an external review of Charles, did you note any injuries to the front of his face?
No.
Did you look at the back of his head?
I did.
Did you note any abrasions or contusions?
No.
Can you tell us, what does abrasion mean?
An abrasion is a scrape that takes off the top layer of skin.
And a contusion?
It's otherwise known as a bruise. It's a breaking of blood vessels that causes blood to pool underneath the skin and in the soft tissues.
So, if we have seen photos of Charles Vallow laying supine on the floor of the residence, did you note any abrasions or contusions at the back of his head that would have been consistent with him being shot and falling straight back?
No.
I'm going to put up 153. As you were looking at Mr. Vallow, were you looking for abrasions on any other aspects of his body?
Yes.
Did you note any on his chest area?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
On the sternal chest and on the left abdomen.
And so external chest, can you point out to us where that is?
The sternal chest is sort of right in the middle of the chest.
So we're talking in this area, and I'm going to pull it in closer. So if we see this wound here, where are we talking in relation to that?
So surrounding the defect.
Okay. Were you able to make any determinations as to whether those contusions or those abrasions actually were made at or near the time of his death?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your conclusion?
That they were perimortem or just around the time of death.
Okay. We'll put up some photographs of Mr. Vallow's hands. Do you look to an individual's hands to see if there are any injuries on those?
Yes, yes we do.
Standard for your autopsy procedure?
Yes.
Pull this back out again. What do we see here in Exhibit 155?
Looks to be one of Mr. Vallow's hands.
And as we look at 156 and 157, would that be consistent then with his right hand?
Yes.
And did you note any abrasions to his right hand?
Not that I recall.
159 158, did you note a little bit of abrasion on his left hand?
Yes, I did.
And a little bit more here on his fingers?
Yes.
On this hand that we see in 160, did you note any blood transfer onto his left hand?
Yes, there was apparent blood on his left hand.
When you were looking at the other portions of his hands, did you note any other blood on those?
No.
And again, 161 and 162, other portions of his hand, no other abrasions or contusions were observed?
No.
And no other blood transfer on those?
No.
Mr. Vallow was wearing a watch at the time, correct?
He was.
When the medical examiner is called out to a scene, do you go out there?
I do not.
Is someone from your office sent out there?
They are.
And are police basically told, to the extent possible, do not touch the body until someone from the medical examiner arrives?
Correct.
So when someone arrives at the medical examiner's office, are they still wearing whatever clothes they have on?
Typically, yes.
And if they have any jewelry or affix on, those are typically left on them as well?
Correct.
So in 163, is that a photograph then of the watch that he was wearing?
Yes.
Did you note any damage to that watch? Cracked face or anything like that?
I did not, no.
Put up exhibit 154, just so it orients better. What are we seeing here?
These are Mr. Vallow's lower extremities.
And did you note any abrasions or contusions on his legs?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
On both knees.
Were you able to make any determination as to whether or not those occurred at or near the time of death?
They appear to be perimortem as well.
I'm going to put up exhibit 164. As you're visually looking at Mr. Vallow's body, did you observe a defect to his chest?
I did.
Is that what we see here in exhibit 164?
Yes.
What did you note that was?
An entrance gunshot wound.
Okay. And 165, is that a closer up of that?
It is.
And 166, is that again another close up of that?
Yes.
How do you know that that was an entrance wound?
It has characteristics consistent with an entrance wound. It is oval in shape. It also has a peripheral rim of abrasion. And there appears to be a punctate or small little red abrasions surrounding the wound as well.
All right, so when you are looking at gunshot wounds, are you trying to always determine if it's an entrance or an exit wound?
Yes.
And so you're looking for things that are normal and consistent throughout all entrance wounds?
Yes.
And in this case, you also noted something about some red abrasions around the edge. What is that?
There is a red abrasion around the defect or the hole. And it's a little bit eccentric on, if you think of it as a clock face, from about the 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock positions. That indicates that the projectile was coming in at an angle, and it kind of scrapes away the skin as it enters. There are also abrasions on the opposite side. They are much smaller and look almost like pinpricks. That could be consistent with what's known as stippling, which is when gunpowder strikes the skin after a gun is fired.
Okay. Can you tell us, when you're looking at an entrance wound like this and you're looking for, you said stippling, what is soot versus stippling?
Soot is combusted gunpowder, so it's like a black powder. while stippling is caused by, as I mentioned, partially burned or unburned gunpowder that hits the skin.
Does it basically burn the skin when it hits it?
It could, but it's typically, it causes an abrasion, which is just a scraping away of the skin because it's hitting the skin at such a high velocity.
Okay. When you are looking then at this entrance wound that we see in 166 that was in the chest, you noticed what appeared to be consistent with stippling. In your report, did you use the word stippling? Do you recall?
I typically don't. I don't think I did in this case.
Did you describe what you saw?
Yes.
And photograph it?
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at the presence of stippling, does that give you any insight into the distance from the muzzle to the gunshot wound?
It does.
And can you tell us what that tells you about the distance between the muzzle and the gunshot wound?
Typically, a gun needs to be test fired to determine the exact sort of range that it will impart stippling to the skin. But if you look at textbooks, for a handgun, typically the range is, an inch to up to 4 or 5 feet.
Okay. The closer that the gun muzzle is to the person, does that increase the amount of stippling that you would observe?
Likely, yes.
Would that also, the closer the end of the muzzle to the person, would that increase the likelihood of seeing soot?
It would.
Okay. So here you did not see soot, though?
I did not, no.
Okay. So this, have you ever indicated that for this type of stippling that you observed, you believed it to be anywhere from 2 to 4 feet?
I did, yes.
Okay. And is that because there's not as dense of an amount of stippling observed at this entrance wound?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you recover a projectile from this wound?
I did not.
So there was an exit wound associated with that?
Yes.
Showing you 167. Where was the exit wound associated with this gunshot wound to the chest?
So it's on the thoracic back, which is like the middle of the back.
I'm going to put 168 up. Is that a closer up of that exit wound?
Yes.
Okay. And put up 169. Is that again closer of this?
It is.
How are you able to determine that that's an exit wound?
It has characteristics of an exit wound. Typically, exit wounds are not round like entrance wounds. They will sometimes be a slit-like, as it is in this case, and typically they're a little bit larger than the entrance wound.
Now, when you are documenting injuries, do you measure the distance from the head to the entrance wound as well as the head to the exit wound?
Yes.
In this case, what was the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound that we saw in his chest?
I believe it was 18 3/4 inches.
Okay. And can you tell us, or do you recall what the distance was from Charles's head to this exit wound on his back?
I believe it was 20 inches.
So about 1.25 inches difference.
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you advise what the wound path is?
Yes.
What do you mean by wound path?
The wound path is what the projectile encounters as it passes through the body.
What was the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered Charles's chest and exited his back?
So it passed through the skin of the chest, the sternum, which is the breastbone, the pericardium, which is a sac that surrounds the heart. It then hit 2 chambers of the heart, the right atrium and the left ventricle. And then it passed through the 9th thoracic vertebral body and exited the soft tissue and skin of the left back.
So for lay people, it went through Charles's heart?
Yes.
Was that wound immediately fatal?
Not immediately, no.
Could Charles have lived for some period of time after this?
A short period of time, but yes.
Are you able to say when someone is struck in the heart, could they live from seconds up to minutes?
Seconds up to a very few minutes, yes.
Up to, have you testified previously or indicated previously in an interview that it could be up to maybe 2 minutes?
Yes.
When a person is shot in the heart such as this, could Charles have still spoken for that time period?
Yes.
Could he have moved after that bullet went through his heart?
He could have, yes.
So would it be possible for him to reach up and touch where he was shot with his left hand?
Yes.
Given the abrasions to Charles's knees, is it possible that he fell to his knees after he was shot?
It's possible, yes.
Would those abrasions on his knees be consistent with someone falling to their knees?
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you, well, let me first talk. As you're going through the description of the path, the wound path, you talked about the trajectory going through the 9th thoracic vertebral. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 171. Can you describe for us what we are seeing here?
That is a trajectory rod passing through the defect that was created in that 9th thoracic vertebral body.
Okay. So this rod that you're using is helping to show the path of that bullet through Charles's body.
Correct.
And just to orient those of us who haven't seen a person this way, can you tell us, is Charles's head up here?
It is.
And so this would be down towards his legs at
Correct.
the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. When you are talking about the injuries to an individual, do you also determine the trajectory of that bullet through the individual?
I do, yes.
So for this wound to Charles's chest that exited his back, what was the trajectory?
It was front to back, right to left, and slightly downward.
How are you determining that trajectory? Is there a modem that you use that's standard for all autopsies?
Yes, through measurements of the entrance wound and exit wound, and then also observing what organs and tissue have damage from the bullet.
So let me go back to Exhibit 164. You're looking at this entrance wound here, correct?
Yes.
And the exit wound that we see in 168 to determine that front to back, and then you said right to left and slightly downward?
Yes.
So the downward is the 1 1/4 inch difference that you saw from the head measurement.
Correct.
Could that downward angle be the result of someone just holding a gun at a slightly downward angle?
Yes, that's possible.
Could it be also from just the arm itself moving up or down some?
Yes.
Or size difference between people?
Yes.
You're not here because to tell us which one of those it was, correct?
I can't determine that, no.
As you were performing the autopsy of Mr. Vallow, did you note another gunshot wound to Mr. Vallow?
I did, yes.
And I'm putting up Exhibit 172. Where was the other gunshot wound that you observed on Mr. Vallow?
On his left abdomen.
And do we see in 172, is that what we see sort of above and to the side of his belly button?
Yes.
Were you able to tell what we see in 172 here, whether that was an entrance or exit wound?
I was.
And what was this?
This was an entrance gunshot wound.
And again, were you following the same view of looking at all the same aspects of this wound to determine that it was an entrance wound?
Correct.
In this entrance wound, did you note any stippling?
I did not.
Any soot?
No.
So would that tell you that the individual or the muzzle of that gun was more than 4 or 5 feet away from the victim?
Most likely, yes.
Did you recover a projectile from this gunshot wound?
I did not.
So there was an exit wound associated with it.
Correct.
Now put up Exhibit 175. Where was the exit wound?
It was on the back of the left shoulder.
And is that what we see in Exhibit 175 here?
Correct.
I'm going to put some closer up photographs, 176 and 177. What did you note about this exit wound?
This exit wound appears a little bit atypical. It has characteristics of a supported or a shored exit wound.
What is a shored exit wound?
A shored exit wound occurs when the body is pressed up against a firm surface while the bullet is exiting the skin.
Does that cause sort of this different tearing that we see going on here in that exit wound?
It does.
If a person was, for instance, laying on the floor when they were shot, would you expect to see a shored exit wound in that situation?
I would.
When you're talking about something pressed up against the skin, have you ever seen a shored wound from someone wearing a t-shirt?
I have not.
Have you seen other shored wounds in your experience?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many have you seen in your years of working?
I mean, they're relatively rare, so maybe less than 50.
When you were looking at this exit wound on Charles Vallow's left shoulder, was the injury itself what you would call sort of a typical shored wound?
This is textbook worthy.
Now, just like the other wound, did you determine the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered Charles Vallow's abdomen and exited his left shoulder?
Yes.
What was the wound path for this shot?
So the bullet passed through the skin and soft tissues of the left abdomen. It then hit the left lung. It then hit the back part of the left fourth rib, and then exited the soft tissue and skin of the left shoulder.
So to be clear, the left fourth rib, is that in the front of him or his back? Where is that located?
In this case, it struck the posterior or the back part of the left fourth rib.
Is that sort of in the location where we see the exit wound right there?
The exit wound is a little bit above the fourth rib.
You talked about sort of the soft tissue. So when this bullet was exiting, did it sort of hit both the rib and the connective tissue between the ribs?
Yes.
Did you also measure the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound on the abdomen?
I did.
What was that distance?
I believe it was 27 inches.
And did you measure the distance from the top of Charles's head to the exit wound on his left shoulder?
I did.
What was that?
I believe it was 14 inches.
So the prior shot had a 1 1/4 inch difference. Was this one 13 inches?
Yes.
So more than a foot difference between the entrance and exit.
Correct.
Did you determine the trajectory for this wound?
I did.
What was that trajectory?
In this case, it was front to back, right to left, and upward.
Okay. Did you also use trajectory rods in this wound to help better describe that trajectory?
I did.
Put up Exhibit 179. Can you orient us first on what we're seeing here?
So the placard with the case number is positioned towards the head, and then the opposite is positioned towards the feet.
When you perform an autopsy, how do you open up the individual?
It's called a thoraco-abdominal incision. You've probably seen it on TV as the Y incision.
So what we see here, is that sort of the abdomen of Mr. Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. And what we see here, is that his back?
Yes.
And is this the spine?
Yes.
So does this reflect then the entrance being down at this portion of the body and the exit in that up left shoulder?
Yes.
So in this case, were both gunshot wounds front to back?
They were.
Were both gunshot wounds right to left?
Yes.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest was slightly downward?
Correct.
And the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen was upward?
Yes.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest that exited his back was not shored?
No, it was not.
But the gunshot wound that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder was shored?
Correct.
Doctor, given the trajectory that you observed, that from the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen that exited his left shoulder, and the fact that the gunshot wound was shored, would that be consistent with the shooter standing somewhere near Mr. Vallow's feet and firing at Charles Vallow as he was laying on the floor?
Yes, that's certainly possible.
Now, you told us that you don't go out to the scene, right?
I do not know.
So you would not have seen if there were any defects on the floor consistent with a bullet strike underneath Mr. Vallow?
I did not.
If you were advised that there was a defect on the floor that was consistent with a bullet strike underneath Charles Vallow's left shoulder, would that further support the theory that he was laying on the floor there, causing that shored wound when he was shot?
It would, yes.
When an autopsy is performed on anyone, is blood collected to be tested for toxicology?
If we can get it, yes.
Was that done here?
It was.
Were there any drugs found in Charles Vallow's system?
No drugs were reported positive on toxicology.
No alcohol found?
No.
Based upon your autopsy of Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, what did you determine was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Thank you. The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Dr. Baumgartner, you did a toxicology report in this case?
I sent blood for toxicology, yes.
And what did you test for? What substances did you test for in that toxicology report?
There are 16 or 20 substances that are tested. Typical drugs of abuse, a limited amount of therapeutic medications, and then alcohol, methanol, acetone, and isopropanol, I believe.
But not generally like someone's regular medications, like for high blood pressure or something like that?
That would not show up on this test, no.
And if someone was taking testosterone, that wouldn't show up on there?
It would not, no.
Human growth hormone would not show up on there?
No.
So just basically the substances that you mentioned
Yes.
are typically tested? And then if law enforcement were to ask you to test for something specific, then you would do that as well, is that correct?
It depends.
On what?
The case type, what their request was, if it's even possible.
Okay. So if they were to say, we want you to test for a certain something, you would say if you could or couldn't?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And is that typical in your experience?
Is what typical?
For them to ask for things other than what you normally, the normal 16 things that you test for?
That would be atypical.
Okay. So normally they don't ask you to do that in a common manner?
They do not know.
Okay. And so in this case, you did just test for the typical things and no other requests were made, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. As far as the abrasions on Charles' knees, could those have been, you said that they were consistent with having been close to the time of death, is that correct?
They had that general appearance, yes.
And so those abrasions could have been caused by a scuffle before he was shot, is that correct?
Yes.
And not necessarily falling forward onto his knees?
Correct.
And then the abrasions on his hands as well?
What about them?
That they could have been caused from a scuffle beforehand?
Yes.
Okay. I know that the state asked you if it was consistent with him, with this second shot, the shot to the abdomen, that it was possible that he could have been shot on the floor, is that correct?
Correct.
But would it also be possible that he could have been falling when that shot happened as well? And then hit the floor?
Not really. If he was falling and still passing through air, not yet having hit the ground, that would not have caused a short wound.
So if he had hit the ground and bounced on the ground from the first shot, as the second shot was traveling, that could not be possible that he hit the ground when that shot was exiting the shoulder?
He would have had to have been on a firm surface to create that short wound.
And it could not be caused by tight clothing?
Tight clothing and short wounds is typically like a supportive garment, like a belt or a bra. In my experience, I've never seen it with like a t-shirt or anything like that.
Are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I am not, no.
Or how tough that material would be?
I am not.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Doctor, if clothing like a t-shirt, bamboo, or whatever they're made of would have caused a short wound, would you have expected to see the short wound also to the other exit?
Certainly if both exits were covered with that shirt, yes.
So if the person is wearing a t-shirt that covered his back and shoulder,
yes,
and if that type of fabric somehow was restrictive enough or tight enough or stiff enough to cause that pressure, then it would have caused a short wound to both exits.
I would expect that, yes.
But you didn't see that here?
No.
Only one short wound?
Correct.
The other exit, not at all?
No.
You were asked a lot about different drugs Was there anything about Mr. Vallow's autopsy that indicated that his cause of death was anything other than the result of multiple gunshot wounds?
No.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from a member of the jury? I do see at least one question coming up.
So I'm thinking she asked about the testosterone because that would mean he was angry, right? Isn't that the whole point of like people are on testosterone and they're like short fuses and angry and aggressive? I think she's going that route versus it being the cause of death. That's what I'm thinking she's leaning into. What do you guys think? Yes, the roid rage. That's what I'm thinking. That she's going to say he was so out of control, so aggressive, he attacked me because he was on steroids. She has to prove that, though. She has to prove that. It's a reach for sure. It's definitely a reach.
Were there significant amounts of blood in the left lung?
Not the left lung itself, but the left chest cavity.
Does that suggest the heart was still beating during the second wound or the second shot?
The heart could have been beating at that point. It's also possible that the heart was still and contained blood, and that blood just spilled into the left chest cavity.
Was there blood in the throat or mouth?
There was not.
Any other juror questions? Not seeing any follow-up from the defense based on that jury question?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
You were asked about the blood potentially in the lung versus the cavity. When someone is struck in the heart through the different locations that you saw in Mr. Vallow, where do you expect the blood to go after that gunshot wound?
The left chest cavity.
And you talked about that the heart could have been beating at that time or the blood could have spilled into the cavity. Can you explain that a little more?
Sure. If the heart was still beating, blood would have been pumping through it, and blood would have been spilling from the two defects in the heart, one in the right atrium and one in the left ventricle. It's also possible that the heart was either fibrillating, which is not really beating, just sort of quivering, which often happens right before death, or potentially the heart was still, but blood that was in it at the time that death occurred would spill out of those two defects I just described.
In any of those situations, would you expect ultimately the blood to end up in that left cavity?
Yes.
And that's what you saw?
Yes.
You were also asked about blood in the throat or mouth. Does the absence of that indicate that the victim was or was not alive for some period of time after being shot in the heart?
No.
Thank you. No other questions?
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you. They will call Mark, sorry.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right in front here and be sworn in. Yeah, come right up. Come right up here.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Mark, sorry, S-A-A-R-I.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter and have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Mark Sari. I'm a special agent with the Social Security Administration, Office of Inspector General.
What do you do there?
So I investigate crimes and allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse within Social Security.
How long have you worked for Social Security?
Approximately 6 years.
And as an investigator with Social Security, are you familiar with the reports that are created and kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, I am.
And for instance, are you familiar with sort of the meetings and processes and notices of award letters sent out by Social Security for survivor benefits?
Yes, I am.
What are survivor benefits?
Those are benefits paid to a recipient. For example, if someone were to die or pass, their children would be possibly entitled to benefits on their behalf after they were to pass.
When a child becomes an adult, what happens to those survivor benefits that Social Security has been paying?
They would cease.
What if a child is taken to or adopted by or guardianship is given to another individual while they're receiving survivor benefits?
They would transfer to that new individual.
When a child has a parent that passes away, are any benefits paid out to the mother of the child?
Yes, they could be.
How does that depend? What makes the difference on whether or not the mother gets benefits or not?
So it's a benefit called mother, child, and care benefits. So for example, if a mother is married to her father at the time of his death, she would receive called a mother, child, and care benefit. So it'd be a dual benefit for the child as well as her benefit for herself. It'd be the same dollar amount that she would receive as well.
So if the parents were not married at the time that one of the parents passes away, then does the other parent get any survivor benefits?
They would not.
If a surviving spouse remarries, what happens to those benefits given to, say, the mother of the child?
They would then cease upon that marriage.
Would the child still get benefits?
They would.
Okay. Were you asked to look into survivor benefits involving Lori Vallow and JJ Vallow?
Yes, I was.
In your investigation, did you also become aware of benefits being provided to another child of Lori Vallow, Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you learn that starting in June of 2018, Tylee Ryan was receiving survivor benefits from Social Security for the death of her father?
Yes.
In 2019, how much was Tylee Ryan receiving?
We have approximately $18.59 per month.
Is there a representative payee for a child who is receiving Social Security benefits as survivor?
Yes, there is.
What is a representative payee?
So based upon a child being a minor, we would appoint a called representative payee. So that person would be the payee on behalf of that child. So they would have a bank account and they would pay money from us on behalf of that child to pay for shelter, clothes, money, that sort of thing, food, that sort of thing.
So in the case of Tylee Ryan, was Lori Vallow the representative payee for Tylee Ryan?
She was.
And is in general, those benefits you said are put into a bank account that can be held by both the child and the payee?
Correct.
Now, if Lori Vallow was married in June of 2018 to someone else, not Tylee's father, would she still receive that mother of survivor benefits?
She would not.
Okay. How does a person go about applying for survivor benefits from Social Security?
So upon the passing of the recipient, say a father, they would have to go into the office or apply online and then have an appointment to confirm the details for that survivor receiving benefits on behalf of that decedent.
Okay. And so that's the normal course of business, is to have someone come in eventually and speak with someone about verifying different important aspects to consider when determining whether or not to provide survivor benefits.
Correct.
During your investigation, did you become aware of Lori Vallow going to an appointment with someone from Social Security Administration related to JJ?
Yes.
When was that?
On or about August 12th, 2019.
During that meeting, did Lori Vallow have to answer questions relating to her relationship with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Did she have to, for instance, provide the date when she and Charles Vallow were married?
Yes.
When was that?
The date of the marriage, and have to be refreshed from a document for that.
Sure. Let's see if I have the right one here. If I can have my paralegal approach.
It would have been on February 24th, 2006.
And you can leave that with me. Thank you. During that meeting on August 12th of 2019, was Lori Vallow questioned about whether or not she and Charles Vallow were living together at the time of his death?
She was.
And what did Lori Vallow tell Social Security on August 12th of 2019 about whether or not she and Charles Vallow were still living together at the time of his death?
She confirmed they were living together at the time of his death.
Is that important in trying to determine survivor benefits?
It definitely helps the agencies determine if benefits are entitled to the recipient, correct?
Now, as part of your job, sort of working for the Office of Investigations for Social Security, did you become involved in looking at these benefits that were awarded to Lori Vallow and to JJ Vallow as a result of the death of Leland Charles Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you were familiar with the notice of award letters that Social Security sends out?
Yes.
And are those letters created in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they created at or near the time when that person goes in to make that appointment and a decision is made to provide those survivor benefits?
Yes, correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 213 and 214. Do you recognize what those two exhibits are?
I do.
And are those the notice of award letter sent to Lori Vallow regarding survivor benefits for both herself and for JJ Vallow?
Yes, they are.
And those are the documents you talked about that were created in the normal course of business?
Yes.
At or near the time of that decision?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 213 and 214.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
213, 214 are admitted.
And if I can get those so I can publish them as well, Your Honor. Oh, well, please, thank you. All right. I'll start with 213. maybe. Autofocus there. Okay. So what we see here in 213 is this the letter that would be sent to Lori Vallow on behalf of Joshua Jackson Vallow, JJ Vallow.
Yes, correct.
And we see it was sent to an address in Santan Valley.
Yes.
Okay. Does this letter provide or advise how much money that Lori Vallow would receive, or that JJ Vallow would receive as a result of the death of his father?
It does.
And how much would he receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It'd be $19.51 per month, and also mentions the back pay from the date of death for Charles up until that date of the letter.
Okay. So monthly, the $19.51, and then a back pay of $3,902?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 2014. When Ms. Vallow went in on August 12th, would that be the same, during that meeting, would they have been questioning her with regards to both JJ as well as her survivor benefits?
Yes.
Okay. So this letter is from that same meeting?
Yes.
In 214 again, this one we see that it's only addressed to Lori Vallow, but at the same 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley?
Yes.
And how much money was Ms. Vallow set to receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It would be $19.51 per month.
Is that the same as what JJ was getting?
Yes, it'd be mirroring the same amount that JJ was receiving. Yes, correct.
So basically she's getting about $4,000 a month?
Approximately, yes.
Now, in these letters and the other documentation you reviewed, we see her as Lori N. Vallow, correct?
Yes.
In your investigation, did you ever learn whether or not Lori N. Vallow ever remarried and became Lori N. Daybell?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your investigation what the date of that marriage was when Lori N. Vallow became Lori N. Daybell?
November 5th, 2019.
And who did Lori Vallow marry?
Chad Daybell.
No other questions for this witness, Your Honor?
Cross.
Mr. Sari, does Social Security, as a surviving spouse, can you get benefits if you didn't have any children?
I believe so, correct, yes.
Okay, so if you've been married for longer than 10 years, you get spousal surviving benefits, is that correct?
There are some rules for that. I believe that is correct, I believe, yes.
And so if I had been married to my husband for 10 years and his previous wife had been married to my husband for over 10 years, she would also get that surviving spouse benefit?
What's your question again? Who's the she part? Didn't follow that part.
Okay, just a previous person who has been married to my husband previous to me for more than 10 years. I mean, that's what Social Security does, right?
I'm not sure. What is your question? I'm trying to...
Okay, sorry. So if there were two spouses to a deceased husband consecutively, and they were both each married for over 10 years to that same husband, they would both receive a spousal benefit, or could apply for and receive that spousal benefit. Is that correct?
That's more of an administrative issue. I have to, obviously I'm not aware of all those policies for that kind of issue, so I can't really answer yes or no to that question.
Okay. So if it was explained to me when I was at the Social Security office that I could receive that.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. But it is possible, you're just not aware of it. Is that correct?
I would have to ask an expert in our agency for administrative rules on that.
Okay. And what is your expertise at Social Security?
I'm a special agent.
And so you just investigate, is that correct?
Investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse with Social Security, correct?
You investigate fraud, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you're not really privy to what an agent might be telling a person as they come in to get Social Security, is that correct?
What they tell an agent, an employee, or what is your question again?
Yes, so you're not really privy to what the employees are telling the regular people that come in to the Social Security office?
I'm not there for those appointments, correct?
So you don't really understand what all benefits can be given?
We with OIG investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse. So we are the experts for that, and we also have experts internally in Social Security we look to for guidance on internal rules that are more complex, if that kind of helps you out.
Okay. So you had said something about mother in care benefits, is that correct?
Yes.
So, and it's the same dollar amount as the child in care benefits, is that correct?
There's two benefits, for the child in care and also for JJ. They're mirroring same amount, correct?
But wouldn't the mother in care benefits be for the child?
It would be if the individual had the child in their care, correct?
Right. So, but a spousal benefit, if you've been married for over 10 years and you didn't have any children, you would still be entitled to that. Isn't that correct?
My understanding is that you have to be a certain age to get that benefit, to be a certain age to apply for that. In this situation here, due to the decedent Charles dying, there was a benefit for the child only that was receiving, as well as child in care. So only two benefits were received for the child, also child in care as well.
So my question is, how is that determined by the employee? Like if it's spousal benefit or if it's a mother in care benefit?
It'd be up to the applicant to apply for the benefits.
So if you applied for the spousal benefit and they gave you the mother in care benefit instead, how would you know the difference? You just know that that was the monthly amount you were getting?
You would receive a letter in the mail. You also would be at the appointment very clearly told what you're applying for. It should not be any confusion at all what you're applying for at that appointment.
Okay, so if you were told that you were getting the spousal benefit,
Testifying.
Yeah, it's sustained.
if an employee told a recipient that they were getting a spousal benefit,
Object again to testify.
I'll allow him to answer that hypothetical if he knows.
if an employee were to tell someone they were getting a spousal benefit and they received a letter in the mail saying it was a mother in care benefit, should they call the Social Security office and clear that up?
It would be up to the applicant, if they received a letter in the mail, to contact Social Security and say, hey, this is the wrong benefit I'm receiving. So it would be up to the applicant to let Social Security know that benefit is not correct.
So if the employee put it in as something other than they told the recipient, then it would just be up to the recipient to correct that. Is that correct?
Social Security goes off of information that's provided to the agency by the applicant. That makes sense. So it's up to the applicant to be truthful and provide the right information to the agency.
So do you have a copy of my application for either of these benefits?
I'd have to ask the prosecutor for that information.
Okay. Have you ever seen one, to your knowledge, that you remember?
Yes.
You've seen my applications?
Yes, I have.
And were they for mother in care?
It was for survivors for JJ as well as for mother child in care as well.
So the application that I filled out was not for spousal benefit. Is that what you're saying?
Again, object to.
Well,
I'm sorry.
He can answer if he knows, if he recalls the answer.
Repeat the question, please.
I'm saying, so of the records that you saw, I did not have a spousal survivor benefit application.
The records I saw were an application for survivor's benefits for JJ as well as for child in care as well. Two different benefits that you were receiving.
Okay, so Is there an application for spousal benefit?
I'm only aware of the two benefits you're receiving, which was for JJ and for mother, child, and care.
So it could have been a mix-up of the employee. Is that what you're saying?
They would have been relying on information you had provided at that application appointment, August 12th, 2019.
And this is a filled out form application? Is that what you're saying? It's not just something you verbally give to the employee?
I believe you could do it online ahead of time, but you were present, I believe, on August 12th at the office to go through line by line, I believe, with that application.
So if I thought I was getting, if a person So in your investigation of this fraud, you have seen all of my applications, is that correct?
I've reviewed any and all documents that we have in relation to JJ as well as to you receiving benefits on his behalf, correct?
And you do not recall seeing any spousal surviving benefit application, is that correct?
All that I recall seeing was, once again, the two applications, one for mother, child, and care, and one for JJ as well.
And isn't that a redundant benefit?
Which benefit?
The mother in child care and the child in care. Isn't that that's basically the same thing?
JJ had a benefit for himself solely, then a second one to be mother, child, and care.
To take care of the child.
Correct. The child has to be under your care, custody, and control during that time period, correct?
So when you're receiving these Social Security benefits, they want them to be for the things that you stated previously, right?
I gave a few examples, but it is for the benefit of the child, correct?
Right, and it's supposed to be spent on food and clothes, and it can be spent on an electric bill, and it can be spent on rent. They want you to utilize that money on a monthly basis, is that correct?
Correct, or you could also conserve it for the child as well, but that is correct.
And that they can do an audit any time of your account to make sure that you're spending it on those correct things, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And they want it to be spent every month, and you can't really save it for college, is that correct?
No.
So if an employee told that to a recipient, that would be incorrect?
The benefit is for the child. The money can be saved or spent on the child.
So if a recipient was told that all the money has to be spent every month on the care for the child and could not be saved for college because it is Social Security.
To speculation, to testifying, to ask and answer.
The objection sustained for, it's straying into you testifying, ma'am.
So it is not your understanding that that benefit has to be spent every month? Is that correct?
Sustained.
So you are not aware of that?
It sustained.
Can I have a moment to confer?
Go ahead.
Mr. Surrey, you weren't present at the interview with me and the employee at the Social Security office on August 12th, were you?
I was not.
So you do not really know what was said Is that correct?
Correct.
So you just saw the applications in the later time?
Yes.
What time about when you started investigating this fraud?
In or about January 2020.
And who is your superior?
Is your question who my boss is, or?
Yeah.
I have a special agent in charge who's my immediate boss. Yeah.
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Who assigned my case to you? That's my question.
It's not really relevant, but you can answer, sir.
Are you asking for the name, or what are you looking for as far as your question?
The name would be fine.
At the time, it was special agent in charge, Joe Rogers. He's now retired.
And he was your direct?
He was my ASAC at the time.
And that came to you in January of 2020?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
August 12th of 2019, when Ms. Vallow went to Social Security and had a meeting, what is the point of that meeting?
The point of that is for an applicant to come into Social Security, apply for benefits, and then have Social Security determine if they're eligible or not for those benefits.
You have up with you a paper that was provided to you earlier to review. After that meeting, was a letter sent to Mrs. Vallow relating to the answer she gave and the benefits she was requesting?
Yes.
Is that what you were looking at when you were looking at some of the information that she had provided?
Yes.
So in that letter that was sent to Ms. Vallow, what address was that sent to?
It would be the 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley, Arizona.
And so that letter covers the answer she gave that we previously discussed of when she married Charles Vallow, for instance?
Correct.
Children that they had?
Yes.
That they were still living together?
Yes.
And then discussed what she would be applying for?
Yes.
When you, in your understanding and having investigated these crimes, does Social Security just start deciding for people what benefits they feel they might want? Do they make decisions for them? Hey,
No.
you look like you might want these benefits.
Not at all, no.
So regardless of whether any of us understand why Social Security would give benefits for a child and for the mother of the child if they're still married to the spouse, that is what you can get?
They would ask the applicant what they are applying for, correct, as far as for that benefit.
So when a couple is married and they have a child together and one of those spouses dies, the other spouse may be entitled to benefits for the child? Is that correct?
Yes.
As well as benefits for them as the mother of that child?
Yes.
So in addition to the initial letter after that August 12th meeting, then Ms. Vallow was sent the second two letters, Exhibits 213 and 214, that showed her how much she was ultimately awarded.
Correct.
One letter was sent to her specifically for JJ.
Yes.
And the other letter was sent to her specifically for herself as the mother in care of JJ.
Yes.
And that's the one where we saw it was her name for JJ.
Yes.
In your investigation, you did not see any surviving spousal benefits.
I did not.
All you saw in looking through reams of documents was that Mrs. Vallow was receiving those two benefits that we've discussed.
Correct.
You were asked about when you began investigating this case, correct?
Yes.
And would those benefits for Lori Vallow have terminated when she became Lori Daybell?
Yes. Upon a remarriage, that mother-child and care benefit would immediately cease.
But the benefits for JJ would have continued?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one coming down.
So now it's a Social Security employee that screwed up. That's why she was getting all this money. Oh, it was the Social Security employee's problem. I didn't know. Yeah, even if the jury asked, is JJ still getting benefits, they're not going to allow that in. You can ask it, but it won't be allowed in. So we'll never hear it. So that's a heavy question because they're still arguing about it. So whatever question that was, that's a pretty deep question or heavy question. One wants it in, the other one doesn't probably. Probably the state wants it in. And who's arguing? I wonder if it's Lori that's arguing or if her standby advisory council is arguing to let this in or not. Yes, Gordon. Lori has headphones for sidebar. She's not up at the bench right now. She's sitting down. They're both sitting down. Both sides are sitting down. They have headphones on. Nobody gets up to the bench at this point. I did see the hair tosses, and Joe there's a couple questions. I'll wait till they come in, though. I don't want to do any spoilers. These better be good questions. No cheating, guys. If you guys do look at Joe's Twitter, he is posting, but no cheating. Gigi as well. Gigi is as well. I'm sure there's Nate. I'm sure there's lots of people posting, but don't come back and give us spoilers, please.
I have a couple questions for you, sir. Were payments to Lori Vallow stopped after your investigation?
They were, yes.
And during your investigation, do you know if Lori Vallow notified Social Security of her new marriage?
She did not.
All right. Based on those questions, does the defendant have any follow-up for this witness?
Can I?
Yeah. Do you have any follow-up?
Yes. Just
yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Sari, you said that I did not notify Social Security of my marriage?
Correct.
That you know of?
To my knowledge, you have not? No.
Okay. So you don't know if in Hawaii I was at the Social Security office and notified them?
Yeah. Sustain. It's, again, testifying.
So would you have all of the information from every office in that regard?
From our review of the records, there is no notification at all of you ever notifying Social Security of that marriage.
Of the records that you had access to, is that correct?
From our review of these Social Security databases, which would encompass notifications, we have seen 0 notifications.
And what would you have to do to put in a notification?
An employee would have to go on the record and make a change or make a report of contact, that sort of thing.
And so that would go into a major database, and then it would be available to you as well?
We would have access to view and see if there was any changes made. There were no changes made after August 2019 on your behalf.
So none were made in November, to your knowledge?
There were none made.
And is that something that you would be made privy to
Yes.
in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
So it's not something that you could have just missed?
I did not miss it, correct?
Okay.
Redirect.
Thank you. So, to be clear, does Social Security use computer systems to keep all this data?
They do.
You don't just have pieces of paper lying around that maybe you missed?
Correct.
So whenever anything is updated anywhere in the country, it's put into a database that you were able to access.
Yes.
And you did access it.
Yes.
And you reviewed everything that was in there.
Yes.
And you at no point saw any information to indicate that any changes were ever made to those benefits after August of 2019?
Correct.
And Social Security was not advised that Ms. Vallow had been married in November of 2019?
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down. State, have another witness we can start?
I do.
Go ahead.
I may go get her.
I like that, excuse me, I like that they're flying through these witnesses. We're up to witness 15. They only have 22, don't forget. The state only has 22 witnesses. So they're up to witness 15 right now. I like this. I like that it's going fast.
All right, you're going to come right up here. Stand right here in front of this bar, and my clerk will swear you in.
Can you spell your name for the record? Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You're going to walk around this court reporter, have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Robin Smith Scott.
I'm going to have you move up or pull down that mic so we can hear you a little better. Thank you. Where do you work?
I work at Banner Life Insurance Company.
How long have you worked there?
13 years.
What type of, well, let me start with what does Banner Life Insurance do?
We are strictly a life insurance company. Customers can purchase life insurance policies.
And what do you do for Banner Life Insurance?
I work in the claims department as a claims representative. I process death claims.
Have you previously had to testify before about a payout of a policy?
Yes.
I'm going to start by asking some real general questions so we understand sort of life insurance. How does someone go about getting life insurance?
They could go through an agent. More recent years, you can apply online. There's information, you fill out an application, basic information regarding yourself. There could be some financial questions, health questions.
Okay. And you talked about an agent. What is an agent in there?
An agent is someone outside of our company, but they do business with us. They'll generally try to, find the best coverage and possibly best prices through, different companies for their clients.
When we're talking about life insurance, is there something called a policy owner?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
Pretty much exactly what it states. The policy owner owns the policy. They are the ones that basically can make any changes to the policy during the insured's lifetime, such as they can relinquish ownership, so basically do an ownership change. They can change the beneficiary. They could decrease the value of the policy, if they chose to. They basically have complete control of the policy.
What's the difference between the policy owner and the insured?
So the insured, the policy covers that person's life in the event of that person's passing. The death benefit would be paid to the beneficiary. But the policy owner, if that person is different than is not the insured, again, the policy owner is the only one who can make changes to the policy.
So there are times where the policy owner and the insured are not the same?
Correct.
Can the policy owner and insured then be the same person?
Yes.
As well? Okay. And you said the policy owner is able to change the beneficiaries. What do we mean? What is a beneficiary?
The beneficiary is who will receive the death benefit in the event of the insured's death.
Okay. Can the insured, if they're not the policy owner, change the beneficiaries?
If they do not own the policy, they cannot make that change.
Can the beneficiary, if they aren't the policy owner, change anything about the life insurance policy?
No.
Can they... When someone passes away, who decides who will actually be paid out? Who makes that decision of who will get the benefits paid out?
Well, as us claims examiners, we are going to review the policy, any documents that have been submitted through the lifetime of that policy, and we are going to determine and confirm who the primary beneficiary of the policy is.
So if someone obtains a life insurance policy and initially has one beneficiary, they can later file some new forms and create and change that to a different person?
Yes.
So you have to look through and make sure that you have the most recent beneficiary.
Correct.
When someone calls in to make a claim on a life insurance, they say so-and-so passed away, is it customary for claims adjusters like yourself at Banner Life to sort of take that information and then look into all these things to make sure you know all of the different changes that may have occurred?
Yes, that is our standard process.
Does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of all of those policies as part of sort of your normal business practice?
Yes.
And does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of any modifications to a person's life insurance policy as part of the business practice?
Yes.
If someone wants to modify who the beneficiary is, how do they go about doing that?
They would request a beneficiary change form. They can also access online if they are able to provide the proper security things through the website. But they would normally contact our customer service department, request a beneficiary change form, and complete it and return it. It is then reviewed by our customer service representatives to make sure it is completed appropriately, and if so, the change will be made. If not, then it's rejected.
Okay. Does a beneficiary modification form have to be notarized?
It depends on the amount of the policy. I believe anything that's $500,000 and above would need to be notarized.
So a policy for $1 million would require it to be notarized if you're changing the beneficiary?
Yes.
When people call in to the claims department requesting a payout, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
And is that done in the normal course of business with Banner Life Insurance?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the life insurance policy with your company for Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how much that life insurance policy was for?
Yes.
How much was it for?
$1 million.
Prior to February 26th of 2019, who was the beneficiary of Charles Vallow's life insurance policy with Banner?
Prior to that date, Lori Vallow was the beneficiary.
So prior to February 26th of 2019, if Charles Vallow had passed away, would his wife Lori Vallow have gotten $1 million?
Correct.
In February of 2019, did Charles Vallow call Banner Life Insurance and request a beneficiary designation form?
He did.
Was one sent to him?
Yes, it was emailed to him.
And did Banner Life Insurance then receive a beneficiary designation form on February 26th of 2019 from Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that notarized?
Yes.
And in that beneficiary designation form, did Charles Vallow change the beneficiary for his life insurance?
Yes.
Who did he make the primary beneficiary for the life insurance?
His sister, Ethel K. Woodcock.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with 215.
Go ahead.
Looking at 215, do you recognize that both as an affidavit authenticating the Banner Life Insurance documents?
Yes.
As well as the beneficiary designation form change from February 26th of 2019?
Yes.
That we were just discussing. In there, is there also a CD?
Yes.
Does that contain a recording of your call with Lori Vallow on July 15th of 2019?
Yes.
Would you like to listen to that to verify that?
Yes, please.
And do you recognize that as the call from July 15th of 2019?
I do recognize the call.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 215.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
215 is admitted.
And if we could perhaps break at this point,
Okay.
since it's 12:01, otherwise it'll be playing for a
All
while.
right, let's take our lunch recess for the jury. Please remember the admonition will resume with the jury at 1:30.
All rise for the jury.
All right, just want to stay here for a second. Sometimes they come back after the jury leaves. So we'll just stay here for a moment.
During, yeah, you can step down, ma'am. We attempted a sidebar during the previous witness. There were a number of questions. We had some technical difficulty with our headsets, so some of it didn't get captured by the court reporter. So for the record, on juror question form number 8, there were 3 questions. The first question was, were payments to Lori Vallow stopped after your investigation, which we did ask the last witness. Neither side objected to that question. The second question, if an applicant lied on an application, would an applicant have to pay back money they received? Both the state and the defense agreed that that question should not be asked, and it was not asked. The third question, did Lori notify Social Security of her remarriage or new marriage? The state did not object to, the defendant did object to that question as to its relevance. The state's argument was that it went toward motive. The court did ultimately ask that question of the witness. I think that's a accurate recitation of what happened at the sidebar. Does the state want to add anything or correct anything?
There you go.
Does the defendant want to add or correct anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Secondly, before I forget, I'm going to order that the clerk file the email that was sent by the state to my staff advisory council and the legal assistant for the defendant on Friday, April 11th at 4:35 p.m. And that's the email regarding the service of the subpoena on Bobby Vallow. Can we take up these motions that we referenced this morning at 1:15?
Yes, Your Honor.
We have a time to read those over the lunch?
I will try to, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll address those at 1:15. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Not at this time.
All right, we'll be recessed till 1:15.
All right, we will go through what we heard so far. Yeah, Bobby Vallow. So let's go through what we heard so far for the morning session. So for those that missed it, they were at the very, very beginning, they were talking about some motions. The subpoena for Bobby Vallow at the very beginning, a motion in limine for questioning law enforcement, another motion to preclude defense witnesses, another motion in limine for a video that was seen by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett. Now, I'm wondering if that's because, don't forget, Lori said the evidence will show that Charles was aggressive, violent, and it was caught on video. So she said the evidence will show, so she has to produce that. Then there was another motion questioning why it took law enforcement so long to make the case and not arrest Alex sooner. Then a juror was late. And then they talked a little bit about Brandon Boudreau's trial. That's the next trial coming up right after this one is over. So our first witness was Dr. Derek Baumgartner. He is the medical examiner. He completed his BA, his Bachelor of Arts in American History. I thought that was kind of interesting, in 2005. He started at Maricopa County as the medical examiner in 2018. He is board certified. Charles was just under 6 foot. He was 5'11", weighed 207 pounds. There were no injuries to the front of his face or the back of his head. Doesn't appear Charles was shot. It doesn't appear Charles was shot and fell back. Yeah, okay, it does not appear Charles was shot and then fell back. Okay, that's what he's saying. There were wounds on his chest and left abdomen. We knew about that. There were no abrasions on his right hand. There were some on his left hand, and there was blood on his left hand. So the theory is he gets shot, he grabs his chest. Now they're saying he doesn't fall back. They're saying he gets shot, he falls on his knees because there was, knees had contusions. So Charles gets shot, grabs his chest, there's blood on his chest, and he falls on his knees. So does he then fall backwards? Does Alex push him back, kick him back? Does Alex, somehow manipulate the scene? Not quite sure yet. Let's see. He talks about pinpricks indicating possible stippling. Then he talks about soot versus stippling. Black powder basically is soot. Stippling is partially burned gunpowder. Typically, he doesn't use the term stippling in his medical reports, which is interesting. I thought they do, but I guess not. I learned that today. He needs to find out about stippling. You need to test fire the weapon first, but he says at textbook it's between 1 inch and 4 to 5 feet. That's really 4 to 5 feet. I thought it would be closer, but closer to a person means more stippling and soot. Simple. He said he did not find any soot. He estimates that it was 2 to 4 feet was the distance that Alex was standing. There was no projectile recovered due to the exit wound on the mid-back. We knew about that. Now, he was talking about measuring from the top of the head to the entry wound and then the top of the head to the exit wound, right? So the first one was top of the head to the entry wound in his chest, which was 18 inches, 18 and 3/4 inches, right? And then the back was 20 inches. So that means it's slightly up. So it was, and the path went through the sternum, the heart sac, 2 chambers of the heart, spine, and left back. It was not immediately fatal. He could have lived, he said, a very short period of time, about 2 minutes. Charles still could have talked and moved. He could have, where he was shot, and then he could have fell to his knees. So it was front to back, right to left, and slightly downward. See, now that doesn't make sense because it was 18 inches going in and 20 inches coming out. That's upward. That doesn't make sense. Either I got my notes wrong or that was incorrect. I got to talk to Joe about that. All right, we're going to talk to Joe about that tonight. I definitely want to talk to him about that because if it's 18 inches going in and 20 inches going out, that's going up. But he says it was coming down. All right, I'm not going to get hung up on that, but that's something I need to talk to Joe about, unless you guys heard something else. Let's see. He thinks the muzzle was more than 4 to 5 inches, 4 to 5 feet away. It was 4 to 5 feet away. Exit wound is atypical because it was, I'm sorry, this was the abdomen. All right, so now we're at the abdomen. So this was front to back, right to left, slightward downward. Okay, this one is, no, hold on. This one's slightward upward. Sorry, let me get my notes right. So I'm still on the chest wound. Then the exit wound is atypical because it's short. Now we're talking about the stomach. So a short wound, as we found out earlier, a couple of days ago, it's when a body is pressed up against a firm surface as it exits. He said short wounds are very rare. He said he's only seen about 50, and he says he's never seen one caused by a shirt. He says this is textbook-worthy short wound. Now they talk about the going into the abdomen. So it went in his left abdomen, left lung, a little bit above the left fourth rib, and then exits the left shoulder. So this one is 27 inches from his top to his head, bottom to the wound, I should say, and then top of his head, 13 inches on the back. So that one definitely makes sense. Hold on a sec. 18 to 20, so it's going down. Okay, I got it. I figured it out now. Sorry, I got to figure it out. So it's 18 going in, 20 coming out. Okay, I got it. If you guys were talking, yeah, that's downward. Okay, I got it sorted out. Thanks, chat. So that one was going downward. So again, Alex is like pointing down a little bit, right? He's either doing gangster style or he's doing this. Somehow the bullet was going down just a little bit. So he says, the medical examiner says, this is consistent with Alex standing at Charles's feet and firing down, right? They did a tox screen on him, which was interesting. I guess that's kind of standard practice, but they did a tox screen, no drugs or no alcohol. Cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds. Cross comes up and Lori goes after this tox. The tox report. So they test for about 16 to 20 substances. They test for drugs of abuse, therapeutics, alcohol, but they do not test somebody's meds. For instance, high blood pressure or testosterone, human growth hormone. Now, I thought, I was thinking that she was going this direction, was that those could possibly make Charles aggressive, right? Could have could have roid rage, because she said he was very aggressive. He was very, basically just she said he was aggressive. So that, I think that's what she was leaning in towards. That's what I got. Let's see, law enforcement can request that specifically, but it's not likely. There were abrasions on his knees, and that was close to time of death. She said, could that have been caused during a scuffle? He says it could have been. Could the abrasions on his hands been caused by a scuffle beforehand? Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Could have. Fair points, Lori. We'll give you those. Could he have been fallen? Now here's where she goes off the ranch here. Could he have been falling? So he's falling back, and then the second shot could have been falling for the second shot. So no, not really. Air would not have caused the shored wound. So she's saying if he hit the ground, bounced, and then the second shot hit him as the shot was exiting. I mean, Lori, come on. He's like hits the ground and bounces. That just doesn't make sense. Then she talks about tight clothing, and he's like, usually you see that in supportive garment, like a bra or a belt. He's like, he's not familiar with bamboo clothing. Of course, she asked that. He would expect to see. Now here's okay. Redirect. Why don't I have redirect? Okay, maybe this is what it was. Okay, would you expect to see shored? Okay, so then redirect. I guess I didn't have redirect. So I thought redirect was a great question. If you're going to see shored wound on one, you're going to see shored wound on both. So Miss K asked, would you expect to see shored wound on both exits? And he's like, yeah, because you can't just have one and not the other. So that I thought that was awesome. Great redirect by Trina K. Totally blew Lori's theory of, he's wearing this $200 bamboo shirt and that, caused the shored wound. No, it would have been both. You can't just cherry pick which one it is. The cause of death was only caused by multiple gunshot wounds. Only Tigger's bounce. Right, Baca. Jury questions. So, were there significant amounts of blood in the left lung? Not in the left lung, but in the chest cavity, the left chest cavity. Does that suggest the heart was still beating for the second shot? He says it could have still been beating. He said there was no blood in the throat or mouth. So no blood in the throat or mouth. And then we had a poll. We did a poll, 181 votes. Awesome, you guys. Thank you so much for that. Which Lori will we get today? 38% of you said aggressive. 28% of you said translated. 27% of you said demure. 5% said smart. I personally went with demure, and so far she's been pretty quiet. I think she's been pretty demure. Hey, Ponzi Fonzie. Good to see you. Sinbad, bamboo shirts and steroids. Yeah. What's up, Ponzi Fonzie? Good to see you. Yarnwork, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Zach, he obviously died of roid rage and the Rona. I know, right? All right, next up is Mark Sorry, the special agent. Okay, I got to show you guys. I got to show you my paralegal. Sorry to blow out the screen, but she's being all. That's totally blowing out the screen. Anyway, Superball is being a freak over here. All right. Sinbad, you said demure. Yeah, she seems like she's kind of demure. All right. Superball just blew out the camera. All right. So Mark Sari, Special Agent, Office of the Inspector General. He investigates fraud within the Social Security Administration. So he talks about the mother would get the benefits when the father passes. JJ and Tylee were getting benefits. Tylee started getting benefits June 2018. She was getting $1,859, so she was getting $1,859 per month. That was as of 2019. She was getting just basically nearly $2,000. Lori was the representative payee for Tylee. Lori wouldn't receive benefits if the father passes away. Now, in August 12th of 2019, Lori meets with Social Security about JJ. Lori had to answer questions about Charles. So they were married February 24th, 2006. I want to look that up because Kay said something about when they were married. Did Kay get that right or wrong? All right. Kay said something about marriage. All right. Lori says Charles and her were living together at the time of death. That is the wrong answer. Yeah, you guys were not living together at the time of death. So JJ was receiving $1,951 plus back pay of $3,900. Lori would get, and then Lori on top of that would get $1,951 a month because she did the survival benefits, and then JJ was getting the mothering care. So she was getting nearly $4,000 just for Charles passing, right? And then Tylee, she was getting almost another $2,000. That's $6,000 a month. I don't know about you guys, but I could definitely, I mean, granted, you got to take care of two kids. And she'll probably say JJ's school was expensive. You know, she did have to take care of, well, she says 5 kids. She had to take care of 5, but in fact, she was only taking care of 2. So Lori was living high on the hog there. She was not suffering. Let me just put it that way. Then Lori remarries Chad November 5th. I think OnlyFan, weren't you asking that she, when did they get married? They got married November 5th. Cross, can you get benefits without children? He said yes. And I'm sorry, this was Lori coming in. If you married more, okay, then she kind of went down this path of like, if you're married for more than 10 years, you can get spousal support. And then she started asking him these questions about another woman who was married to Charles. And he's like, who's the she part? She was trying to explain a previous person married to Charles. He's like, what's your question? If there are 2 spouses to a deceased husband that could apply and receive, he's like, I can't really answer that. She's basically saying, if 2 women are married, or 2 people are married to one person, and that person dies, do they get to split? Oh my, Superball is being all silly over here. Do they get to, I got to show you guys this. She's being really goofy. She's blasting out the, what are you doing, silly girl? Yep. Sorry, she's just totally, she's totally blowing out the camera because she's like a big snowball right now, but she's attacking the curtain. All right. So let's see. Lori says it was explained to her at the office, and that's objected to. That was sustained. He says you need to ask the administrator for that answer. So are you not privy to what an agent is telling a person? He's like, what's your question again? He's like, I investigate fraud, waste, and abuse. Oh, Kayla, thank you for the $199. JJ school should have been covered by insurance. Thank you for that generous donation, and thank you for the knowledge. Right? Well, she was right. She kept complaining how special the school was. She never said. I don't think she said it was expensive. She just said that it was a special school. So then they talk about mother and care benefits. It's the same as child benefits in this case. Would the mother be for the child? Correct. If the child was in care of the mother. Okay, so you have to be caring for the child, then you can get that kind of benefits. How is it determined spousal or mother in care? He says that's up to the applicant. How would you know the difference? You would have to be very clearly told. You would be very clearly told at the appointment. So if you were told, that's objected to, that's testifying. If an employee told me, that's objected to. Actually, he said it was objected to, but he said you can answer it. So basically, if you were told it was spousal, you would receive a letter that it was mother in care, and then it's up to the applicant to say yay or nay. So she kept going down this path of like, well, I was told that it was this, and then they didn't tell me it was that. So it's everybody's fault but hers. It's up to the applicant to be truthful. Let's see. The prosecutor has the applications. He has seen Lori's application. So he asked her to repeat. So they were talking about spousal and mother in care again. It was objected to. He asked her to repeat the question. Of the records you saw, there was no spousal survival. He wasn't aware of the spousal survival benefit. Isn't it possible the employee messed up or lied? He's like, no, that would have to come from the applicant. So you've seen all my applications, he says, just pertaining to JJ. JJ had a sole benefit, and the other one was the mother in care. That is to take care of the child. He's like, yes, correct. The child has to be under your care. To spend on food, clothes, rent, electricity. He's like, yes, correct. Can the Social Security do an audit? He says he believes so. So she says, you can't save for college. He says, correct. But then he says the benefits can be saved or spent on the child. So first he says you can't save it for college, but then he says you can save it. She was told it needed to be spent every month on the child and not saved. That's objected to, and that's sustained, straying into you testifying. She says, so you're not aware an employee told someone, and that's objected to a couple times. Can I get a moment to confer? She says, yes. So she asks, were you present at the interview? And do you know what was said? He's like, no, I wasn't. He only saw the application from January 2020. Then she asked to see the manager. Who is your superior? Is your question who my boss is? That's objected to. That's actually sustained. Or is sustained. Then who was assigned to your case? Again, that's objected to. Relevance. He says it's not, but you can answer. And then he says Joe Rogers, who is now retired. So Lori literally was asking for the manager. Then on redirect, it was sent to a specific address. Social Security doesn't say. Let's say you look like you might need this. Oh yeah, Social Security doesn't say when you come in, hey, you look like you might need this benefit or you need this benefit. No, you have to come in and you have to tell them, this is my situation. This is what I need. There was one letter specifically to JJ and one specifically to Lori as the mother in care. Why she didn't get mother in care for Tylee, I don't know. So he only saw those two documents. He didn't see anything about surviving spouse. So then jury question comes in. Were payments stopped after the investigation? Yes. If the applicant lied, would they have to pay back? That one was not approved. We heard that later. Did she notify Social Security of her new marriage? She did not. So the defense asked, so I didn't notify Social Security? He said, correct, to my knowledge. So when I was in Hawaii, do you know that I notified them? That, of course, was objected to, and that was sustained. Do you have all the info from every office? He says there was no notification of marriage. So Social Security database shows, do they have any notification? He's like, there was zero notification that you ever notified them of the marriage. An employee would have to make that change. Nothing was made in February. She did not tell Social Security in November. Is that something you would have been made privy to? He said, yes. Not something you would have missed, is it? He's like, nope. Then the state comes back. Does Social Security use computers? He's like, yep. He's like, you don't have, or Miss Trina Kay says, you don't have pieces of paper just laying around. He's like, yeah, correct. We don't. It's all documented in computers. And then Robin Smith Scott, who is works for Banner Life. She works in the death claims office or section. And she talks about policy owner who can make changes. She talks about insured versus the policy owner. It's the policy owner, the beneficiary obviously is the one who receives the money after someone passes. Beneficiary cannot change the policy. So after someone passes, the claims examiners review the documents and they determine and confirm who the beneficiary is. It's standard process is to look into this after every death claim. They keep track of all the changes. You can request a beneficiary change form. Then it's reviewed and they make sure it's filled out appropriately. And then it needs to be notarized. So $500,000 up. So you would have to have it notarized if you want to make a change. And Charles just happened to be $1 million and it would require notarization. Calls are recorded. Oh, I hope we can hear this call. Charles' policy, as we know, was at $1 million. Prior to February 26, 2019, Lori was the beneficiary. However, Charles called in February of 2019 for the form, and it was emailed to him, and he sent it back, and it was notarized, and they received it back on February 26th. Kay Woodcock, who is his sister, is the new beneficiary. The form is admitted into evidence along with a CD of the phone call. I sure hope we get to hear that. And then the judge says we attempted a side-by, but had technical difficulties with the headset. So he said he put on the record there were 3 questions, and the number 3 the defense did object to, and I read that. That was the one that was if the applicant lied, would they have to pay back? That one was not approved. Then the motion, let's see, email. Then they talk about the subpoena to Bobby Vallow. Who's Bobby Vallow? Did you guys figure that out? Genjo asks, is it true Charles changed it, then it got changed back to Lori Vallow, and he had changed it back again, or was it a misunderstanding? Well, he calls them, and they tell him that his password was changed. I don't think she changed it. I know the password was changed. That I do know. We listened to his phone call to the Banner Life. We listened to that. He actually called them twice, I think. And they told him the password was changed, and he's like, what are you talking about? Okay, that's Charles's brother. Okay, Charles's brother is Bobby Vallow. Okay, thank you. Thank you, therapist. Baca, Lori's death benefits for Joe stopped when she married Charles. Oh, that's why Tylee didn't get it. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Baca. So Charles's brother is, okay. Charles's brother is Bobby. Gotcha. Thank you for that. I think Genjo was thinking of Corey Richens. She changed her husband's policy and he changed it back before he passed. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Mel. Bobby is Charles's brother. Okay, thank you guys. All right, so they're coming back at, what did they say, 1:15, which is 4:15, and then add an extra hour, so that's 4:45. So 4:45, they're on 4:45, let me see. Court is at lunch until 4:45. 4:45 Eastern. Replace pin. Okay. So Joe, you're saying nope. You're thinking about this case too. I don't think. I think he knew his password was changed because we heard that phone call. He called and the password was changed, and he's like, "What the hell's going on?" I don't think she changed it. I don't think she changed it. Yeah, I don't think she changed it. She changed the password, but she didn't know that he changed it. Yeah, I don't think she changed it. I think he changed it. She changed his password, but she never actually got a chance to change it. So, hey, Nursey Dog Mom, thank you for joining us. I always like when I see new people in the chat. Emily says she wouldn't have been able to change it if she was not the owner of the policy, especially if you had to get it notarized. She couldn't pretend to be him. That's exactly right. Uh-oh, bail funds for Wendy. Wendy, I think that call is online somewhere, Lori and Charles both. We definitely listened to... Did we listen to both? Yeah. I think when we were doing pre-trial prep, Wendy, we definitely listened to Charles. I'm pretty sure we listened to Lori as well. I don't recall that right now. I know we listened to Charles, though, for sure. Danica says he changed the beneficiary after she added a password. Yeah, that's the timeline. Gordon, I know it's, and Gordon, what you see on the screen right now, this is like just a whiff, just a whiff of the players involved. It's just amazing. Hey, Groovy Cheryl, thank you for joining us. I think what Nate said, he was talking to Vinnie Politan yesterday. I don't know if you guys caught that, but they were talking, and Nate said something to the effect of, when people ask him, hey, what are you doing here? And he's on the elevator ride, and it's like, 10, 20, 30-second elevator ride. He's like, do you have 3 hours? You can't just say, you can't, compile this, compress it into an elevator pitch, if you will, 30 seconds. So I'm here because I'm covering the shooting death of Charles Vallow. Oh, it's so complicated. Emily, you work in life insurance, so if y'all have a question, I can probably answer them regarding the policy. Cool. Awesome, Emily. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Emily, do you think that Miss Smith-Scott did a good job in explaining what insured versus policy owner, beneficiary? Do you think? When he asks for $1 million policy on him and a $2 million policy on her, what's the average payment? Yeah, they'd have to make monthly or quarterly. That's a good question. I'm thinking thousands of dollars. I know what I have. So I'm guessing it's more. Nursey Dog Mom, Emily, could Lori have contested it in probate since she was legally his next of kin? Mel says, Gordon, you're not lost. You're with the rest of us. Dwayne, Lori stole my half of our green bologna sandwich. Dwayne. Hey, Mona, I'm in and out of chat. Trial Junkies United. Oh, thank you so much for joining us. You're late because Doc's been working on the channel and then my laptop. Oh, hey, you guys, go check out Trial Junkies United. She's got a great channel, her and Doc. I'm sure you've heard her talk about Doc a lot. Thursdays and Sundays. So we watched. I watched yesterday's live, Sunday Night Live. She was talking about First Nations, and there's a serial killer, I guess, up there. 4 women have died over the last couple years. So Trial Junkies United was talking about that, and then Thursdays was about the DP. So there's some really good knowledge that's going on over at Trial Junkies United. So definitely go check her out. And also Joe Schmo, he's our courtroom insider. He's there hobnobbing with Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis, and Nate from East Idaho News, and who knows who else he's hobnobbing with. But after every day, after court, every day, Joe and I get together and we co-stream, dual stream, and we recap the day. So whatever questions you have, come back tonight. It'll be 9 o'clock Eastern. I know it's a little late for some of you, but if you guys have questions about how did Lori react, how did the jury react, definitely come back tonight at 9 and ask Joe our questions. Hey, Bite Me, glad to be here. You are rocking it today. Aw, Buttercup sends butter sugars. Aw, thank you, Bite Me. I love it. Yeah, Trial Junkies United. Nate is cool. We like Nate. Dwayne, you pay quarterly? I pay monthly. I pay monthly. Shirley Roth is asking how you are doing. Aw, Shirley, I'm sorry. You were not feeling well. Colleen, y'all still be in the barn then, so likely can be here. Cool. Yeah, Joe's got some really great insight. You guys ask him any question. How did the judge react? How's the gala reacting? Colby is there. Was Kay there today? Definitely go check him out. He's on Twitter as well as YouTube. Joe Schmo 88, and JS Media on Twitter. But Joe Schmo 88, he is LDS. He said he got out of it, I think, when he was about 19 or 20. So he does have some insight there, and he's also our in courtroom reporter, or he's our insider. So, well, you're welcome, Trial Junkies United. Bach, I have no clue how much life insurance my hubs has on me. There's Trial Junkies United if you want to go subscribe to her channel. She does some really good stuff, you guys. Definitely. Last night's was really good because it was about First Nations and 4 women that are being offed by this one guy. It's just terrible. Oh, that's right, Rachel. The detectives from Idaho are there today. So are they going to be? So we've gone through, and Nate was talking about, they've gone through, they may end this week, to be quite honest. And Nate was throwing that out there. They've gone through 15. Well, we haven't finished with Robin yet, but they're on witness number 15. They only have 22. That's only 7 more witnesses, you guys. And here we thought this would last like 5 or 6 weeks. I mean, it may still, you just never know. But Super Kelly, I feel so bad for Colby when the Emmy was on the stand. Would like to know how the jury was responding. Barry says, my crystal ball says Noreen's going to have a rougher afternoon. Right on. Trial Junkies United, I'm counting on the recap with you and Joe tonight to get up today. You are the best. Oh, thank you for that. Drunky the Bear, I don't either. We have more on hubs than on me, but we have special needs child, so it has to be big. Wendy Williams, thank you for your $2 donation. This chat brightens my days. Love y'all. You guys are the best. Thank you. And again, I say it till the day I'm gone. Chat, you guys make chat what it's worth. Our chat is only as cool as you guys. So thank you. Thank you guys for being who you are. Colby does have his own channel. Yep, we listen to him often. Let's see. You got a graphic? Let me see. Oh, okay. That's a big one. All right, thank you, therapist. We actually can fill that in because we know Summer is her sister. We know Adam is the brother. That's good. But I'm not going to, yeah. Thank you for that, but we'll save that for another time. Samantha, first time you've been called cool, you'll take it? Come on. No, that I'm going to call BS on that. I don't think that's the first time you've been called cool. Kay Cormanick, Karen here, new, and I'm enjoying your channel. Great coverage. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for being here with us. Baseball Dad, is Chad going to be tried also for Charles's death? No, he had nothing to do with it. No, Charles is on. He got DP. He's tucked away in Idaho. He's not going anywhere. Yeah, Zach, Samantha Terra, you are cool. Kells, new subscriber here. I've seen Tanika's 2 cents posting this live on her community post. Aw, well, thank you. Thank you, Kells, and thank you, Tanika. Appreciate that. And guys, if you don't know Tanika's 2 cents, definitely go check her out as well. She does some really great work as well. Kathy Davis, lunch only 1 hour? No. Let's see, they're coming back at 1:15 Pacific, which is 4:15 Eastern, and then the half hour delayed, so 4:45. Mel says, Samantha Terry is very cool. Take my word for it. Super Kelly G. Tanika reminded me last night to watch your coverage. She didn't steer me wrong. Fantastic. Well, thank you again, Tanika, for that. And guys, if you don't know Tanika, please go check her out. Tanika's 2 cents. She does great work. Great work on Sarah Boone. And yeah, definitely check out Tanika's 2 cents. Friend of the channel and supporting us. And we support her as well. Irish Amy, so many people have really cool channels. Love it. Yes. Hellcat says, best chatters ever here. Well, as Scott says, RA, there's enough to go around, right? There's enough to go around. We all support each other. Dwayne asks, now I see how you feel about your Comcast when it goes in and out. Mine right now is every 5 minutes. Yeah, Dwayne, knock on wood. We've been good today. Our Comcast has been good. That's the reason for the 30-minute delay. They've been doing it all the entire trial. Court's decision, judge's decision, and probably just for sensitive stuff. So the judge straight off the bat said 30-minute delay. So whenever... That's why, we have courtroom insiders, so we go and we check what's going on just in case something, really, really dramatic happened. But we're not going to do spoilers. So no spoilers. Baseball dad. But we keep an eye on the court because Joe's there. Joe Schmo is there. Matter of fact, I'll just check in with him right now, see if anything's going on with him. Okay, he's Joe's not saying anything. Let me see if Pretty Lies and Alibis, Gigi, is she saying anything? Okay, Gigi's back for the 115 motions hearing. I don't know if they're going to show that or not, but Gigi is back, so we're not going to see that for another half hour. So whatever somebody posts on Twitter, just assume that it's another half hour for us, so please don't post any spoilers. They are, Barry, yeah, 1:15. So they're technically back right now, but it's a half hour delayed. So it may be back. They may be back up and running right now. Here, I'll just show you what they're showing right now. This is what they're showing. So that's what we see. I can leave it there if you want. I'll just leave it there. Only fan. You'll have to ask Joe that tonight. Is he having some green chili chicken enchiladas? Yes, 1:15 for the motions, and then jury comes back. Just want to hear if there's any random street noises we can hear. They do have street noise. See, if that was me, I would go up to the camera and I'd start talking to you guys. If that was me, I would go up to the camera and start talking. I would just start having a conversation with you guys. Tanika, I hope they show the motions argument when we are back. I know, I hope so too. There's a lot that we're missing. Trout Junkies United. Doc just dropped off a bowl of the biggest red grapes I've seen. They are sweet. Snack time, everyone. Nice. Uh-oh. Somebody passed away? Irish Amy? What happened? Oh, didn't see it. Been telling your mom about a friend who passed away. Oh. Pushkins had tuna, so they're being good. Oh. Sorry, Irish Amy. And Susie, this is my spouse of 53 years, so if I hadn't known to ask, I've been stuck like Chuck. That picture of Alex always makes me laugh. He looks like a total goober. See it? That one? Is that the one he looks like a goober? Is that like a, that must be like a, is that processing when he got arrested? Because he got arrested for tasering Joe Ryan. I wonder if that's his arrest. All right, Nanar, go grab some lunch. Sinbad says, Charles changed the beneficiary 5 months before he went on that date with Nancy Joe. Yeah, if it was February, March, April, May, June, July, yeah, 5 months. Seems like 5 is a real interesting number being used here because then Alex passes away 5 months after Charles gets shot, right? So 5 seems to be, I wonder if that has to do with anything with like numerology or anything. I wonder if they were doing that deliberately. Oh, Irish Amy, he was a friend from church. Oh, that's a bummer. I'm sorry. So that was when he was arrested and jailed. Yeah. So that would have been for the Joe Ryan, his tasering of Joe Ryan. Yeah. Hey, Mona. Yeah. That's the arrest, the taser incident. All right. Gotcha. All right. All right. All right. I'm going to go grab some food. I'm sorry. I already ate. I'm going to grab some more water. So I will be back in a moment. Yeah, Trout Junkies United, I think that's hilarious. They're like, hey, you in the green shorts. Where are you going with that backpack? Yep, I'm talking to you. You with the green shorts walking by. Bice, they are coming back technically in 10 minutes, which would be 4:45 Eastern, but we don't know if that's going to be, they're coming back for motions. So we're not sure if that's going to be shown or not, but for sure 5 o'clock Eastern. Dwayne, you had to start your dinner. I'm like, wait a minute, what time is it? No, it's 4:30. When you start late, well, we didn't really start that late. We started at like, what, 11 o'clock? My whole schedule is thrown off. Like dinner to me now is like 11 o'clock at night or 12 o'clock. Whenever I finish with Joe, that's my dinner. Hey, Hope 8 Fear, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. I love people watching, Samantha. You thought about going inside and decided against it? That's like one of my favorite things to do. They're back in. Tanika. I have gold shoes that match those capris. Baka. Yeah, Pammy, I wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to let that slide, but as long as you called yourself out. Sorry, Pammy. All right, are they back in? What's our courtroom insider saying? They are hearing motions. Back on the record, jury is not present. All right, jury returns 3 minutes ago, so hopefully we will get to hear those motions. I hope we get these motions. RDB, you like that? That's Aaron. Aaron comes up with the music. So that's Aaron. Aaron finds all the music that we play. Yeah, Mike W. People watching at a bar or pub with a gin and tonic and a glass of wine is one of the best things to do. RDB. Nope. No spoilers. Just saying that they're back. That's all I'm saying. Mustard Pants just realized she was late. Nope. Fala! OnlyFans gonna do our music? All right. Well, it has to be approved by us. Aaron is our very special symphony. Hey, Golden Girl, you're back too? Cool. Kayla, oh, guys in khaki is late. Oh, we got somebody with an umbrella. They're very sunlight, light sensitive. Hope 8 Fear, thank you for gifting one Trial TV Live membership. Appreciate that. Let's see, who did you get? Samantha, you were gifted. Whoop, whoop. All right. Awesome. Good job, Hope 8 Fear. You got Samantha. Very cool. Photosensitive. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Mel. What is the temperature out there, you guys? Well, here, I can look it up. You know what? I'm gonna pull the music down for now. What's the what's the temp? Let's see. Ooh, it's 91 out there right now. That's warm. We're pretty warm here today, but not that warm. We're at 83. Okay, looks like we're back in the courtroom. I'll see you guys on the other side. All right, they should be coming back any minute. They said 1:15, which was 4:15 Eastern, half-hour delay, 4:45. I hope they show us those motions. Currently 82 in North Carolina. Not bad. That's nice. How does one eat tea? Yeah, I saw that. No. How does one eat tea? In Wales, you eat dinner at midday and eat tea in the evening. I would be hungry. If I ate midday, I'd have to have another meal again. I can go that long. Lily Wayne, but are they ever on time? Lori's team is always late. Oh, Bertie is with us. Thank you for joining us, Bertie. Bertie, the evidence will show. Are you following me or am I following you? Everybody's following everybody. Tea is after school meal. Oh, I see the door open. That might be the judge.
Please be seated. All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Daybell, CR 2021-001704. State's present. The defendant and her team are present. The jury is not present. Who's the state calling this afternoon?
After we're finished with this witness, we have Jeff Moberg and then Cassandra Enclan.
Are you able to estimate yet when you think you're likely to conclude your case in chief?
I think likely Thursday.
All right. So we are moving at a fairly quick rate. Let's talk about these motions. One of them may be relevant this afternoon. The motion in limine regarding the questioning of police. Has the defendant have a chance to review that motion?
I did get a chance to review it, Your Honor.
Can you pull the microphone down?
I did get a chance to review it. I did not get an opportunity to discuss it with my advisory team. We were able to have like a 30-second discussion right before we came in. So I would like to have an opportunity to do that before I have to.
I think you said did you say Mr. Moffitt's testifying this afternoon?
No.
Oh, you didn't.
Moberg.
Moberg,
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry, no.
Can I see the witnesses?
So theoretically, she could, if we get to cross of Detective Cassandra Enclan, that could become potentially an issue there. I don't know. I only put.
Well, I guess here's the issue is, I don't know to what extent you might have intended on crossing police officers about why you weren't arrested that day or why your brother wasn't arrested that day or why it took however long for charges to be submitted or those types of things. Were those things you were planning on questioning anyone about?
Not exactly in those terms.
In what terms then?
Asking those specific questions, those were not on my list. However, it will become apparent that we were not arrested that day, so I don't foresee it being a problem. I'm not trying to
I think that the timing...
go into detail on that.
The timing of what was happening, how the investigation unfolded as far as timing, who was charged, who wasn't charged, would not be relevant. And I think that's what the state's motion is toward, because I think one of the first witnesses in the case, there was a question about why you or your brother weren't arrested that day, which again isn't relevant because if you go down that path, you could foreseeably open a door into, there's a lot of reasons why the investigation probably took quite a while, that the jury doesn't really need to know about, nor is it relevant for them to determine what did or didn't happen on that particular day that you've been charged with. But I'm just kind of giving you a heads up that I don't think it's relevant. If you think it's relevant and we get to cross of this witness today and you think you have a question regarding the timing or who was or wasn't arrested, ask if we can take a break, all right?
Okay, sure.
Then we have, well, let me ask the defendant this. You've subpoenaed Robert Bobby Vallow, apparently was sent that subpoena or served that subpoena for a date that's already passed. Is this, again, someone that you believe has relevant information to your case?
No, Your Honor, that was just an oversight. That was a mix-up of clerical error. So we apologize to him or his family or any distress that caused. That was mixed up with an exhibit. His name was mixed up with an exhibit. It's very difficult on the phone at the jail when they cut me off every 20 minutes, and sometimes the notifications that get to my paralegal and my investigator do not come through clearly.
All right. The court will find that that subpoena, first of all, wasn't effective in the way that it was served out of state on an out-of-state witness. It sounds like the defendant's withdrawing that subpoena. Can we say that?
Absolutely, you can crush it.
So that one's withdrawn. Are there other?
Your Honor, I know you filed the state's email. I did have attachments of that on there. If those are part of the record, can we seal that as well? Because obviously it still has Bobby Vallow's information.
I've only sealed your email, and I've sealed the actual 2 subpoenas that we discussed this morning.
Thank you.
Was there another, Mr. Boudreau was served with a subpoena for this case, is that correct?
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
All right.
Those subpoenas were sent out from OPDS. We turned them into OPDS before you struck that witness, Your Honor. So.
Okay, so that subpoena is effectively quashed, and as I said, that one would be filed under seal as well. Then we have, let me just check the time here, 1:23. The motion in limine regarding the testimony of the video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett. Have you had a chance to review that and discuss it?
I haven't had a chance to discuss that with advisory council, and I would like the opportunity to do that, Your Honor.
All right, that's fine. I don't think that's imminent for today.
No.
And then I think we can also take up the state's third motion to preclude later today or sometime tomorrow. Is your next, let's have the witness come back in. I think all our jurors are present, so we can start a few minutes early. Let me ask my staff, they reprogram those headsets? All right, so we'll see.
So we just got some insight as to who's coming up next. Jeff Moberg and Cassandra Winclan, after we hear from Robin Smith Scott. So they are thinking they're going to be done Thursday. You heard that right. So Nate was spot on. Nate thought that they would be done, depending on cross. So they may be done. Can you imagine if Lori doesn't have a defense? It goes to the jury on Monday. We have a verdict by this time next week. think about that.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. You can continue with your direct examination.
Thank you. When we took our break for lunch, we had just admitted Exhibit 215, I believe. And inside this contained the beneficiary designation form that was filled out by Mr. Vallow. Oops. Wait till we get our Elmo up. Correct, this is the form that we were discussing from the February 26th beneficiary change?
Yes, that's correct.
So we see that it's signed and notarized?
Correct.
And what this then shows is the primary beneficiary is now Ethel K. Woodcock?
Yes.
And then were there also contingent beneficiaries?
Yes, there were.
What are contingent beneficiaries?
Contingent beneficiaries are listed in the event the insured passes away and the primary beneficiary had predeceased the insured, meaning passing away before the insured. Since the primary beneficiary was no longer living, it would then drop to the contingent beneficiaries to receive the death benefit.
Okay. So if Kay Woodcock had not been around when Charles passed, then it would have gone to Nicholas Charles Vallow and Zachary Chase Vallow.
That's correct.
When a primary beneficiary or a contingent beneficiary is removed from someone's life insurance policy, does Banner Life Insurance call that person up and let them know, hey, just letting you know you're not the primary beneficiary anymore?
No.
Why not?
They're not the policy owner, so they would not be entitled to that information.
So again, the policy owner is the person who can do whatever they want with the policy.
Correct.
On July 15th of 2019, did Lori Ann Vallow call Banner Life Insurance to make a death claim?
Yes.
And was that call recorded?
Yes, it was.
And is that the audio that you listened to before we took our break for lunch?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, if I may publish this? And again, that's just something that's the normal course of business that Banner Life records all of those people.
All of our calls are recorded, yes.
Are you have the white liner? Yes.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number? Sure. Claim? Yes. Okay, one moment, please. May I have the name of the insured? L. Charles Vallow. And who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. And your relationship to the insured? He's my husband. Okay, one moment. Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have afterwards. That would be great. Okay, first of all, may I have your daytime phone number, please? Sure, it's 8. And what was the date of Mr. Vallow's passing? July 11th. And what was the cause of his passing? Well, he was shot. Okay, so I don't know how I want to put that. Okay, all right. And I hate to ask, but is it? Yeah, you can just say yes or no. Was it a homicide? No, it was an accident. An accident. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. And what state did he pass away in? Arizona. Okay. All right, just bear with me for one moment. I just need to pull up a few other things. Okay. Okay. Are you aware of who the primary beneficiary of the policy is? It's me.
That's you.
Okay. And may I have your, I'm sorry, one moment. My computer just went away for a second. Okay. May I have your current mailing address? Sure. It's 55. Eight 5249. Okay, ma'am. That is all the information I need to open the claim. What we will do now is review the policy and the file to confirm the beneficiary information and determine the claim requirements that we will need to settle this particular claim. Once we have completed our review, we will prepare a claim packet to send to the named beneficiary once that has been confirmed. And the claim packet can either be mailed or emailed or faxed. How would you like to receive a correspondence? Email would be great. Okay, and what is your email address? It's Lori, Lori. Okay. All right, so you should receive an email from our office within the next 3 to 5 business days or sooner. It will have the instructions listed. Once you receive the information, if you have any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate to give our office a call, and then we can go from there. Okay, is there anything I can help you with at this time? That's it, I think. Okay, ma'am. Well, I'm very sorry for your loss. You take care of yourself. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right, so we hear in Exhibit 215, that's yourself speaking with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
And we hear her, you ask her if she knew who the primary beneficiary was, correct?
Yes.
And who did she advise was the primary beneficiary?
Herself.
We also hear you ask about sort of the cause of death for Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And you asked when there was a pause if it could be, well, after she told you he was shot, right?
Yes.
Did you need to know sort of, was it a suicide? Was it a homicide? Was it a...
Correct, yes.
And so did you follow up by asking her if it was a homicide?
Yes.
And she advised you it was an accident?
Correct.
You got a phone number from her, the 808-755-5452 number?
Yes.
And her email address, the Lori for Style at iCloud account?
Yes.
And then you had verified with her that she wanted to receive any correspondence by email, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in fact, did you advise her that the named beneficiary would receive information via email then?
Correct.
Is it normal when you have someone call in to make a death claim to wait and look up things before you let them know?
Yes, that is our standard procedure.
Okay, so you weren't doing anything weird there, that's just what you guys have to do. So what does Banner Life do to verify that that person that Lori Vallow was the beneficiary?
We review everything on the policy file in the system, as well as any paper document that has come through, such as an ownership change, beneficiary change, anything of that nature during the entire life of the policy since it was issued, to confirm that information, to make sure that we are providing the information to the appropriate party.
Did you in this call know at some point that there was perhaps something incorrect about her being the beneficiary?
Not during the call.
Did you look up afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. When somebody calls in to notify that there's been a death and try to get the policy payout, what would normally be required? Do they just have to call in and then you send them a check if their name's on there?
No. We review each policy to determine the claim requirements for that specific claim. They can vary from claim to claim, depending on the situation with that particular policy. That is why we do prepare a claim packet specific for each claim that has been reported. We provide a packet of information with the cover letter that lists the claim requirements that are needed. And the two things that are always going to be required is our specific claim form that we provide for the beneficiary to complete, as well as a death certificate which states both cause and manner of death.
Okay. So after Lori Vallow calls saying she's the primary beneficiary of that life insurance policy for her husband, Charles Vallow, did Banner Life Insurance actually determine that she was not the primary beneficiary?
That's correct.
So now that you know she's not the primary beneficiary, how did you notify her of that?
I believe there was a letter that was submitted to her via email as she requested correspondence to be delivered to her in that aspect.
So would the letter tell her who was the primary beneficiary?
No.
Would the letter have told her when that was changed?
No.
It just would have advised her that she was not the primary beneficiary.
Correct.
Would Banner Life ever tell anyone who the new beneficiary is?
No.
Why not?
We can't release that information. That's personal and private information.
And that's something that just the policy owner has the right to determine?
Correct.
So was an email sent to Lori Vallow on July 18th of 2019 to advise her that she was not the beneficiary?
Yes.
And did she call back to speak with you about the issue?
Yes.
And was there sort of a back and forth of phone tag before you were able to finally speak with her?
Yes, I believe she left a voicemail for me as I was unavailable. I returned her call, and I believe I had to leave her a voicemail, and then she did call me back, and we were able to connect at that point.
Okay. Aaron, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 280. And if you can listen to that and see if you recognize that as yourself and Ms. Vallow again from the July 18th of 2019 conversation. Maybe you can just let us know when you have heard and recognized that as the July 18th of 2019 call.
Yes, I do recognize the phone call.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 280.
280?
280.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
280 is admitted.
And if we may publish that.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number?
Sure.
Okay, I do have the policy pulled up. Who am I speaking with?
This is Lori Vallow. I'm returning your call.
Yeah.
I missed you.
Okay, no problem. Let me just get all of this information up. Okay, so in your voicemail, you stated that you had something that stated you are the beneficiary of the policy?
Right. So I have the original policy where I was the beneficiary, the sole beneficiary, and then we changed the policy to where I was 80%, and we added 2 people, the Porches, who invested in our company for each 10%. And that's the last one I have. That's the last update that I have. So can you tell me when that was changed again? I mean, I know my husband is the agent on record, so he can change it. He's the owner.
Okay, I don't see anything regarding the second change that you said. I don't, with those percentages, I don't see anything at all with you as 80% at any time.
Okay, so maybe that's something he just told him he was going to do. That's just a handwritten copy I have that I found. So.
Okay, so well, I really can't give too much information, but I can tell you that the beneficiary was changed in March of this year.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what he was doing since we have 5 kids and we've been married for 15 years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I know he owes a lot of people money, and I was worried if I got money, they'd be coming after me for money.
Right, no, I understand that.
But now I will be with none. So, but did he change it to one person, or was it several people?
Unfortunately, I can't release that. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I know you can't tell. We're in the business. My husband is the agent. He's the agent. So.
Got it. Okay.
We deal with this business all the time, so I kind of know how it works, but I'm completely surprised.
Right.
We have our 7-year-old with autism that we adopted together, so I am surprised that he would do that without telling me.
I'm so sorry.
So, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, even though it's community coverage. I mean, it's his policy.
This is a contract that we have with the insured, exactly. So he's able to make any changes, during the lifetime of the policy.
Well, can I check? I mean, I have a policy, a $2 million policy on me. And since he's the agent, would he have been able to change the beneficiary on my policy?
Not if he was the agent. He would have had to have owned the policy, but I can certainly check.
But if he would have signed my name, could he have done that? I wonder.
I mean, I don't, I would hope that wouldn't happen, but let me just pull up. Okay, let me just take a look and see what I can find on you.
Just under Lori Vallow. I would be under Lori and Vallow. Because we have a $2 million policy on me, but I'm not even sure it's with Center Life.
I'm not showing that it's with us.
It might be Life of the Southwest. We work with several companies.
Right.
I could call them and ask. I'm just asking the question, like, I could call them and ask them and make sure the beneficiary is who I say. I mean,
I would. I mean, if you have a concern of that nature, I certainly would call and check on your own policies if you have concern if something may have happened.
Well, and I would have to change it anyway because he was the beneficiary as far as I know on my policy.
Right. So you would definitely want to update that at this point. And,
what happens, like if something happened to me, say today, and it's under him and he's deceased, what happens to that policy?
Well, if there's not every contract's different, but I mean, more than likely, if there was not a contingent beneficiary named, it would go to your estate.
To their estate.
Yeah. But if there's, if there's a contingent beneficiary name, then it would go to that person.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, thank you. I just needed that information.
Okay. No, not a problem. All right. You take care.
Okay.
Bye. Bye-bye.
So in this call, we hear yourself again with Miss Vallow?
Yes.
And we hear her telling you that her husband left her with 5 kids to care for, right?
Yes.
And she told you that she understands how life insurance works, right?
Correct.
That she and her husband run this business about it, right?
Yes.
But then she asks you if an agent would be able to change who the beneficiary was?
Correct.
So she didn't really understand it.
I felt that she did not understand it fully.
And again, she told you she understood how this all worked, but then she asked you what would happen if she died. At this point, who would get, her money since her husband had been her beneficiary?
Yes, she did.
So you had to advise her of the fact that if there were contingent beneficiaries, they would get it?
Yes.
Ultimately, did Banner Life Insurance have any insurance policy with Lori Vallow?
No, she did not hold any coverage under Banner Life.
When she was talking to you, at one point she asked you or said, there's nothing you can do about that, right?
Correct.
And there's nothing you can do to change that. That is something that the owner is able to do.
Correct. We could not make any changes.
Regardless of if you feel bad for someone.
Exactly.
Is it awkward for you when you have to talk to someone who thinks that they were the beneficiary and learns they're not?
It can be, yes.
Was that your last interaction with Lori Vallow?
To my recollection, yes.
Who did Banner Life Insurance Company ultimately pay the $1 million policy to?
To Mr. Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock.
And before the insurance company, before Banner Life would pay that out to Kay Woodcock, did you actually have to call and verify with the police that she was not involved in the homicide or the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes, that's correct.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
No questions.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. You can step down, thank you. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
All right, sir, come on right up here, right in front here, and be sworn in.
Please spell your name for the record.
Jeff, Jeff, Moberg, Moberg.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're gonna have a seat. Just walk around the court reporter. Have a seat to my left.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Moberg. I'm a forensic scientist with the Arizona Department of Public Safety in the Firearms and Toolmark Unit.
How long have you worked there?
I've been with DPS since February of 2013. I've been assigned to the Firearms Unit since October 1st of 2018.
Can you tell us about your education and training to work in the area of firearms identification?
Sure. Part of the hiring standards for the DPS Crime Lab is I do have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Arizona State University. My specialized firearms training is I attended the National Firearms Examiner Academy hosted by the ATF in Laurel, Maryland. The academy consists of 4 phases. It's approximately a year long, with phase 1 being research and history of and all of the techniques that go into it. Phase 2 is a full on-site 17-week training experience in Maryland, practicing exactly what it is that we do. Then we go into practical examinations, meaning I'm doing competency tests and proficiency tests throughout the summer and preparing a research project, which in phase 4 I will present and conduct mock trials.
Do you have ongoing training as well?
We do. Every year we're offered the opportunity to attend SHOT Show, which is the firearms industry trade show in Las Vegas every year. There's also the Association of Firearms and Toolmark Examiners meeting once a year, which is our annual training. It is nothing but peers within my discipline doing seminars and presenting on findings for various cases and various new technologies coming out.
And in DPS itself, is there any type of QAS or means to ensure that all of the firearms examiners are continuing to perform appropriately?
Absolutely. After the training, we are all given a competency test. We have to demonstrate our ability to do the job. So it's a very complex test consisting of all of the disciplines that we do, tool marks, firearms, serial number restoration, various other aspects of my job. But then every year we're giving a proficiency test from an outside source, so we're testing our continued or demonstrating our continued competency within the field.
So I want to start by asking you just some generic questions about how a semi-automatic handgun works.
So a semi-automatic gun, meaning a semi-automatic means that it is designed to fire one round with a single pull of the trigger, but it's also meant to cycle the firearm. And what I mean by cycle is the process of loading a firearm means introducing a magazine, particularly in a semi-automatic, which contains a number of cartridges. Cycling it means pulling the slide back and allowing it to go forward. When that happens, it strips off one of the cartridges from the magazine and loads it into chamber. So we call that chambering. At that point, it is ready to fire. When the trigger is pulled, the firing pin is released on a striker type system. It's a spring-loaded firing pin, or a hammer type system where it's a weighted hammer that goes in and strikes a firing pin to hit this back of this cartridge to ignite the round. It then begins, the pressure builds up within that cartridge, expels the bullet down the barrel, but that same amount of pressure is also working to push it back. So it pushes that slide rearward, so it starts to move it back, unlocks the barrel, lets it go all the way back, and then it comes forward and loads the next one.
So I'm going to put up, first, I have Exhibit 76 here. Is this a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes, it is.
And then I'm going to put 85 in here. Is that what a live round looks like?
A live round, or we call it a cartridge, it's just a single unit of ammunition, consists of the cartridge case, primer, powder, and projectile.
So when a handgun is used and the trigger is pulled, we have a projectile that goes out to the barrel of the gun. What happens to the rest of that cartridge or live round?
So the rectangular portion on top, the black portion of the slide that's on top, that whole thing moves. So it will actually, when the cartridge is fired, the pressure of that cartridge will force that rearward, and it opens up that chamber so that the expelled cartridge can be ejected, the cartridge case will be ejected, and the new one can be loaded in via the magazine. The very bottom here where the kind of the hand is grabbing at the bottom is where the magazine is inserted.
So, put Exhibit 77. Is this where you're talking about where the cartridge is going to eject from?
That is actually showing the side of the barrel, that which houses the chamber, but that section opens up and that is where the ejection takes place.
So you had talked about this in some of the different jobs that you do as a firearms analyst. When a person fires a semi-automatic handgun, are there any sort of identifying tool marks that might be left on the projectile or the bullet?
Absolutely. All of that pressure that builds up and is pushing the cartridge case back, it is resting against what we call the breech face. The breech face has a hole in it where the firing pin comes through and it strikes the primer. The primer is just that little button in the center of the cartridge. It's actually a very volatile compound that ignites the powder charge instantly. So all of that pressure builds up and presses against that breech face. This being a semi-automatic, as it cycles back, the barrel has to unlock. So it moves slightly back, but then as it unlocks, it drops down. And as it drops down, that cartridge case is scratching up against the surface of that breech face, imparting all kinds of marks that we use for comparison purposes.
When the projectile itself is fired out the barrel, are there any tool marks left on that?
Yes. So when the bullet is being pushed out of the barrel, through the barrel, all of that pressure is pushing it through. A barrel is rifled. Now, rifling is a pattern of lands and grooves that are in a rotational pattern that impart the spin on there. All of that pressure causes the back end of that projectile to expand and to fill that void. So as it's going through, it's dragging along the inside of the barrel, picking up any of the imperfections from the manufacturing process that are there, similar to a fingerprint. So when it comes out, we're able to look around there and you can see the pattern of the rifling all the way around the bullet and the individual striations or scratches on the surface coming from the inside of the barrel.
So if you are provided with a gun, casings, and projectiles, are you able to determine in any way if those casings or projectiles were fired from a specific gun?
Yes, and we do that by doing what we call a comparison. So we go ahead and we take that fired evidence and we're going to look at it. We want to verify that there's markings on there that we can use for comparisons. Then I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to test fire this firearm. I'm going to collect those test-fired cartridge cases and projectiles if need be, and I'm going to do a comparison side by side on my comparison microscope It's just a high-powered microscope that allows me to see two things simultaneously, side by side at the same magnification. So I'm going to have them side by side and try to line up those scratches and marks that are left on there from the machining process to the next.
So when we're talking about a barrel, you said there's like lands and grooves in there. Is that alone enough for you to identify if a projectile was fired from a specific gun, or are you looking for more specific, unique characteristics from each gun?
So each one, we start with what we call class characteristics. The class characteristics are those that are pre-designed before manufacture, such as what caliber is it? Is it a 9mm? Is it a 45, 40, whatever it may be? Then we're going to look at how many lands and grooves are there. If there is, maybe there's 5, maybe there's 6, maybe there's 8. All of that we use as an initial screening. Can this come from this gun? Say I have a gun that's a 9mm and I have a 45 bullet. That's not possible. So it's an automatic rule out. But those imperfections from the manufacturing process are what we use, and how the scratches translate into there are very unique to those barrels.
So you said you test fire the weapon. Why do you do that? What are you using that for?
Well, when a case like that comes in, whenever we receive a weapon, we first and foremost, we want to verify, number one, that it's safe and unloaded. Number two, that it's actually operational as a weapon. So we're verifying that it can fire and it works as designed. But then I'm also using that time, I document the condition of it as I received it. I document any of the features that are on there, such as in this particular case up here, we have a brown and black gun. That's one of the notes that I would have on there.
When you are doing this comparison and looking for these unique characteristics that you may see from the tools or the actual combustion of this, are there different levels of interpretation or conclusions that you're able to reach during this comparison process?
Yes, when we're doing a comparison, we're first and foremost looking for marks that recreate. So the different levels of opinion that I can form at the end is I can identify. I can say this piece of fired evidence was fired from this gun. I could say this piece of evidence was not fired from this piece of gun, or this particular gun, excuse me. Or if there's just none of those marks that are reproducing, or an insufficient amount of marks for us to actually compare, we can actually go out inconclusive, meaning I'm not sure whether it was or not.
So I'm going to have my paralegal go up to you with a few items here. It is exhibits 235, 38, 40, 239, and 246. I'm going to let you sort of keep those, and I'm going to start with 246, the handgun. Were you provided with that gun as part of a request to determine if you could, well, were you provided with that gun?
I was. When we receive evidence such as a firearm, we actually initial, date, and put the identifying information to the case on the firearm. Right here, just underneath the slide on the frame of this firearm, is the DR number, our department record number, the item number. So the combination of that DR number and the item number is our unique identifier to track that piece of evidence, and then my initials and date.
Okay. Were you provided with a couple of casings, 238 and 240?
Yes, I was. And again, when I received these, when we receive evidence such as this fired casing here, which is 240, we initial and date the day we receive it. So it's here. There's my initials and date from when I resealed it. It's currently hiding up. It's actually right up here at the top where I initial and dated it when I received it.
Okay. And were you also provided with a projectile, if you can look at 235 and 239? And I believe you only had one of those.
That's correct. There's the one bullet I received right underneath our unique tracking. We barcode everything. It's got our department record number, item number. I initial and dated it as I received it.
And which number was that?
This is item 239.
Thank you. What were you asked to do with these items?
This particular case, I was asked to compare the cartridge cases and the bullet back to the firearm.
And that's the firearm that we see here in Exhibit 77, what we see as 246.
Yes, it is.
All right. So starting with this, what can you tell us about the gun itself? What is the caliber? What is the brand of that?
The firearm is a Springfield Armory XDM 45 caliber semi-automatic pistol.
And so when we talk about 45 caliber, what does that mean?
45 refers to just the size of the bore. In this particular case, it's a 45 auto caliber, or 45 ACP, common to most 45s made today. But that's actually the measurement of the bore.
Were you able to, when you looked at you told us you often look to see just initially, do these all match together? When you looked at the caliber of those casings that you were given, did they match with the 45 caliber?
The two cartridge cases I received were Fiocchi brand 45 auto caliber cartridge casings.
Okay. Now what about the projectile, the bullet that you're given? Is there a way for you to determine if that is consistent with a 45 caliber, being fired from a 45 caliber handgun?
Yes, so when we receive a bullet like this, I'm going to go ahead and measure the diameter across the fired bullet to achieve that, and it measured, I don't know the exact number, but it's approximately 0.45 inches.
Okay. Now when you first were handed the gun, you said you'd make some notes about that. Did you note anything about it as to whether or not the gun appeared to have been previously fired at some point?
The only notes that we take is we do look down the barrel of the gun. When what I'm looking for is mainly safety purposes. I want to make sure there's no obstruction, because if I fire it and there's an obstruction, could be catastrophic failure of the firearm. But I'm also looking at and documenting the rifling. And when we look down a barrel, we can see, I would notate that it's slightly fouled barrel or whatnot, meaning that there's powder particles and or traces of bullets going through the firearm.
So that would mean it was consistent with having been fired at least?
Correct.
So you talked about test firing. Did you test fire this gun?
I did. I test fired this particular firearm into a water tank. I used the water tank because we wanted to collect projectiles for comparison purposes, and the water tank allows us to do that without damaging the bullets.
What kind of ammunition do you use? How do you determine that?
So first and foremost, we would like to use like ammunition. So this was Fiocchi brand ammunition. We hopefully would have some of that in our reference collection. However, I did not, so I would grab the next closest type of ammunition. I believe it was Winchester that I used in this particular case, that has the same exact type of primer, the same exact type of casing, and the same exact type of projectile.
When you talk about the same exact type, are you talking about like the metals, or what are you talking about?
For instance, the bullet in this case is a copper jacketed, round nose, full metal jacket. So I would look to test fire a copper jacketed, full round nose bullet.
Okay. So when you test fired this gun, did you know anything with regards to the functionality of it?
I noted that it functioned as designed. I did test fire this by hand chambering. I didn't try a magazine in there because one wasn't submitted with it. But it operated with no problems.
Okay. How many times did you test fire it?
We collect a minimum of 3. In this particular case, I only did fire it 3 times. That's all that I needed.
And so each time you're having to put a bullet in there and pull the trigger each time?
That's correct.
If you'd had a magazine, would you still have had to pull the trigger each time to fire it?
Yes, it operates still semi-automatic, so the trigger would have to be pulled each time to fire a cartridge case. I just wouldn't have to reload one into the chamber each time.
Okay. So once you created these test fire, let's start with cartridges, Did you attempt to compare those to the ones you were provided, Exhibits 238 and 240?
So one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to collect my test fires and I'm going to compare them to each other. And why I'm doing that is I want to make sure that there's marks on there that reproduce over our test fires. If there's no marks reproducing, how would I be able to compare it to the evidence? From there, once I determine that it's a sufficient, and I do photo document all of my comparisons, once I figure it's sufficient for an identification there, I'll go ahead and do a comparison to the unknown evidence and make my opinion based on that comparison.
So the test fires that you have, you look to make sure that those are creating each time the same both class characteristics and individual characteristics.
Correct, yes.
And the class being sort of the generic ones that every type of Springfield might create?
Correct, yes.
And these individual ones are characteristics that are specific and unique to this weapon?
Correct. They're from use, abuse, cleaning, anything like that, and the individual manufacturing of each component.
When you compared those two cartridge casings, 238 and 240, to the test fires that you created from Exhibit 246, the handgun, were you able to reach any conclusions?
I was.
And what was your conclusion?
I was able to determine, I identified those cartridge cases as having been fired on that particular firearm based on my comparison of the test fires to that evidence.
So the two cartridge casings, 238 and 240, were fired from the handgun you have up there, 246.
Correct.
You also, when you test fired the gun, did you collect the projectiles, the bullets?
I did. I collected three bullets from our water tank for comparison purposes.
Did you go through the same process of looking at those three to see if they matched up?
I did, yes.
And did they?
They absolutely did, yes.
So again, they had sufficient class characteristics and individual characteristics for you to then proceed to try to identify them or compare them to the unknown bullet.
That's correct.
When you compared Exhibit 239, the projectile that was recovered, to the projectiles that you created when you test fired, were you able to reach any conclusions with regards to this weapon?
I was, like the cartridge cases, I identified the projectile as having been fired from that particular firearm.
So the bullet that you were given, you've identified as having been fired from this Springfield semi-automatic 45 caliber handgun.
That's correct.
Did that end your work in this case?
That ended my analysis from this case. From then, I go ahead and I take all of my notes. The entire process I'm photo documenting. So when I open this up and I was documenting the condition as it's receiving, I'm also taking photos. When I'm doing the comparison, I'm also taking photos of the evidence side by side and any kind of areas of interest that I'm looking at. So from there, I'm going to go ahead and document my opinion and my results on our worksheets. I'm also going to print out all of my photos. I am then going to take all of that evidence and I'm going to hand it to another trained examiner. That other trained examiner, without looking at my results, is going to take all of that evidence and do a comparison himself. And then he'll form his own opinion and then verify that it matches or is similar to my results.
And was that done here?
Yes, it was.
Did that alter in any way your opinion?
Not at all. He was in agreement of my results.
When you talk about the photo, so in your report, you're actually showing all of those characteristics that we've talked about so anyone else could later look at them and see how you reached your conclusion.
The photo documentation it's just a snapshot of one portion of the comparison, but yes, a trained examiner should be able to look at them and understand what exactly I was looking at.
Right, so ultimately your conclusion was both those cartridge casings and that projectile that you were provided was fired from the gun you were provided.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Cross-examination.
I just have a couple questions, Your Honor. Mr. Boberg, when did you receive the request to test this firearm?
It was early March of this year.
So March 2025?
Yes.
And then how long after you received the request did you test the firearm?
I was notified that the request was coming in a couple of days. I received the evidence on a Wednesday, which my week wraps up on Thursday, and I did all of the work on that the following Monday, and the report was put out by Tuesday morning.
Okay, do you know what the date that Tuesday report was put out by?
I don't know the exact date. If you'd like, I can refer to my notes and give you that exact date.
Sure, that'd be great.
Is that okay? Go
Is that okay?
So the report was authored on March 4th of 2025. The evidence was received in our property and evidence unit on 2/26 of 25, in which I also received them on that 2/26 of 25 and returned them to our evidence room on the 4th of March.
Okay, thank you. And who requested you to do this test on this firearm? Where did your request come from?
This particular request was made from a detective who reached out to me via email explaining could I assist him with a rush. I passed it through my supervisor, who allowed me to contact the detective and have the evidence submitted. And then it was assigned to me because the request was sent directly to me.
Do you know what detective that was?
Detective Duncan.
And then who did you send your report to?
Once I'm finished with my analysis, my report is then reviewed by another examiner and then a supervisor to make sure that it's all technically correct, and then admin, and then they're electronically released to Detective Duncan.
Okay, and then you said you had done some photo documenting. Were those photos attached to this report?
They were attached to all of my case notes, yes.
Okay, so there's a report, case notes, and then the photo documentaries?
It's all part of, the notes and the photo documentation is all one.
And how long do you think that report was total?
Oh, it's roughly 13 pages total. 13, 14 pages with the actual report.
Okay, thank you. So you fired the firearm 3 times, is that correct?
That's correct.
In your testing?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And then if you were, did you point it all in the same direction when you fired?
When I did my test firing, I was firing into a water tank. The water tank has it's approximately 10-inch thick stainless steel tube with a rest inside of it that I fire it into, so it stays in one place and fires at a specific angle into the water so that I'm not striking anything or being unsafe in any way.
And what's your distance at that point?
Approximately a foot.
Oh, just a foot away into the water tank?
Into the water, yeah.
Okay. And then did all of the casings go into the exact same place, like close to the same place?
So around the inlet tube that we shoot into, we have a big net that catches the cartridge cases.
So you can't really tell where they land then, I guess, because the net catches them? Is that what you're saying?
It's land as far as they kind of shoot out of the gun and then get caught by the net.
Okay, so they don't land on the ground and roll close to each other. Okay. But you kind of got a feel for this gun because you shot it, right?
I did.
So if you were to shoot the gun straight and then move 40 degrees to the right and shoot it again, do you think that the casings would end up in the same area?
Objection as to speculation without foundation of...
He shot the gun, Your Honor. I was asking his
hold on,
opinion.
Hold on. He can answer, first of all, if he understands the question.
If I may clarify?
Sure.
So you're asking if I point a weapon, say this way, and then turn this way?
Correct.
Okay. I can't answer that.
Go ahead.
I would expect the cartridge case to be slightly different from the very first one, but not much, depending on what interacts with it in its flight path. If did it bounce off of something, what's the floor type, what is, or whatever it hits first, I couldn't say without knowing any of that.
Okay. So would it be safe to say that the casings would end up in the same place if you didn't move and you fired 2 shots? They should end up close to the same location.
Again, it really depends on what is around, because typically when a semi-automatic firearm is fired, the slide comes back and the cartridge case ejects up and to the right. So if you moved slightly, you're changing that angle slightly, so it could be slightly different. It could be in the same location depending on how they bounce and roll.
Okay. So if you fired the gun and the casing ricocheted off the wall, but then you moved the gun and fired it again somewhere else, it could miss the ricocheting of the wall altogether, right?
Again, without knowing the scene, I couldn't say.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in your report, I don't want to simplify it because I know that you are a scientist, but is it basically saying that this gun, that those casings came from this particular gun?
My exact wording would be very similar to that. It would say items, whatever the unique identifier is, were identified as having been fired from item, which is the gun.
Okay. So. This particular gun, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And then you would say that those projectiles also came from this particular gun. Is that correct? Okay. And then, and this testing was done this year on March 4th, is that correct?
March 4th is my report date, meaning all of the analysis is completed and it is done. At that point, my analysis was actually conducted on the 3rd.
Okay. Okay, no more questions, thank you.
Redirect.
Which side did the casings eject from on this Springfield?
On this particular Springfield, the ejection port is angled to the right and up.
Okay. So in order to, well, let me ask you this. When casings are ejected and you're not attempting to move your arm or the gun, do they always land right in the exact same spot?
They do not.
Do they bounce and roll?
They do. Again, it's a very violent action. That slide is moving very quickly. A lot of times the cartridge case is spitting, so they could tumble through the air and again bounce off of anything such as the floor, walls, anything around.
So even as each time you pull the trigger, if you're trying your hardest to keep it as still as you can, does that mean the casings will land exactly right next to each other?
No, they won't.
Where the casings land, does that depend on multiple factors?
Absolutely.
So the type of flooring or ground would be one thing?
Any kind of intervening objects, type of flooring, if it lands on grass, it's probably going to stick or stop, or if it lands in carpet or tile, wood, all bounces differently.
If it bounces off a wall, that would impact where it might land?
Yes.
So having fired guns multiple times, semi-automatics, at your best in trying to keep them together, are they maybe grouped in a general area together?
Typically when we're firing multiple rounds repeatedly, they tend to generally land in like kind of a pool area. It's not small, but it is a generalized area.
And in a situation where a gun may be slightly moved, that cantering of a gun, can that change the location of the casing itself?
Absolutely. I mean, it's designed, as it's designed, it will eject up and to the right. So, I mean, if you turn it this way, it's up. Could change dramatically however you're angling it or turning it.
When you are talking about casings and where they land, even if you go and see them, are you able to look at them and say that was from shot number 1 or that was from shot number 2?
Oh no, we just generalize an area of where a shooter might have been.
And again, that's just because they're landing at best in a pool area, even if you're trying to shoot as straight in the uniform as you can.
That's correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one coming down.
We have a jury question. Let's see if there's any firearms experts on the jury.
All right, I have a question from a juror. Where would the casings go if the gun was held sideways?
Just for clarification, sideways either way?
Why don't you tell us for either way?
So if I was to cant it sideways and the butt was down, it could potentially go up and fall to the left side because of the way the gravity would be. However, if you turn it this way, it's angling it further down. And again, it depends on how it hits the ground, what it can bounce off of.
All right, any other juror questions? Not seeing any follow-up from the defense based on that question?
No.
State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were talking like that. It's like holding it like this, holding it like, not going to hold it like that, but holding it like that. Yo, right? I can see that's probably a lot easier to shoot down than hold it like that versus like that. That's awkward. That makes sense.
Detective Cassandra Enclan.
All right, come on right up here in front and be sworn in.
Hi, can you spell your name for the record? Sandra, C-A-S-S-A-N-D-R-A. Y-N-C-L-A. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Cassandra Anglon. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department in our robbery homicide unit.
Can you tell us about your career with the Chandler Police Department?
So next week, I will have 24 years at the department. Started in patrol, graduated through the Phoenix Police Academy. I have no prior, all my experiences with Chandler. Started in patrol, I worked there a couple years and then was selected to move into a newer unit they created, which was more of a general investigations unit. Worked assaults, burglaries, thefts, kind of entry-level detective type cases. We had a reorganization I'd been in that unit about a year and a half, and that unit morphed into our family violence unit. So at that point, my cases became primarily physical child abuse cases, some missing person type cases, and then the majority was domestic violence, assaults, aggravated assaults, things like that. Worked in that unit for a couple years and then moved into our narcotics and organized crime unit and worked in that unit for about 5 years, doing primarily large-scale narcotics investigations. In September of 2009, I was selected and moved into our robbery and homicide unit, and I've been in that unit since September of 2009, where I am now.
As part of your job, are you called out to respond to scenes?
Yes.
And what are your normal working hours?
So we work 4-10s, so 4 10-hour shifts a week. There are 6 people in our unit, so I am one of the 3 that works Tuesday to Fridays, and then the other half of our unit works Monday to Thursdays. But there is one detective in our unit that's on call all the time. And then depending on the scale of the case, the on-call is responsible for being available to come in off hours, but depending on the scale of the case, they'll call in additional detectives to help, sometimes supplementing from other units within the department depending on the case.
Were you working on Thursday, July 11th of 2019?
I was.
And where were you located? Where's your office?
So my office is at our main precinct, which is in downtown Chandler. But that day I was not in the office. I was driving to kind of a community event that was in West Chandler.
Were you asked to respond to a scene at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I was.
Why were you asked to respond to that house?
So I had initially heard some radio traffic about a potential shooting that had happened there, and then so I was aware of the call for service that was going on that patrol had responded to, and then I was contacted by my supervisor shortly thereafter by phone because I wasn't in the station, and they had asked that myself and several detectives respond down to assume that investigation from patrol.
Do you recall approximately when you arrived at that house?
I believe it was right around 9:28, 9:30 is my arrival time on CAD, but it would have been within a couple minutes of that depending on how significant the radio traffic was that I could get out onto the radio.
In 2019, as a detective, did you have body-worn camera assigned to you?
We did not.
So you were not wearing a body cam unit at that time?
No, we did not get ours issued until I believe a couple years later.
Okay. Can you describe for us the crime scene when you arrived?
So when I arrived in the neighborhood, it's a gated community. I arrived on the north side of where the residence was. Marked patrol units and uniformed patrol officers were there. There was already a yellow crime scene about a house or two north and a house or two south. And I could see several of the initial patrol officers that had responded that were present when I got there.
When you got there, was the fire engine still there?
I believe they were, but there was what we call our care unit. Our CR-288 is the crisis unit. They're a fire personnel, but they respond out to our scenes at our request as well.
Okay, and so that was there?
Correct.
Did you observe any individuals that you learned to be the shooter at the scene?
I did. Alex Cox.
Can you describe where you saw him?
So when I approached the house, I was walking south towards the house. He was seated on a curb. I remember there being like a trash can or something right there. And Officer Krautheim was outside. And I remember seeing him sitting there as I walked past up to a supervisor at the scene.
And can you describe for us the demeanor of Alex Cox when you went by him?
He was sitting on the curb, didn't really appear, just kind of normal, wasn't really agitated or upset. He had what looked like, I think it was a paper towel or Kleenex in his hand. And at one point he reached back and kind of touched the back of his head. But he was just seated, just kind of sitting there.
Did you observe yourself any injuries at that time to his head?
I did not. I didn't have contact with him at the scene at all.
Okay. When you arrive at a scene like that as a detective, what's sort of the process of, what does everyone do when you get there?
So initially what we try is that the first one or two investigative type personnel usually will make immediate contact with the supervisor on scene, usually a sergeant or a lieutenant, and try to just kind of do a quick assessment or triage of what's going on. What is kind of the quick initial what happened? Is anybody outstanding? What are kind of the things we need to do? Because then as personnel from like my unit and other investigative units arrive, we can start assigning tasks and roles. We always, by practice, assign a case agent, and then a scene agent is separate, and then any other personnel that get there start assigning tasks, what needs to be done, what needs to happen.
So what is the roles of a detective versus the patrol officers who've been there?
So patrol officers are going to be your first responders. They are going to be the ones that dispatch when you call 911 or the non-emergency number. Patrol is going to come to your house first. They're the uniformed in a marked patrol car. They're going to respond out and do the initial investigation, initial scene safety, initial first aid, until it's safe for fire to get there. They're going to be your initial first responders. If the call or event or incident that they're responding to is going to be more significant or more serious or maybe needs more specialized equipment or investigation or potentially they might need a search warrant, then you're going to see where detectives are going to get called out to assume an investigation from patrol. So there will be some overlap. And then once we come out and kind of take the investigation over, patrol then gets released from the event, and it will become kind of property of the detectives that come out to assume the case.
Do you have patrol officers still helping things like securing the scene and making sure that, no one is just running up into the house or something?
Absolutely.
While you were on scene, did you notice any other civilians kind of waiting around?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
At one point, I realized that where Officer Krautheim was standing, basically across from the house, it was within the crime scene, that an adult female, Lori Vallow, and then her daughter, Tylee, had at some point got there. I'm not sure exactly when, but I realized that they were standing in the vicinity of Officer Krautheim within the crime scene near a red car.
Did you see the interaction between Officer Krautheim and these two, Lori Vallow and Tylee?
I did, from across the street.
Okay. When you saw that interaction, did you know who they were at that point?
I did not know who they were. I found out a short time later.
Okay. So did Officer Krautheim advise you and other detectives who they were?
Yes.
Okay. So you said the female was Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table wearing like a navy blue blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Can you describe Lori Vallow's demeanor when you saw her across the street there?
So she was standing, the car they were near was parked along the curb, and she was standing basically in front of the parked car, and Tylee was standing next to her. Just kind of appeared to be having this kind of ordinary interaction with Officer Krautheim, just kind of talking to him, didn't seem real animated or emotional. Just seemed very kind of ordinary and kind of nonchalant.
Were any police cars visible at the crime scene?
Yes.
And so there's yellow crime scene tape up?
Correct.
Okay. So when Officer Krautheim came over, did he talk to you and some other detectives?
He did.
And did he advise you about his interaction with Ms. Vallow and Tylee?
He didn't talk to me about their interaction. He just more identified who they were.
Okay.
And at that point, we had some discussion about kind of additional rules that had just developed.
So at some time while you're sitting there and you're standing around talking with sergeants and whatnot, is that when you learned who you believed to be the shooter, Alex Cox, was?
Yes.
And at some time while you are again getting these updates, did you learn who the deceased male was inside the residence?
Correct.
And who was that?
That was Charles Vallow.
During this time, did it become known to you the relationship between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Correct. They were brother-sister.
And during this time, did you become aware of the relationship between Ms. Vallow and Charles Vallow?
Correct. Husband-wife.
After you, I guess during the time when you were speaking with these officers, were you updated by Officer Krautheim about whether or not Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
No. I had talked to my sergeant actually about speaking with her specifically about doing what we refer to as a death notification.
Well, let me go back. So did you believe that Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
I did not.
You thought she had no idea?
I didn't think she knew because she wasn't there when I got there.
Had you been advised that by Officer Krautheim or his sergeant relating to information he had received from Alex Cox that she was not present?
I didn't believe that she was present at the time the incident occurred prior to me speaking with her.
Okay. And that was based upon information that you had obtained from briefings?
Correct.
Okay. Since you thought that Lori Vallow did not know her husband was deceased, what did you do?
So I had a brief discussion with my sergeant, and we agreed that it would be the right thing to do a death notification to her. She is legally his wife. They are married. She would be his legal next of kin. She's standing basically in the crime scene, and I think professionally it's in delaying letting someone know that their loved one is deceased isn't appropriate. So we made a decision at that point to contact her to do an actual death notification so it was clear that he was deceased.
Okay. So because she's there at the scene, do you just walk up to her while she's standing right there in front of the car to notify her? How do you do that?
No, so her and Tylee were now seated within the care unit that I had mentioned, our CR 288. They have a van, and we utilize it a lot. So they were seated within that van. I had approached the van with my sergeant, and my intention was to try to get her to come out of the van because Tylee was in there with her, so I could have a discussion with her outside of the view of any children. When I made contact with her. We ended up having the conversation with her in the van with Tylee.
So, let me ask this. What was her demeanor when you see her in this van?
Pretty much the same as her demeanor before. Not real emotional. She was pretty calm. Didn't seem overly affected.
I think you had used nonchalant previously.
Yeah, it's a good word to describe it.
So how did that notification go down? Were you able to tell her? What happened?
So, opened the van. I made contact with her. I think at some point I asked her something to the effect if she would step out of the van to talk to me. And at that point she said that she already knew because she was there, which was kind of a surprise. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. And at that point I confirmed with her that he had died and he was deceased, and quickly kind of conferred with my sergeant away that at this point her and Tylee are now witnesses to the event and they need to be interviewed, obviously.
Okay. So it's normal for detectives to have to make death notifications?
Yes.
And you have made death notifications in other cases?
Unfortunately, yes.
And so in this case, you yourself was the one surprised to learn that you didn't have to give her a death notification.
I was.
Did her demeanor change at all when she's telling you that she was there and knew he was dead?
No.
So at this point now that you know that it's not just a death notification, she now may have relevant information, what happens at that point?
I had made a request of her that we would like to obviously talk to her, and if I could transport them back to the police station. If possible, we like to do the interviews in a more contained environment, obviously one that we can record and one that's not in the middle of a crime scene. So I had asked if her and Tylee would come back to the police station with me, and I ultimately ended up driving both of them back to the police station.
Okay. Is there a special area at the police station that you took them to?
I did. I took them to what's referred to as our FAC, which is our Family Advocacy Center.
What's the difference between the FAC and, maybe what people have seen on TV of just like the cold room with a table and two chairs?
So the Family Advocacy Center is a separate part of the police department. It actually has a separate entrance, and it's designed specifically for victims of crime. We do forensic interviews of children there. There are not uniformed officers that work within that area. It's designed specifically for victims of crime. We do use it sometimes, obviously, for witnesses. There will never be in custodial suspect interviews or anything in there. It's a separate section of the police department that's kind of an entity on its own.
So when you're going to interview Lori Vallow, do you have any concept sort of what she saw, what her involvement is at that point?
No.
So when you said you drove her and Tylee to the police station?
I did.
So they left their car at the scene?
They did. They came with me in my city vehicle.
Can you describe Lori's demeanor as you're driving her to the police station?
So, obviously I drove. She was in the front passenger seat. Tylee was seated behind her. The majority of the drive, we were actually talking about Tylee. It's a little bit awkward because you're trying not to talk about anything that happened until you can get to the police station. So you're trying to kind of make this strange small talk almost. But we were talking primarily about Tylee and her schooling and such. But we were driving and She was just kind of chattering along as we were driving.
Did she seem stressed at all while she's talking to you?
Not really.
Was she crying or emotional at all while you're driving?
No.
While you were before you left in the car, did she ever try to ask you any questions about how her brother was doing or what's going on with her husband or anything like that?
Not of me, no.
When you got her to the police station, how long did that take, approximately?
It's probably a 20-minute drive from the house to where the station is, about.
And was she chatting away the whole time?
For the majority of it.
When you get to the police station, do you separate Lori and her daughter, Tylee?
I did.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
Was she free to leave at any time?
Yes.
Did you know if she had a cell phone with her when you were interviewing her?
I don't believe, she did, she had a phone with her at one point, but she wasn't on it or doing anything.
Okay. Did she provide you with a cell phone number when you were talking to her?
In the initial part of the interview, yes. The initial part of the interview is biographical, name, date of birth, phone number, address, that type of thing.
Did you ever ask to look at her cell phone?
I did not.
Did she ever offer to show you her cell phone?
She did not.
Did you know at that point, let me ask you, had you been inside the scene at that point, inside the house?
So I did not go in the house until later. Prior to me coming back to the scene later, I was never inside the house.
Okay. So at that point, when you are first meeting with Lori, driving her there, did you know if she had Charles Vallow's cell phone with her?
I did not know.
Did you sort of assume that Charles Vallow's cell phone would have been at the scene with him?
I did assume that, yes.
So I want to start with, you told us that you asked some basic biographical information. And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 186.
Go ahead.
Have you watched that CD, Exhibit 186, previously?
I have, yes.
Is your initial on it to identify that you've watched it?
My initials and my badge number.
And is that to identify that you recognize that as the part of the interview where you're asking Lori Vallow for biographical information?
Correct.
And that shows it's an accurate copy of that portion of the interview?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 186.
Any objection?
The only objection is to the portion, Your Honor. Is it not going to be a full,
It's
just a portion
redacted.
of it?
Are you saying it's redacted?
This is only one portion of it. We're going to be going through lots of portions of it.
What was the number?
186.
186 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I can publish it.
Go ahead.
Okay. I know Laura's your first name, right? L-A-U-R?
L-O-R-I.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow. V-A-L-L-O-W.
And your date of birth?
6/26/73.
And then your phone number?
808-755-5452.
And you live at the house, right?
Okay. So in this portion that we see in 186, she gave you a phone number of the 808-755-5452?
Correct.
During your investigation, did you learn that Lori Vallow had more than one cell phone?
I did.
Did you learn whether or not she was employed outside the home?
I don't believe she was.
Okay. Did you ever read her Miranda rights?
No.
Why not?
She was not in custody. She was there consensually. And at the time that I was talking to her as what I believe to be a witness.
Okay. Now, did you talk to her about sort of when she moved into the house, some background about her son and Charles and that relationship?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 187.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize Exhibit 187, again, having your initials and badge number on it?
I do, yes.
And is that marked as Clip 2, the portion of your interview where Lori Vallow is telling you about sort of moving into the house and some background on JJ and Charles?
That's correct.
State will move to admit 187.
Any objection?
The objection would be Rule 106, Your Honor, the rule of completeness. We would ask that the whole thing be played,
All right.
the entire video.
The objection's overruled. The exhibit's admitted.
And if we can publish it.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. So he was like a drug baby and had all these problems. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul. And then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me... What kind of threats? Just... You'd have to read them to me, but he's always mad at me, right? And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is.
So I want to talk a little bit about this portion of your interview with Lori Vallow. She told you about the adoption of JJ by her and Charles, correct?
Correct.
And that JJ suffered from some disabilities.
That's right.
During this part of the interview, did she tell you that Charles had sent some threatening messages on the phone?
She did. She said there were threats on her phone.
Did she ever offer to show you those threats?
She did not.
So she has a phone with her, but she didn't show you anything?
No.
Did she ever explain what she meant?
No.
And we had just discussed that she had given you a phone number of 808, correct?
Correct.
And during that investigation, or this investigation, sort of in the days that followed, did you learn later that most of the communication between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow was on one of her other cell phones, the one with a 480 area code?
I did.
So even though she gives you a totally different number, that's not the phone that you understood to have the communications between her and Charles?
Right.
Does she also say in that clip that Charles Vallow didn't want a divorce from her?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that she didn't even like Charles?
Yes.
And that she didn't want to deal with him?
Yes.
And that he traveled to just kind of get away.
Correct.
When you were talking with Lori Vallow, did she tell you that Charles had filed something against her saying she was crazy and asking to limit her supervised visitation?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that sort of in retaliation that she basically stopped talking to him and JJ for 30 days?
Correct, that he was in Houston, JJ was in Houston with Charles.
Okay. If I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 188. And do you recognize Exhibit 188 as also being signed and have your badge number on that?
Yes.
Meaning you've reviewed it and has identified that as that portion of your interview with Lori Vallow, including those areas of the supervised visitation.
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 188.
Your Honor, we're going to object that the whole interview should be played.
Right. 188? 188 is admitted.
And if we can publish it.
Go ahead.
And I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing.
So she, I know it got cut off sort of in the end there, she told you that after he filed this paperwork saying she was only going to get supervised visits, that she just didn't talk to him for 30 days.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, let's take our afternoon stretch break, recess, 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All right, for the jury.
Afternoon stretch break. Afternoon stretch break. Afternoon stretch break. Everybody get up and stretch. Stretch. All right, let's go through what we can. We have 15 minutes. Let's see. So they came back after lunch. Judge says state is calling. Let's see, we already did that. Okay, so Robin.
Juror 15 is the only member of the jury present. Juror 15, when we did a sidebar this morning with the white noise, it was during the investigator from Social Security Administration was testifying. When we took a break, did you and juror 16 start talking about something to do with the witness or the trial or Social Security in general? The person just to your left?
Yes, okay. What I did was I told him I'm having issues with Social Security myself. I said, he mentioned something about the amount was high. I said, yeah, I'm getting Social Security too. But the issue, I got appointments for Thursday and I have to be here. So I don't know what I'm going to do. And I put up something like that too. I told him that's going to be right.
I have no idea what's going on. We're seeing closed captioning, but we're not hearing it.
Testimony that affect your ability to be fair in this case. Are you able to set aside your own experience with the Social Security Administration, however that may be going, and just judge this case based on the testimony?
Yeah, I have briefing against Social Security.
Okay. I'll just remind you, don't talk about anything about the case or the testimony until it's submitted to you after closing arguments. Okay? All right. Are there any questions that let's ask the state first that you want to ask?
Is there anything about, I guess, your going through or attempting to get Social Security that, I guess, makes you
beneficiary, but I'm doing it on the survivor benefits. And what I'm trying to do is switch over to collect I've learned on my life. It has nothing to do with trying to get it and not doing it.
Other question.
Do you have any follow-up questions you want to ask?
Other questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Please don't discuss this with the other groups. All right, thank you. Is Chair 16 around?
So it sounds like they did kind of have that. Hold on.
Sure. 16. When we were doing a sidebar this morning with the white noise on, it was during the testimony of the Social Security investigator. Did you start talking with the other juror about something to do with Social Security?
Yes, Your Honor. He was alerting me that he had a security forensic that he was doing, but they had been delayed. But he was just aware that he was planning to come up soon, but he didn't give you a perjury.
Did you make any comment about the amount or the benefit that was testified to in this case?
I did comment on the amount. I said about the amount.
Okay, was that the extent of your conversation? Okay, I'll remind you, can't talk about the evidence in any aspect until you guys get the case for deliberation after closing arguments. Okay? Is there any question the state want to ask of this juror?
No, Your Honor.
About the rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Please don't discuss this with the rest of the jurors. All right, thank you. We'll be at recess.
All right. All right. Go ahead. Well, they didn't kick the gallery out, so yeah, juror 15 is like all over this trial. I'm not sure what's happening now. All right, let me go back to yeah, Joe will definitely know. Yeah, the people in the court definitely heard it. All right, let's continue on with the recap. We got hot mics all over the place. Yeah, no, we'll definitely ask Joe about that. We have a recap with Joe Schmo. He's in the courtroom, so we have that at 9 o'clock coming up after this. Yeah, tell Joe to get an interview with juror 15. Curvio, they need to boot juror 15. DMB 15 is a walking chaos machine. No, still, listen, you 15, don't you create any problems? He really is just a disaster. This 15. Wow. All right, let me go through the recaps, or the recap of what I have so far. Let's see. So Robin Smith Scott. So she is for Banner Life. So signed. So you have to get. So let's see. Signed and notarized, and Kay is now the beneficiary, along with contingent beneficiaries. Nick Vallow and Zach Vallow were the other contingent beneficiaries. So July 15th, 2019, Lori calls to make a death claim, and it was recorded. So we actually get to hear that call. So Lori states the name of the insured, Charles. She states her name and the relationship. He's my husband. And then July 11th was the date. And then Robin asks, well, what was the cause? There's a pause. And she's like, well, he was shot. And Robin's like, a homicide? She's like, no, it was an accident. So who is the primary beneficiary? She's like, it was me. Can I have your current mailing address, which she says. They open up a claim. Lori asks for an email to be sent of this package that they put together, right? And then Lori hangs up. Then Lori calls back and says, oh no, I'm sorry, they hang up, and then they, Miss K goes back and forth. So is it normal for you to wait to look up things first? And she says, yes. Banner Life reviews policies, digital and paper, to see if there's any changes and confirms all info is correct. They then prepare a claim packet with a cover letter, and what is required is a specific claim form and a death certificate. So Banner determines Lori is not the primary beneficiary. So then the letter was sent. Oh, Pammy. Thank you so much, Pammy. Oops. Pammy, thank you for the squeak caps. Thank you, Pammy. What's going on? All right, that's just some nonsense going on there. Let's see. So then the second phone call comes in, and this is really what we wanted. So they went back and forth, right? There was voicemail, then they finally get a hold of each other, meaning Lori and Robin. So Lori calls and says, so Robin says, you stated on the voicemail that that you have the original policy, and then we changed it to 80%, and then you added 2 people, and that's the last update I have. Can you tell me can you tell me when that was changed again? Banner says, I don't see that second one where you're 80%. The beneficiary was changed in March. So Lori says, well, we have 5 kids and we've been married 15 years and he owes people a lot of money, but now I'm left with none. Now I'm left with nothing. Did he change it to one person? Robin says, no, I can't tell you that. Lori says, well, we deal with this all the time. I know how it works. We have a 7-year-old with autism, and I'm surprised he would do that without telling me. She asks about her policy. Could he have signed my name? I hope that wouldn't have happened. Ends up she has a $2 million policy, then she hangs up. Lori says she knows how it works, but then asks if an agent can change it. I didn't think she understood it completely, is what Robin says. And she asks what happened if she passes away. Had to advise her about contingency beneficiaries. So even though Lori's saying that she knows all this stuff, she really doesn't. Only the owner can make changes. Kay Woodcock eventually got the money. Banner had to call law enforcement to confirm Kay was not involved. No questions on cross. Lori did not cross her. Also, there were no jury questions. Then Jeff Moberg gets up. He's the forensic scientist, Firearms tool-mark unit. He just tested the firearm. He tested this gun, this automatic weapon. He fires it into a water tank. Cross comes up. Oh, the conclusion was that this firearm was used. When Lori gets up to Cross, when did you receive this requested test? Early March 2025. She basically says, you fired it into the tank, and could you see different angles? And he's like, no, we just fired it into the tank, so I don't hit the side of the tank. It's like basically like this tube, if you will, of water. There were nothing came out of that. The jury question was, where would the casings go if the gun was held sideways? So there's this whole thing with the sideways, because remember the angle was down from when Charles got shot in this chest. And then Detective Cassandra Wyclan is up. I hope I'm getting her name right. So she basically interviews Lori, right? So she sees Lori as being very nonchalant at the crime scene. Her and Tylee were very nonchalant. She drives them back to the station, and now they're playing clips. They're not playing the entire thing because Lori's objecting to the entire interview being played. They're only playing clips. So right now we've heard a couple clips. Lori wasn't stressed or she wasn't crying. She was just chattering on the way to from the scene to the police station. And the first clip is just Lori's bio. This is when we learned Lori had more than one cell phone. She never read her Miranda rights because she was never in custody, and she believed that she was just a witness only, meaning the detective believed that Lori was just a witness, right? Lori objects 3 times to the rule of completeness 106. They want the whole thing played. Judge overruled all 3 times. The second video is about Charles buying a house. He's all about JJ. He's not about Tylee. JJ was a drug baby and they adopted him, meaning Charles and her adopted him. JJ was not her biological son. So she's, yeah. Let's see. She says, yeah, there's threats on the phone, and Laura, like what? You know, he threatens me all the time on the phone, and the detective says, like what? And Lori pauses. Well, he's always mad at me. He wants a divorce, but I don't like him. She never offers to show these threats on her phone. She never explains what she meant by that. She told Charles. And then they talk about Charles filed this protective order, essentially, that she's crazy and she needs supervised visitation for JJ. And then Lori objects for the 3rd time. Then they show the video of Charles files supervised visits. So she didn't talk to him for 30 days. So she admits that she didn't talk to him for 30 days. So she just cut out. She just cut out for 30 days. But she's a good mother and she wants her money. She wants her money, but she's a good mother, right? Yeah, Mel, how can Lori call JJ a drug baby? She's an appalling individual. Sinbad, 1 fry short of a Happy Meal. Selena K says, can't believe they get to bring the phone inside the courtroom. Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, this juror 15, is causing problems. All right, future. All right, let me say 15. Juror 15. Yeah, he was looking at his cell phone. He also, remember that day 1, we heard that weird, funky music thingy? That was him sitting too close to like this, somehow he was sitting like next to this amplifier or something, and his phone was being amplified through this court system. I mean, it's really, really weird what's going on with Juror 15. You guys definitely come check out Joe Schmo at 9 o'clock. After this trial, after today's over, we'll be breaking this down with Joe. We've got a lot of questions. Every day we have a lot of questions. Lori is a pickle short of a bat roll. I'm not even sure what a bat roll is. Yeah, the portal sounds Sinbad. Yeah, you guys remember that, day 1. Deidre says, Lori's probably now excited that one of the jurors had issues with Social Security. Yep. Super Kelly says, Lori's 2 brain cells are not shaking hands. Mike W., Arizona needs to tighten its rules on jurors in the courthouse. I know. Oh, you meant to say barrel? Lori is a pickle short of a barrel. Mel says, I wonder what Juror 15 does for a living. Is he a heart surgeon or something? I think Joe said he was like public works or something like that. I think. Is Juror 15 a plant? No. Mallory, don't lift this up, Juror 15. Don't. Yeah, exactly. Pammy says, yep, 1 card short of a deck. Just Shamrock, he plugged it into their other stuff to charge it. Is that what it was? Somehow it was connecting his phone to their system, and it was pumping through the system. I mean, this is his 3rd time now. 3rd time. Yep, we don't need a mistrial, Selena says. That's Super Kelly. Lori doesn't have all the dots on her dice. Super Kelly, you're just dropping all these, what would they be called? Analogies, euphemisms? I'm not quite sure what you call them, but I love it. Holly Mack, Juror 15 will be the 4-person. Oh, Lord. All right, Fala, you got to go. Hope everyone has a wonderful evening. May see you this evening with Joe. If not, until tomorrow, hug someone and have a good evening. Thank you, Fala. Thank you. Cheers to you. Thank you for joining us and being with us. One of our fantastic mods. Fala, show Fala out the door. Thank you for being with us, Fala. Appreciate you. Alice, maybe he's doing it intentionally. Jabs, they're called jabs. Yes, jabs. Uh-oh, tornado warning. Look out, West Virginia. Do y'all say wheelbarrow or wheelbarrow? It's wheelbarrow, but I say wheelbarrow. What do you say? Lori is as slow as molasses in January. That one I've heard before. Was he charging his phone? I don't quite remember that. Aw, you're welcome, Fala. Have a lovely night, Fala. Take care, Fala. They're insults. Let's just call them what they are. Let's not put lipstick on the pig. Let's just call them what they are. Tackle hugs for Fala. Oh, wait, are they coming back? Nope. Yeah, Mike, I hear you. It seems like Juror 15 is intentionally trying to get excused. Something's happening. Okay. Sounds like they're back.
Sorry about that. Right.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Great. Now I don't know what I say. Barrel or barrow? Wheelbarrow? Wheelbarrow. I guess I always say barrel. All right.
Present, please be seated. Go ahead and continue your direct.
Thank you. So Detective, when we broke, we had just watched Exhibit 188, a portion of your interview where Lori Vallow was telling you that Charles had filed something against her, saying she was crazy and asking to limit her to supervised visitation. Did you understand or know what that was about at that time?
I did not.
Did you talk to Lori Vallow about sort of Charles coming into town?
Yes.
So you understood that he did not live here in Phoenix?
I did.
And did she talk to you about booking a room for Charles and that he was going to come out and see JJ, his son?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 189.
Go ahead.
And do you recognize Exhibit 189, again, that says Clip 4 with both your signature and badge?
Yes.
And is that the portion of the interview where you are talking to Lori about Charles coming into town, him traveling and coming here to see JJ?
It is.
State will move to admit 189.
Any objection?
Will object, Your Honor. The defense will on Rule 106 of completion. Ask that the whole interview just be played.
All right. Was it 109?
189.
I'm sorry, 189 is admitted.
And if we could publish it.
The time because he travels for business and the business pays for it, right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers in their retirement plans, but he goes to them. He mostly works in California.
Okay.
No.
What's the full quote? Okay. So she advised that she booked a hotel for him.
So the audio wasn't on initially when that played,
Okay.
but there is a portion in the interview where she does tell me that.
Where she says, I'll book you a hotel.
Correct.
During your interview, did Lori Vallow tell you that Charles traveled a lot for his work?
Yes.
And did she tell you that his travel was an excuse not to care for his son?
Yes, that he was gone a lot.
Did Lori Vallow tell you that she had left Charles Vallow in Texas and moved back to Arizona?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that Charles was still living in Texas?
Yes, in the Houston area.
Did she say that Charles had rented her a house for her and JJ and her daughter Tylee to live?
Correct.
Did you talk to her about whether or not she had an interaction with Charles the night before, on
Yes.
July 10th? And did she advise that it was just limited to a text message?
Correct, not in person, just via the phone.
Okay. My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 190. And do you recognize that, again, with your initials and badge number?
Correct.
As a portion of your interview where Lori Vallow was telling you that Charles was not at the house that night, he just let her know he'd be over at 7:30 the next morning?
That's right.
State will move to admit 190.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Right, 190 is admitted.
Kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night?
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like,
So you understood that she had no interaction with Charles on July 10th,
In person, correct.
but she knew what time to expect Charles the next morning on July 11th at 7:30.
Right.
When you were talking with her, did you talk to her about what time Charles actually showed up?
Yes.
And did she say 7:40, 7:35-ish?
I believe she said 7:35.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 191.
Go ahead.
And again, do you recognize Exhibit 191 as having been initialed and have your badge number on it?
I do.
And is that in clip number 6, the portion of your interview where she's talking about what time Charles showed up that morning?
Correct.
State will move to admit 191.
Same objection.
Yes, Your Honor, the defense objects.
All right, 191 is admitted.
And if we can publish.
Go ahead.
So.
Do you remember about what time he got there?
He said he'd be there 7:30, but it was more like 7:40-ish or 7:35. I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember thinking, looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr.
Punctual.
Yes.
So at this point, you understand that Lori Vallow knew Charles was coming to Arizona.
Correct.
And she knew he was going to show up on the 11th at 7:30 a.m.
Correct.
And that he was coming there to pick up their son, JJ.
Yes.
Did the defendant talk to you about when Charles shows up, sort of how they get JJ in the car, and that she goes out to the car with Charles and JJ, and then that she ultimately ends up with Charles's cell phone?
That's right.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 192. And do you again recognize that with your initials and your badge number?
I do.
Clip number 7, a portion of the interview where you are being told by Lori Vallow that she put JJ in the car, and eventually how she got Charles's phone?
Correct.
State will move to admit 192.
Same objection.
The defense will object to 106.
192. 192.
I'm sorry. The rule 106 is the objection. I'm sorry.
Got you. All right, 192 is admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
You know, he's just been difficult. So anyway, so I got JJ stuff ready. And he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes because it's like 15 minutes to the school, and like you can't get there early. They don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and the Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him in, just going like. And he's big and he's heavy and it's hard for me to handle. But anyway, so I said just go, and so he said okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for, you know? He's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like, my other brother.
So in this portion, Lori Vallow told you that she kissed JJ goodbye and Charles took JJ in the backpack out to the car?
Correct.
And that she went inside and got a hold of Charles's cell phone?
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles came back inside and saw her with the phone and told her to give it back to him?
That's right.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you that she gave the phone back to Charles?
She did not.
So Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is demanding the phone back, and she instead says, show me your text messages?
Correct.
We heard previously that Lori Vallow had told you that Charles had taken JJ away from her for 30 days, and so she didn't talk to him, right?
That he had JJ for 30 days and they didn't talk, yes.
And so now she's telling you she's demanding to know why he's in Arizona? Why he came to Arizona? Is that what she said? Why are you even here?
I believe so, yes.
So Charles had had to take care of his son, and now he's here to visit his son?
Correct.
Is what
Correct.
she even said.
Yes.
So did she tell you that she had confronted Charles about texting her brother, Adam,
In
this portion of the interview?
In the portion of the interview, she discusses with me asking Charles why he's talking to her brother, Adam.
And were you aware at this time, when you are interviewing Lori Vallow, that Charles and Adam had been texting?
No.
Did you even know who Adam was at that point?
I didn't know who Adam was.
And again, I think you told us you were not aware at that time that Lori Vallow was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone.
Correct.
And were you aware at that time that Charles had flown Adam in?
No.
So you're just kind of hearing this and listening to what she's saying?
Correct.
Did you go into some additional detail about, again, Charles demanding that Lori Vallow give him back his cell phone?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with clip 197.
Go ahead.
It's out of order. Clip 8. Do you recognize Exhibit 197, Clip 8?
I do.
And again, did you initial and put your badge number on that?
I did.
And did that reflect, again, another portion of your interview where Lori Vallow is describing to you what is going on when Charles Vallow is demanding his phone back, what she does?
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 197.
Same objection.
Defense will object to playing the whole video, Your Honor.
197?
Yes.
197 is admitted.
And if we may publish.
Go ahead.
And 14.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and...
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone, he was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that.
So this is the second time that Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is telling her to give him back his phone.
Correct.
And she is refusing to do so.
Yes.
And she advised that she was walking around the house, right?
Correct.
So he's screaming at her and she's walking around.
Correct.
During this initial confrontation over the phone, does Lori Vallow tell you it's just her and Charles?
Yes.
And so did you ever ask her why she didn't just give the phone back to Charles so he could take JJ to school?
I did not.
During your interview with Lori Vallow, did she tell you at some point that since she wouldn't give Charles back the phone and he's screaming at her, that her daughter Tylee and her brother Alex came out?
She did.
Did she tell you that her daughter Tylee came out with a bat?
She did.
Did she tell you that Tylee sort of poked at Charles with the bat?
Yes.
While she and Charles were arguing?
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles took the bat away from Tylee and Tylee sort of fell back or something?
Correct.
She ended up on the floor.
Correct.
And that Lori then told her to go outside to JJ.
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you why her brother Alex Cox brought a loaded gun to her house?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she had asked Alex to come over to the house?
She did.
Did she ever tell you, well, let me say, so when she talked to you, she told you that she had wanted Alex to be there sort of to protect her in case anything went bad, right?
Correct.
So did she tell you why Alex didn't go to the door with her when Charles is pounding on the door being a jerk or whatever?
She did not.
So she didn't explain why the gun was there or why Alex wasn't part of this initial phone argument?
Correct.
Did Lori ever tell you during your interview that Charles started this argument?
No.
During your interview of Lori Vallow, was it always her saying that it was her that started this argument because she would not give Charles back his phone?
Correct.
So she told you that she was afraid of Charles coming over, invited her brother over to protect her, and then she started a fight by refusing to give Charles back his phone.
Correct.
During this interview, did Lori tell you that after Tylee went out to be with JJ, that Charles came at her with a bat?
Yes.
And that she moved into the kitchen and that while she was not able to see what was going on, she hears a shot.
That's correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 193. Clip 9. Do you recognize Exhibit 193?
I do.
Did you initial and put your ID on that?
I did.
And is that a portion of this of your interview with Lori Vallow where she talks about what her brother is doing and Charles is doing and her walking around into the kitchen with the phone?
Yes.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 193.
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, 193 submitted.
And if we may publish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, she was outside, and what happened? Then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back, yelling at me to give him his phone still because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly, and then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards. One arm.
Like he was swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontwards.
Okay.
One second. So in this clip, she's describing to you how Charles was swinging the bat at her, correct?
Correct.
And in that clip, let me ask you this, does she go on to talk to you about whether or not her husband was a semi-professional baseball player?
She did, yes.
And she told you that, again, Charles is holding a bat and yelling at her to give him his phone?
Correct.
And she didn't give him back the phone?
She did not.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she saw the shot?
Yes.
Did she say she saw it or not?
She did not see the shot. She heard the shot.
So she indicated she does not. Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother pull out a gun?
No.
Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother go get a gun?
She did not.
Did she indicate how many shots she heard?
She specifically said the shot, as in one shot.
Did you at some point, well, let me ask again, so you had not been into this residence yet?
No.
So when she's telling you she's going around, did you understand what that was?
Not really, because I hadn't been inside. She was kind of describing the kitchen and the room they were in, but I hadn't seen it firsthand.
Okay. When you were talking to Lori Vallow, did you ask her if Charles or her brother Alex had said anything before Alex shot Charles?
Yes.
And did she indicate she doesn't recall hearing that?
Correct.
And if my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 195, clip 11. Do you recognize Exhibit 195?
I do.
And again, it's your initials and badge on that.
It is.
And is that portion of the interview where you asked her if she'd heard anything said between Charles and Alex prior to the shooting?
Correct.
State will move to admit 195.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
195 is admitted.
And if we may publish.
I gotta get to the kids, and so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on, and got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in, and Tylee was like looking at me.
That's actually the wrong one. Well, play that one, I guess. Let me see, and we'll talk about that one since admitted. Okay.
We're gonna play that one?
Yeah, we'll play it and talk about it.
Told her to get in the car and we're going to take JJ to school. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
So in exhibit, what we have is 195, is that actually then the portion where she's talking about what she did after as well as what Alex was doing when she went back in there?
Correct.
So she advised you that after she heard this shot, she just left?
She did. She went outside.
And then drove off in Charles's rental car?
Correct.
And she told you that when she saw Charles on the floor, Alex was standing in front of him?
Correct.
Describe any distance of how far away?
I did not.
And then if we can approach then with, what is code number? I think that is exhibit 194. Is that, again, a portion of this interview where we're talking about the shots, actually?
Correct.
And you watched that previously and initialed it and put your badge number on it?
I did.
State will move to admit 194.
Same objection, Your Honor.
194 is admitted.
Yeah. He was a professional baseball player. Okay. So it wasn't a good idea for Tylee to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro.
Yeah.
He was, But, yeah, and then I was kind of turned around, and we were all right there in that room, except for the kids had been outside by that time, and I heard the gunshot. Mm-hmm. And
so you heard the shot? Mm-hmm. Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him, and so back around. So I don't know if he went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
Okay. So, again, that's the portion where she is advising you that she only heard the shot but didn't see the shot.
Correct.
So she's advising you she doesn't know what her brother was doing.
Reasonably, yes.
During this whole interview that you had with Lori Vallow, did she ever tell you that she handed over the phone to Charles?
She did not, no.
So during the initial confrontation, when it's just her and Charles and he's demanding her phone, she won't give it back to him?
Correct.
When her daughter comes out and involves herself in this altercation, she wouldn't give him back the phone?
Correct.
And she advised that he's still at that point demanding his phone?
Yes.
And again, he's there to take JJ to school, right?
Right.
And then her brother comes out, and again, he's demanding the phone, and she still won't give it to him?
Correct.
Did she ever explain to you why she didn't just hand the phone back over?
She did not, no.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 286. Have you looked at Exhibit 286 before?
I have.
And is your initials and badge on that?
It is, yes.
And is that a copy of the full interview?
It is, yes.
So it includes whatever conversations you had throughout that, about Charles Vallow and her views on him?
Yes.
And repeatedly that she never gave the phone back to Charles Vallow?
That's right.
State will move to admit 286.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
286 is admitted.
No, played it this time. Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
She did not.
Not playing it. Yeah, they're wrong. Do you know who called 911?
I believe Alex Cox called 911.
We've discussed that she had multiple cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And so, did you later learn that she also had Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I did.
So she has at least 2 cell phones with her, but she did not call 911.
That's correct.
After you interviewed Lori, did you have to get her and Tylee back to where the car was?
I did, yes.
Did you and someone else drive her, Tylee, and Alex Cox back?
Myself and, at the time, Detective, but now Lieutenant Moffett did.
So can you tell us about that?
So the interviews were concluded, and we were going to get them back to the house. The search warrant was still ongoing at the house, but to get them back to get vehicles, they weren't in custody. So I obtained our victim services has a minivan because it just holds a lot of people. And we used the minivan to take everyone back to the scene instead of driving 2 different cars with people. So I drove and Detective Moffett sat in the very back Tylee was sitting up front with me, and Lori and Alex were behind me.
Okay. What was Lori's demeanor in the car with her brother and you and Moffett?
She was unaffected, not emotional. The best description I can give is that she chattered the whole way, basically back to the house. Not upset, almost not happy, but just really unaffected by everything that was going on. It was kind of striking.
Is there any acknowledgement about what had happened?
No.
Basically just talking like it was any other day?
That's a good description, yes.
Did you ever hear her talk about or say anything like, oh, I need to let Charles Vallow's sons know that he's dead?
No, not specifically. She had referenced at one point, like, calling people, but not that she needed to, like, do additional, like, death notification.
When you got back to the 5531 South Four Peaks place, did you see Lori, Alex, and Tylee leave in that red Kia SUV?
They did. They left in the rental car.
Okay. What did you do initially after that?
So that was the first time that I came into the house. I came just into basically the threshold first part of that room. Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were finishing the search warrant, and they were talking about some of the things that they had found. And there was some initial kind of discussion between us, and then I ultimately left because I had a different case to go work on. So I left to go do something else.
Did you go back to the police station?
I did.
Around 2 or so, did you get a call to see if you could help find Lori or Alex to come back to the house?
Yes. The detectives that were at the scene that were done doing, they were finishing the scene investigation. They were wondering if I could try to get in touch with Lori or Alex to try to get them to come back to the scene because their intention was to try to do a walkthrough and some additional investigation. So I made a couple phone calls to the number that Lori had provided to me.
So you made more than one call to that 808 number?
I believe 2.
Did you leave a message?
I left a message, yes.
Okay. After you had called and tried to reach her, what did you do?
I ended up going back to the scene very briefly while they were finishing, and at that point, Alex had come back to the scene. Lori and Tylee were present with that red rental car again, and I was outside, and the other detectives were inside finishing up crime scene work.
Okay. Did you ever learn from Detective Coons or Duncan that they had searched the house and they couldn't find Charles's cell phone?
When I went back the second time, the detectives on scene, Coons and Duncan, had said that they couldn't find his phone.
And you had interviewed Lori, so you knew that at some point she'd had it, right?
Correct.
And she had, in fact, told you multiple times that she had refused to give it back to Charles, right?
That's correct.
But you had never asked her, do you still have it?
I did not.
So you're at the house, you see Lori and Tylee. Did you go ask her about it?
I did.
So can you tell us about that?
I walked up to where the vehicle had pulled up. Tylee was actually still inside the car, and I asked them if they knew where Charles's phone was. And at that point, they volunteered that they had the phone. I believe Tylee pulled it out of the cup holder to hand to me, and I asked them if they knew what the passcode to the phone was, and both of them were able to give me the passcode, and I took custody of the phone from them.
Did Lori tell you anything about where she found the phone?
I think she said that she found the phone in the car.
When you are asking her about her now deceased husband's phone that she found in the car, what is her demeanor like when she's interacting with you again here?
It's the same that it's been the whole time. Pretty calm and kind of unaffected by what's going on.
Did it seem odd to you that she said that she found that inside his car when she was talking to you about having it in her hands and refusing to give it to Charles?
It struck me as a little odd, yes.
So they give you the phone and you said that you were able to get the passcode or PIN for it. Did Lori say she knew it as well?
Lori and Tylee.
And what was the passcode?
I believe it was all zeros.
Okay. Did you ever check to see if that would open the phone?
I did not.
Did you later give Charles's phone to be given to Detective McDonald?
I did.
We can have a paralegal approach with 245. Do you remember or recognize what Exhibit 245 is?
I do.
And what is that?
So this is evidence item 131035-1, and it's a cell phone in a black case. And then it's kind of common practice, the passcode's on a sticky on the phone.
Is that the phone that was given to you by Tylee with Lori there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you provide that to Officer Allness to then give it to a Detective McDonald?
So Sergeant Ulness, at the time of this, was the sergeant over our computer crime section, which is where Detective McDonald worked. And it's common practice for us to turn over items to them so they can do exams.
And does that phone have the number for this case and other information to indicate to you that it is the phone that you got from Lori Vallow or Tylee?
It does.
So each case, is there a specific number? Each case has their own DR number or incident number?
So each investigation will have their own DR number, and then our evidence, each item generates its own unique evidence item number, and those numbers are associated specifically with the specific report number.
And does that then tie in specifically to the phone that we've been discussing that belonged to Charles Vallow?
Correct.
The phone that Lori had talked to you about as the whole reason this whole incident occurred?
Right.
The state will move to admit 245.
Any objection?
No objection.
245 is admitted.
Did you later then submit a request to have an examination or extraction done of Charles's cell phone?
Correct.
And then you said you used the sticky on the front to let them know how to get into it?
Correct. We'll put it, if we know it, we'll put it in the request, but oftentimes we'll put it directly with the phone also.
Right. I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Detective Inkland, who was the case agent on July 11th, 2018?
That would have been Detective Moffett, who's now Lieutenant Moffett.
Okay. And then when did Detective Duncan when did the switch happen from Detective Moffett to Detective Duncan being the case agent? Do you know?
When Detective Moffett was promoted to Sergeant Moffett. Once you're promoted, you go back to patrol as a supervisor. So when you leave the unit, we reassign case officer responsibility to a detective that's currently inside the unit. So if somebody retires or promotes, that case agent responsibility would shift over to someone else.
Okay. Do you know when that was about?
I don't.
Was it like sometime in that year, 2019, or much later?
I don't know.
Okay. You had talked about when you got the call to come and respond to the house on July 11th. About what time was that?
It was probably about 10 or 15 minutes after the initial radio traffic. I just remember I was on the 202 going westbound and my phone rang.
And when you showed up, you had stated that Alex was seated on the curb, is that correct?
He was the first time I noticed him, yes.
And you also stated that an adult female and Tylee were already across the street when you arrived?
No.
Oh, we weren't there yet?
No.
Okay. How long after you arrived did we arrive?
I don't know when you arrived. I just became aware of you at some point. I did not see you arrive. You were not there when I got there, but at some point you got there and I became aware of you outside.
Okay. But you weren't in the house, correct?
No.
In the morning? So where were you that you didn't see us coming up at that, in between that time?
I was in front of the house.
And was your view obscured by something?
I don't believe so.
So you didn't see us drive up, you just noticed us being there at some point?
Correct.
Okay. And when you first saw us, what were we doing? Were we talking to the officer?
I believe so.
Or waiting to talk to the officer?
When I first saw you, Officer Krautheim was standing with you, and it appeared like you were all talking together. I couldn't hear you from where I was at. I just noticed you.
Okay, so you saw him talking to us, but you didn't see us initially come up before when he told us to stay where we were. You didn't see that part.
I just became aware of you standing there.
Okay. And you talked about my demeanor, right? Being ordinary. Is that what you said?
Being ordinary?
You said ordinary, non-emotional, nonchalant.
Correct.
What's your definition of nonchalant?
Pretty almost detached, just calm, doesn't really matter, kind of not extraordinary.
Do you have a degree in psychology?
I do not.
Do you know what a person should act like if they're in a stressful situation?
So there isn't one way to act. There's just behavior that is striking.
Striking behavior.
Correct.
Okay. At some point when you came over to talk to me and my daughter, did we express to you that she needed her medications that were in the house?
I believe so, and that.
And what did you instruct us about?
At one point, I advised the detectives that were inside of that request, but that a search warrant was happening inside the house, so we would do our best to facilitate people getting things from the house. But the search warrant's going to take precedence to what's going on.
Right, so basically that it's a crime scene and we can't really enter, but someone would try to get them for her?
Correct.
Okay, and did someone go and get them for her?
At that point, we did not have a search warrant. We weren't going to be entering the house or removing any items from the house. We didn't have legal authority to go in and remove items without a search warrant. So nothing was going to be removed from the house at that point.
But you were aware that she needed her panic attack medicine?
I was
Objection as to testifying and asked and answered.
Sustained, you can ask her if she was aware that she needed that medication.
You were aware that she needed her medication?
I was aware you made a request for her medication.
And it would have been non-emotional if I was trying to be calm for my daughter?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Were you being calm?
I believe so.
Was Officer Krautheim being calm?
I think so.
Were the firefighters being calm?
I didn't see the firefighters or have any interaction with them.
Were the other detectives being calm?
I believe so.
The EMS guys were being calm?
Again, I didn't see them and have any interaction with them.
But it was a pretty calm environment that day, was it not?
I don't know if I'd agree with that, but...
Well, no one was running around hysterical, right?
Correct.
Okay. The information that you received from the briefing, was that from Officer, is it Krautheim? Sorry, no.
Krautheim.
Krautheim. Okay, thank you. Was Officer Krautheim the one that gave you the briefing on what had happened?
So Officer Krautheim and Officer Wisbicki, who Sergeant Wisbicki now, provided information to the detectives and my sergeant that had arrived.
And then who briefed you personally?
So it's a kind of a collective conversation where the initial information is provided and then we start doing assignments, basically.
Right, so Officer, sorry, say his name one more time.
Krautheim.
Krautheim, okay. I'm going to write that in phonetically.
I'm going to again object
I'm sorry.
to testifying.
So he was wearing a body cam, is that correct, that day? Officer Krautheim?
Correct.
And so was that briefing on body cam?
I don't know.
Now you talked about the death notification to me and to Tylee. You said that Tylee and I were in the van. Is that correct?
Correct, when I came over to talk to you.
And who was with you?
My sergeant, Sergeant Lockwood.
And was Detective Moffat not with you as well?
He was not.
And so you had stated that you had asked me to get out of the van? Is that correct?
I was trying to get you to come, my intention was to get you to come out of the van, and then you made a statement that you were there, you already knew.
What did you say that made me say that I was already there?
I was asking you to step out of the van, and you said, I was there, I already know.
I already know what?
That Charles had died. I was trying not to tell you in front of your daughter.
That would have been nice, but that wasn't the point. How did I know you were coming to give me a death notification?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you notify me that I'm going to give you a death notification? I don't want to do it in front of your daughter? What did you say?
It would be slightly redundant to tell you I was doing a death notification if I didn't want to tell you in front of your daughter.
Why would I say to you, I already know to
Sustained, that's the form of the question calls for her to speculate about your state of mind.
So So did you speak to me, giving me a death notification, or was it Lockwood, sorry. Who spoke to us?
We were both involved in the conversation.
And what was said to us?
You said that you were there and you already knew. And at that point, shortly thereafter, I asked you if you and Tylee would come back to the station to do interviews so I could talk with you.
You asked us if we would come, or you said we're going to go down to the station and interview you?
I asked you if you would come. It was a consensual contact. It was a voluntary interview.
And is this on body cam?
I did not have a body cam at the time, no.
Did Lockwood have a body cam?
He did not. He was assigned to investigations.
So we voluntarily went to the station, is that correct?
Correct.
And you drove, is that correct?
I did.
And it was a 20 or so minute drive?
About that.
And we arrived at the station, and you separated us into 2 rooms, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you ask me permission to speak to my minor daughter?
I indicated to you that I wanted to interview both of you and that we would go do the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center.
And what is the protocol for interviewing a minor?
It depends on the circumstances where you're interviewing them.
Okay, and are you a certified forensic interview of children?
I am.
And so would that be something that you would ask the parent if you could interview the minor child?
It depends on the circumstances.
Okay, and did you ask me?
I did not specifically ask your permission.
Did you ask Tylee if she wanted to be interviewed?
I would object to hearsay.
Well, the question, I'll overrule the objection. The question is, did you ask Tylee yes or no?
I did at one point ask if I could speak with her.
Did either of us know that we were being videotaped?
I don't know.
Were we told that we were being videotaped?
No.
At that time, when we entered into the rooms, you left Tylee in there alone and came in to interview me, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long was that interview that you and I had?
I think it's about 35, 40 minutes, maybe a little longer.
And so that whole time, Tylee was in the room by herself?
Correct.
Not knowing she was being videoed? Correct.
I don't know if she knew or not.
And without her medication? Correct.
I don't know, but I believe so.
And I was worried about her, if you recall. Is that correct?
Objection to relevance.
Sustained.
Do you always wear your gun when you are doing a forensic interview of a child?
The majority of the time now, yes, because my assignment's different. When my assignment was in our family violence unit and I was doing forensic interviews of child victims, then no.
Did you treat us like we were victims that day?
Actually, yes.
And did you think that wearing your gun might be intimidating to a child?
No, given her age, no.
Is that your normal protocol?
I object, asked and answered.
She can answer. Overrule.
For which part?
For wearing your gun doing a forensic interview of a child.
So I wasn't doing a DFI of Tylee. I was doing an interview with a witness to a scene. If it was a DFI, it would be different.
How would it be different?
So a dedicated forensic interview of a child is much different. It's structured much different, it's conducted much differently, and they're typically done of victims of very specific allegations. Physical child abuse, sexual child abuse, things along those lines. The interview with Tylee was done basically as a witness interview. I did defer some to almost like a victim status, but her interview wasn't a DFI. It wasn't done as a dedicated forensic interview. She was a witness, a potential witness to a homicide.
How long did you interview Tylee for?
I believe we talked for about similar amount of time, 30, 40 minutes.
At the time, that day on July 11th, did you believe Tylee?
I'm going to object.
Sustained.
With your experience in forensically interviewing children, did you think Tylee's demeanor was genuine that day?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you have a reason to think that she might be making something up?
I'm going to object again to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you learn during Tylee's interview?
I'm going to object right there to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you learn during my interview that Tylee came in with a bat?
I did.
And was that confirmed by Tylee?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, pretrial ruling hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar?
No, that's hearsay. It's sustained.
At the end of our interviews, Detective Inklin, where did you put us?
You stayed in the Family Advocacy Center until we were ready to leave.
And did you put us in a room with a victim's advocate?
I did.
And introduce us to her?
I did.
And we spoke to her?
I believe so, yes.
And then after however long that was, then you came in with my brother Alex, is that correct?
We met them outside of the Family Advocacy Center, and then we left to go back to the house.
And you stated that I chatted the whole way back, is that correct?
You did.
It wasn't Tylee and Alex chatting the whole way? It was me specifically?
You mostly.
It wasn't me just looking out the window and them talking to you?
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
You can answer. Overruled. You can answer.
Can you ask it again?
It wasn't Alex and Tylee speaking to you and me just looking out the window the whole way home?
No.
And then when we got back to the house, what happened then?
You, Tylee, and Alex left in the rental car, the little red SUV, and I spoke briefly with the detectives who were on the scene.
Who told us to leave in the rental car?
I don't recall who told you. I just know that Alex could not take his vehicle because the search warrant was still going and the vehicle was on the curtilage of the property.
Right. So we were told we couldn't take the truck, is that correct?
I believe so.
And we were told we couldn't take Tylee's Jeep, is that correct?
Correct, it was in the garage.
And we couldn't take my car because it was in the garage as well?
I believe so.
And so our only alternative, because we couldn't enter the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And that we were told that we could come back later, but not at that time, is that correct?
At the conclusion of the search warrant, yes.
And so we were told that we could take the rental car because it wasn't behind the police tape, is that correct?
Correct, it wasn't part of the search warrant.
that we could leave and that we could come back later after we picked up JJ from school. Is that correct?
You could come back, assuming you picked him up from school, yes.
Well, that's not what we were instructed to do.
Objection, again, testifying.
Sustained.
So we left, is that correct? And then you entered the house after that?
You left, correct, and I entered the house after that, correct.
And what did you do inside the house after we left?
I had some brief discussion with the detectives who were on scene, and at that point left to go work on another case.
So in the brief discussions that you had with whoever this was, were you briefing them on the events of what had happened up to that point, or?
So Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were present, along with Detective Werther. There was a crime scene technician as well, and they were briefly discussing some of the artifacts that they had found in the search warrant and kind of what they were going to do. And I indicated if I wasn't needed, I was going to go work on other casework.
Okay. And then you left shortly after that?
I did.
About what time do you think that was?
I honestly have no idea.
Do you know what time we got back to the house?
I don't specifically recall, no.
You indicated that when we came back to do for Alex to do the walkthrough, that you realized you didn't have Charles' phone, is that correct?
They had indicated prior to you coming back that they had not recovered Charles's phone. So when you returned, I asked you and subsequently Tylee about Charles's phone and where it was at.
And did she hand over the phone to you right away, right?
She did. She picked it up out of the cup holder and handed it to me.
And that's where it had been pretty much the whole day since I ran out the door with it?
I'm going to object to speculation and testifying.
And then you asked us for the code, is that correct?
I did.
And Tylee gave you the code, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was about what time?
It was later in the afternoon, but I don't remember what time.
And then what happens to the phone as far as chain of custody? What happened from you taking it from Tylee to where it went next?
So our computer crimes detectives work within the main station where I work. Most of our detectives work out of there. And they do the physical exams and the downloads of the phones, computers, electronic devices there at the station. Our property room is separate. It's about a mile away from the police department. So typically when we have cell phones or devices that need exams, we will immediately deliver the device to the computer crimes section. Their workspace, their cubicles and workspace upstairs is a dedicated locked area. The only people that can get into where their cubicles and exam space are the detectives that work in that area. So it sounds silly. We go up and bang on the door and get in touch with somebody, and we will turn devices over to them. And then in our property section and our report management, we do what's called an evidence continuity sheet. So that shows how items travel from place to place, person to person, like a phone to a computer detective, or like evidence from the property room to the lab or something like that. So we will physically hand over items to the computer crimes detectives. Often cell phones have very time-sensitive criteria as well. So we don't typically impound them straight into property. They go straight to a computer crimes detective.
Okay, so I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Thank you for that. I'm going to backtrack to, from your hands, it goes into a evidence bag?
No, it's usually in a bag. It's not sealed because we hand it over because they're going to do an exam.
So who did you hand it over to them at the station, or did you give it to someone else at the house?
No, it got handed over at the station in their workspace. They typically don't come out to scenes unless we request them. So the majority of the time, we're turning evidence over to them at the station or their work area.
Okay, so just so I understand, it went from you to them.
Correct.
So you had it in your hands and delivered it to them at the station that day?
I believe so, yes.
And so according to the grand jury, it was at 3:11 p.m.
Your Honor.
Sorry.
The objection sustained.
My understanding was that it was about
Hold
3.
Hold on.
Objection.
Let's break for the evening recess. Let's have the jurors report and be ready for 10:15 tomorrow morning, 10:15. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Going to stay here for a moment, see if they come back.
You can step down. Please be seated. The jury is no longer present. All right, you can't phrase questions as your understanding or what you believe or what you remember. All those are forms of testifying, so you have to be careful how you ask your question. Also, I sustain an objection because of the reference to the grand jury and what was said in the grand jury proceedings. You can use that time and ask the witness, is 3:30 sound right, for example? But let's move on. The reason that I allowed in the various different clips of the defendant's statement over the defendant's, I should say, interview at the police station over the defendant's objection, Rule 106 isn't really applicable in that situation. Rule 106 is intended to complete a statement when only a portion of the statement is offered and it distorts or changes the meaning of the actual statement, and it's really meant for very short statements, not entire interviews or versions of what happened. Additionally, the state has the discretion to only admit certain parts of your statement that are admissions. They're not going to admit statements, nor should they admit statements that are self-serving hearsay. So there's a reason why your interview has been cut up into different pieces. That's just for the record. Let's have everyone ready at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll discuss those other motions, give the defendant a chance to meet with her team about those other motions that we talked about this morning. So we'll do that at 10. We'll have the jury here and ready to go at 10:15 to resume with this witness. Anything else from the state?
Here, Your Honor.
From the defense?
Yes, we have one item, Your Honor. On Thursday, we were handed this by the state in the morning. It's a new extraction of the devices of Charles Vallow, and it's the gray key that we had requested, but none of them open. So we have a flash drive, and we got it to our expert, and now it's...
Go there.
You what?
I have to go see him. He doesn't.
So they're not opening. So I don't know if we need to get a new extraction or if it was tested before it was handed over.
I don't know if it's a matter of what program's being used to open it. Do we know? I think we need more information.
Yeah. We can't utilize it if it's blank.
Well,
so
is it Mr. Dworkin says he can't open it at all?
It's my investigator that can't open it, and then he'll hand it over to Mr. Dworkin as well.
Why don't you just tell me, sir? What's your name for the record?
Jeff White.
All right. What's the problem?
I tried to open it. I had Lonnie on the phone this morning. He's out of town, but he is on his way back. He won't be here till probably 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. And I need to go up and see if he's able to extract any information from it.
Are you just trying to click on it and opening it, or are you opening it with a particular program?
I sat with him, and we were going over things for about 4 hours this morning.
Okay. I guess, where's the extraction coming from? Who's handing that over to you?
That is the Chandler Police Department handed over the raw data from Gray Key. So it's just raw random data, so I don't know it.
So it's not, is it?
It's not parsed into any sort of way to read.
The reader, that's what I was working with Lonnie.
There is no reader with it. It would have to be then input into a Cellbrite to parse the data. It is the Gray Key raw data.
All right.
And was trying to do that this morning, and that's what I spent 4 hours doing this morning.
I think unless you have a Cellbrite account, you're not going to be able to open that.
I have two different kinds of, I have the old version and the new version of Cellbrite, and I couldn't get them to open. The Cellbrite that they gave us is an old version, the 7.2 I think it is, and I think
They gave us? We didn't give you Cellbrite.
It's on the.
That's a UFED reader. That's not Cellbrite.
The Cellbrite is on the Discovery.
With that.
I'm sorry.
With the Discovery we just handed over.
With the Discovery that was handed over before, it's downloaded onto my computer.
No, I think that's right.
All right.
With the FDRs.
I'm not sure that that's correct. I think that it would need to go to Mr. Dworkin to review.
Is there is there someone at the police department that Mr. Dworkin can maybe get on a call with to try to figure out what the disconnect is here?
Well, he should be, hopefully, in the next hour and 40 minutes, he'll be back home.
I guess if he has a problem, I mean, obviously I have multiple problems with the fact that we're still talking about an expert that has been presumptively precluded.
Right.
While the state is nearing ending its case in chief.
I guess in theory, it could be for the next trial, but I don't know that that's going to happen either.
So I guess I would need to know first if that's actually a problem for Mr. Dworkin or not. And then if so, we would have to try to, perhaps he could explain why it's a problem.
I guess, is there someone Mr. Dworkin can, a contact point to try to figure out why, if it's a problem on this end versus that end?
I don't have anyone off the top of my head. My case agent is out ill today, so I couldn't tell you who that would be.
Okay.
Your Honor, she had an expert come to testify this about the Gray Key. I don't know if he's a person that was on the stand on Thursday that we could ask about this. I don't know if he made the extractions and gave them to the prosecution.
I don't know if that's technically an extraction as opposed to the raw data.
That is just the raw data?
I'm still trying to figure out, is it a problem with what's been disclosed or is it a problem with who's trying to open it, the correct programs? I guess get with Mr. Dworkin later tonight and see if it can be resolved. If not, I'm going to have to figure out who he needs to contact or try to problem solve tomorrow sometime.
We'll let you know in the morning, Your Honor.
But again, this is unlikely to be an issue for this trial, but it could be something for the next trial. All right, we'll be at recess. I wish I had a better resolution, but I don't right now.
I'm traveling. I have two different forms.
Always hoping for a hot mic there at the end, but nothing. All right. Always something. Better call Saul. All right. Slippin' Jimmy. Where's Slippin' Jimmy when we need him? All righty. So let's go. Yes, hot mic. So juror 15, let me come back to that. Before we went to the break, jury 15, when we did a sidebar with the white noise, so we could hear, we could see the closed captioning, but we couldn't hear it. But then I turned it up, and it seems like juror 15 had a personal experience with Social Security, and then juror 16 had something. Did you start talking about Social Security with another juror? Oh, let me end this. Let me end the poll. What do you guys say about the poll? Should we play that? So it seems like they're going to play the full interview. This was before I knew they were going to play the full interview, but maybe we can do that too. So do you want me to play the full interview? 154 votes. 77, do you want me to play the full interview? 77% say yes, 22% say no. All right, so I'll play it, and it's 30 minutes, so we'll play it. Instead of coming on at, well, we'll come on at like 12:30 and we'll play it, then we'll go into it. So let's see. So I gotta get ready for my thing with Joe. So let's see. So Cassandra Yenclan was on. They kept playing these videos, right? So they were playing these clips of video. And she didn't know who Adam was at that point. So they basically are just going through these clips, right? So Lori's kind of describing the situation. Lori's screaming for Charles's phone. She's walking around the house. Lori never told Alex. She never told the detective why Alex brought a loaded gun to the house. She told her Alex was there to protect her against Charles, but why Alex didn't go to the door when Charles came in, we don't know. Did Charles start the argument? No. Lori said she started the argument because she wouldn't give Charles back his phone. She talks about, and Lori objected the entire time, and Judge explained why not. Charles was swinging the bat backwards. All right, so Charles is left-handed, right? But he's holding onto the bat and he's swinging it like this. That's like the most, think about that. Whatever your dominant hand is, grab something with your non-dominant hand and swing it the exact, you're going to get no power. You're going to get no power. That's like the weakest way to swing any kind of stick, bat, anything. You take your dominant hand and you swing like that, like an axe. You swing like that. You don't swing like that. You just don't have the power to do that. Try it. Try it right now. You have way more force going with your dominant hand going forward versus your non-dominant hand going backward. So that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But that's what she said he was doing. She says he was a pro baseball player. Then she's like, I mean, he was a semi-pro player. Like, she's just totally throwing shade. And then I kind of turned around and we were all in the same room and I heard the shot. So she hears the shot. She comes back around and Charles was on the ground. Lori doesn't describe why she didn't just hand the phone back over. So they talk about the full interview, but I don't think we're going to hear it. So we'll play it tomorrow, unless Lori may play it on her defense. Who knows? So then she talks about how Lori was not emotional. She chattered the whole way back. She was not upset. She was not happy, but she was unaffected. There was no acknowledgement of what happened, like it was just an ordinary day. She talks about leaving in the red SUV. So then Lori gets up on cross. Didn't Adam say he pitched left? Yeah. Well, Kay came up. No, Adam didn't say that. Kay came up. Sister, who said she lived at the ballpark, said that he pitched left-handed and he batted left-handed. It was Lori that said he pitched left-handed, but he batted right-handed. It was Lori that said that. Kay, who said she grew up on the ballpark, said no, that Charles was both. Charles was batted both left-handed and pitched. He was a pitcher. He was a southpaw. So he pitched and batted left-handed. That was Kay that said that. Lori said he batted right-handed but pitched left-handed. So under cross, let's see, Duncan took over for Moffitt. The call came in around 15 minutes after the initial traffic, so Alex was on the curb. Let's see. What's your definition of nonchalant? She says almost detached, calm, doesn't really matter. Do you have a degree in psychology? I do not. That was a good question. All right, good question for Lori. There isn't one way to act. There's just striking behavior. So even though Lori got this little ding in, let's see, Cassandra comes back with, well, no, I don't have a degree, but there isn't just one way to act. That's just striking behavior. Then, did you know about Tylee's meds? Tylee had panic attacks. I didn't know that. Did you guys know that? I had no idea Tylee took meds for panic attack. So apparently the detective knew about that, but they weren't allowed back into the house because they didn't have a search warrant, so nothing was going to be moved. Basically, it's closed off. Nobody's going. It's sealed. Nobody's going in or out. Poor Tylee could be having... Alex could be having a heart attack. Well, then that's why you have paramedics there that would have taken care of her. So let's see. Then they go back to the van. Then they talk about this death notification. Lori's like, how did you know that I knew already, right? How did I know that you were coming to give me a death notification? That was objected to. Why would I say to you I already knew? That was objected to. Did you speak to me telling me about the death notification? She says Lockwood and her did. You said you were there and you already knew. So did you ask me or did you tell me that I was going to the police station? She gets very, very indignant, very like, did you ask me or did you tell me? And detective says it was voluntary. It was a voluntary interview. Did you ask Tylee? Oh, did you specifically ask to interview my daughter? And this was a good one. Are you a certified forensic? Are you able to certify? Are you a certified forensic interviewer of children? She's like, I am. Did you ask specifically to interview my daughter? She comes out and says no. She didn't in so many words, but she did ask her, and she did say they weren't told that they were being videotaped. So Tylee was left alone in the room all by herself for 35 to 40 minutes. Don't forget Tylee's 16, and I get it. I get it. You shouldn't be doing that to a child. 16 is still a child. I agree but she wasn't really being interviewed as a suspect. She's being interviewed as a witness. So I guess there is a difference. Oh, then Lori went, do you always wear a gun when you're interviewing a child? And she's like, well, yeah, it depends on the circumstances, but in this case, yeah. She was treating the detective was treating them like they were victims, like they were not suspects. She wasn't doing a DFI. Then she goes in to explain what a DFI is, which is a dedicated forensic interview of a child. It's done very, very differently. This was basically a witness interview. Let's see. Did you believe Tylee? That was objected to. So she's trying to make it like they didn't believe Tylee. Do you think Tylee was genuine? That's objected to. Do you think she was making something up? That's objected to. Talks about, did Tylee come in with a bat? And Trina was like, objection, pretrial ruling. She was all over that. And then Lori's like, maybe we have a sidebar. And he's like, nope, that's hearsay. Afterwards, they were put into a victim advocate room. And then she talks about, well, it wasn't just, it was Tylee and Alex were chatting. I was just looking out the window. That was objected to and overruled. So Alex couldn't take his vehicle. I thought this was pretty good. So everything, Alex couldn't take his vehicle. Tylee had a truck. Lori had a truck. The only vehicle that they could drive away in was the rented SUV. So I thought I'll give Lori that. She got that out. What does that mean? Really nothing, but she did get that out, that if they wanted to leave, that is the only car that they could drive. Let's see. Then the judge says you can't phrase as to your understanding. He talks about the grand jury, why he overruled that. He talked about the 106, the reason he allowed the station interviews. 106 isn't applicable. It's meant for short statements and not long interviews. Then, of course, he asked, State, do you have anything? No. Defense, do you have anything? Of course, Lori always has something. So at the very end, she did get handed something. On Thursday, she got handed a flash drive, and it was the gray key extraction, which is what she's been asking for. She's been asking for this for weeks, right? In her pretrial, she's been asking for this. But, of course, Mr. Dworkin can't open it up, or Jeff White, who is her investigator, he can't open it up. So, of course, there's always a problem, rightful or not, but there's always a problem. So ultimately, they're just going to have to sort it out. So, all right, you guys, I got to get ready for Joe, right? We're going to go on in like 20 minutes or, well, about 35 minutes we're going on with Joe Schmo. So, let's see. Tanika says, why though? Because it was no longer part of the car scene, but Lori's own admission, it was there when Charles was shot. Baka, gotta love squeak caps. Good night to you. So it was no longer part of the crime scene. I think I missed the beginning of that, but I'll go with that. Alex was doing a comedy routine. Oh, yes, he was. Baka, Lori was the most nonchalant of all. Yes, Samantha, we do miss you. And we like the fact that you come in here and we go over and we give Scott support as well. All right, guys, I'm going to say goodbye for now. Please, please join us for our recap with Joe Schmo. That's going to be at 9 o'clock Eastern. Let me put you over here. Please join us for Joe Schmo, 9 o'clock. I'll leave you with Super Ball. There she is. You think she's on the floor, but no, she's hanging out. This is this little contraption here, and she's hanging out there. So thank you guys for joining us. Thank you, Aaron, for setting up everything on the back end. Thank you to our fantastic mod squad. Please say a thank you to Aaron and our mod squad on your way out, you guys. Please go give Joe Schmo some love. We're going to be dual streaming with him tonight. Tanika 2 Cents was in our chat as well. Give her some love. Trial Junkies United, she's got some great content as well. She was talking about First Nations. There's 4 women that have been murdered over the last couple years, so she was talking about that on Saturday. So you guys, thank you so much. And Scott, for all those that were over here from RA's channel, appreciate you spending some time with us. Please join us for the recap. We're going to be going on in about 35 minutes or so. I'm going to grab a quick bite to eat, get recharged, and I will see you guys in about 35 minutes or so. So again, thank you so much, and we will see you at 9 o'clock Eastern. There's a redirect, so just hang tight, put your trays and seats in their upright position, and hang on tight. We'll see you either at Joe Schmo or tomorrow for day 6 of Vallow Daybell. Have a good night, guys. Bye.